Hello and welcome to day one of the Goodwood Festival of Speed. 4 days where the entire story of motorsport comes to life. From the legends of the past to the cutting edge of tomorrow, it's all right here at this incredible celebration.
And this year will also be marking 75 years of the Formula One World Championship. From its roots in the 1950s to its fearless pioneers in game-changing tech to the global spectacle it's become. So grab a snack, take a seat, and enjoy the ride.
So let's take a look at day one's jam-packed schedule as the sun shines over the Goodwood estate. 8:30 a.m. we will kick off with a manufacturer experiential run number 1. That will be followed by several batches of amazing cars and motorbikes that will be taken to the hill. You can see plenty of off-road action at the Goodwood Action Sports Arena. Their warm-up show will be going ahead at 10:30 a.m. We'll then see some of those glorious Formula One cars. The teams, champions will be taking their runs up the hill at 10:40. And we will see those incredible red arrows take to the skies at 11:45 a.m.
And then Thursday afternoon takes us starting with the gas show at 12:30. And then we have the Gordon Murray Automotive central feature moment at 1:30 in the afternoon, followed by first glance, new classics and road cars and bikes at 2:35. And then we have the balcony moment, the first of the weekend, celebrating the great Derek Bell. And the afternoon is rounded out by a supercar run at 4:35 and then a manufacturer's experimental run at 5:35.
But before any of that schedule goes ahead, we are joined by IndyCar champion Dario Franchitti, who is taking something rather special up the hill to kickstart the weekend. Dario, you're a massive fan of Goodwood and all of its events. How are you feeling to be here at the Festival of Speed?
Well, when you say something special, do you mean the car or the Duke?
A bit of both, really.
Yeah, I love being here. It's our toy shop, isn't it? I got here yesterday and I spent most of the time up in the top paddocks taking pictures of cars. I mean, some of the Formula One cars that have shown up, they're just incredible. The supercars. Yeah, this is my childhood dream, this place. And it's a big weekend for us at Gordon Murray Automotive. You know, we're celebrating 60 years of Gordon's car design. We've got T50, T50S, T33 on the hill, as well as some of Gordon's greatest hits. We unveiled the structure last night, so it's going to be a busy weekend.
Yeah, so much to look forward to.
And Dario, you're a regular feature at all the Goodwood events, but you get to kick this one off with a little bit of precious cargo in this wonderful machine.
Yeah, I know. I've got to figure out the speed. I'm going to have a word.
It's full speed with you, isn't it?
I was going to say, how quick do you want to go here? But to do this, it's nice and early. I got a text last night saying, are we doing this? I'm like, doing what? And here we are, 8:20 in the morning, first run. So what better way? I think last year I was the last run in T50S, so yeah, bookending it a wee bit.
And you're going to get to over 12,000 revs?
I will be trying. Yeah, you got to do it. I mean, it's part of the thing, isn't it? I think when we go past the house, we'll give it the message. We did that last night with T50S out when we unveiled the structure, and I drove it up in the dark. And I have to say, it's even quicker, and the hill feels even smaller at night.
But you alluded there, Dario, that you have got a special passenger with you. So does that mean it will affect your driving at all?
Yeah, I want to get invited back, so I'll definitely be having a word and say, how do we want to play this? So yeah, we'll see. But Charles was pretty. He drives cars fast himself. Whether he's a good passenger or not, that's the big question.
Oh, well, that's what you're about to find out, isn't it? But you've got this to look forward to. But the theme for this year is the winning formula, champions and challengers. What else have you got to look forward to this weekend? Are you getting involved in any other runs, or are you looking forward to seeing any of the exhibitors here?
Yeah, I'm going to drive an old F1 car, 1999 Ferrari F1 car,
Amazing.
which will be good. I'm looking forward to seeing the McRae stuff as well. Massive Colin fan, he was a great pal of mine, and I'm looking forward to seeing the Jimmy and Alistair driving some of Colin's old cars.
Yeah, and it will be brilliant to drive past the GAM car, past that central structure, like you mentioned. It looks quite glorious in front of the house, doesn't it?
It's different, isn't it? It's different than any of the ones that we've seen before, and Gordon was very adamant that he wanted it to look exactly like that. So him and Jerry Jura did a he kind of told Jerry what he'd like, and Jerry came up with his usual brilliant structure.
Yeah, it does look incredible. Well, I think your passenger has arrived now, Dario, so we'll just get the man himself, the Duke of Richmond, in here. It's brilliant to see you. Thank you for putting on this wonderful event, and you're kick-starting the hill here in something quite special behind you.
Yeah, we are. No, we're very, very excited to have this here, and great to be driven by an old veteran like Dario.
Veteran. How fast do we want to go?
Yeah, quick enough, don't we?
Oh, perfect.
You know it pretty well.
Yeah, not as well as you.
You're great. Well, it's shaping up to be a fantastic festival. We've, of course, got this lovely British summertime weather. You're starting it off in a fantastic car, but so much more to look forward to this weekend.
Absolutely, and of course we're celebrating Gordon's 60th anniversary, so it's wonderful to have the car here. Obviously, Gordon's all over the central display. We're celebrating 75 years of F1. Gordon's played such a big part in that. It'll be the biggest celebration of F1, I'm sure, in the world. Over 100 cars, 9 teams here, 8 world champions. It's the big one.
It's going to be huge, and lots of unveilings of some pretty spectacular road cars as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we got 10 launches or something, and Ferrari launching 2 new cars, and all sorts of excitement and stuff no one's ever seen before.
Yeah, you mentioned there, Your Grace, that we've got a huge celebration of Formula One, 75 years. Why was that important to you and the festival to celebrate that here at the Festival of Speed?
Well, this is the biggest car event in the world. We're probably going to celebrate Formula One, and obviously Formula One's played a big part at Goodwood since the 1950s. 75 years of the championship. Amazing, actually. We were reflecting yesterday to think it's the Festival of Speed has been actually running half the time the Formula One World Championship's been running. So that's also quite a weird thought. Yeah. But so obviously we celebrate these big anniversaries in F1. F1 is the big one, and it'll be, as I said, over 100 cars, F1 cars here from those 75 years all taking part.
Yeah, and like you say, so many anniversaries are happening this year. You mentioned 60 years of the Gordon Murray automotive car collection, and the central feature is looking incredible outside the Goodwood house. What does that mean to the festival as well?
Well, the central feature is always a very important part of the whole event. It's memorable. It's the thing people remember, they take away with them. We remember each year by what the central feature was, how painful it was to build it, and all those sorts of things. And it's wonderful to have Gordon, so well celebrated, and we all admire him enormously. So it's wonderful to see that there.
Yeah, it definitely is. And you will be the first to drive past it up the hill. So we best let you guys get ready, strapped in. Please take your seats into the car, and you'll be meeting our Ed Foster at the top of the hill. So we'll throw over to Ed now, who will be meeting these guys at the top of the hill. What does it look up like there, Ed?
Well, thank you so much, Grace. I'm back. I had a year off last year. My wife decided to give birth, but I'm so excited. We're in the top paddock. If you haven't been up here, you've got to get up here. Behind the camera, there's the Forest Rally stage. Behind me, this is where all the cars come up, all the Formula One cars for that 75th anniversary. And you do not want to miss the drift cars up here, because they obviously do everything on the hill, but they come up here, they're doing burnouts, they're doing donuts. It's one of the best places to be at the Festival of Speed. Just don't tell too many people, because I love it.
Yes, thanks, Ed. It's brilliant to see what it looks like up there, and you're about to be joined by the Duke of Richmond and Dario Franchitti. They both sounded incredibly excited there. I loved how Dario was trying to get a feel for how fast he could go there.
Absolutely. Well, I think everybody's excited this weekend. The weather, the noise, the sounds, the celebrations this week are going to be incredible. And what a way to start it off in this incredible car. The T50, the successor to the McLaren F1, revs to over 12,000 revs, the most power-dense V12 engine ever made. And Dario behind the wheel. I've seen him drive this car at members meeting at Revival, and when he gets out of the car, he says it's better than a shot of espresso, and you can definitely tell that. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, and we'll see some shots there. It's a really unique setup with that central driving seat, and the Duke is just getting strapped into one of those side seats there. We best move out the way because this is going to be loud. So for now, we'll get up to our commentary team.
Thank you. Well, it is wonderful to be seeing the first car heading up the hill at this Festival of Speed in 2025. Ben Edwards and Bruce Jones with you in the commentary box at the moment. We've got a big team all getting involved in our commentary as we go through the course of the weekend. But Bruce Jones alongside me. Bruce, you've been coming to the festival really almost since it very first started in the 1990s, and the Duke about to head up the hill to start yet another one with some remarkable displays going on all weekend.
Oh, entirely. And I think something that His Grace said about how the Festival of Speed has been going half the time of the World Championship, and I've been to all but about 2, so that actually that takes it back. But history's happening all the time, and I love this theme of Gordon Murray being celebrated because what he's achieved, and to look at his latest supercar. And for Gordon, he pares it down. It's a lot of the other supercars are all about adding more and more, but he's taking stuff away, and of course with that wonderful fan on the back that gives it downforce. But the sound, just listen to that sound.
Actually, I want to go quiet because the sound of this is absolutely glorious. And that is wonderful. And just going past the area where they've built that new structure outside Goodwood House as well, which celebrates Gordon Murray, as Dario Franchitti, who is very much been a part of Gordon Murray's road and race cars in more recent times since he gave up from actually racing regularly, but that just is wonderful to listen to.
Yeah, this is the Gordon Murray Automotive T50 PS4. It's the ultimate version, and I can't think of a better driver to be on board who's helped develop it, has such a long-standing family history in the sport, so much success, Indy 500 et al. But there we are. It's the ultimate course opening car. And if you're looking at Goodwood for the first time, that is the finish line on the hill climb course. And then the deceleration zone between those enormous straw bales on either side. Ben, when you're sitting in a car as low as that, you won't be able to see over them. You're in a tunnel, and then you burst up, and there to greet you will be Ed Foster at the top of the hill.
Yeah, absolutely. That's part of the fun of the game of this. And Dario did a lovely job there, taking it up the hill nice and rapidly, but not doing anything silly. And yeah, we could just see that car in fantastic form. And this will be just part of what's going to be a fantastic collection of cars to celebrate Gordon Murray. Of course, he was such a star of Formula One design as well. From the early 1970s, he was brought in by Bernie Eccleston for the Brabham team, and we will be seeing some of those early Brabhams, and of course they went on to take titles in the early 1980s with them, so a fantastic mix. But then he was also with McLaren. We'll be seeing some of the McLarens that were winning under his time as well, and then of course he started getting into creating the ultimate supercar, which went on to win Le Mans.
Yeah, literally, it was a road car, made as a road car, but some of the customers of the first McLaren F1 road car said, can't we take it racing? And it evolved and just rocked up at Le Mans, one of the wettest races in memory, and one of the stars of that show, no, in fact, the star of that show, JJ Leto, who at night was up to 12 seconds faster than anyone else, and didn't think it was a big deal in the driving rain, and that led to victory.
No, JJ Leto has always been one of my heroes. It didn't quite work out for him in Formula One, but watching him come up through the junior ranks and then seeing him take that victory at Le Mans was just wonderful to see.
You know what echoes to me? It was the fact that really sort of gilded a career that didn't get to where it should have done. But, likewise, Nico Hülkenberg taking that third place at Silverstone last weekend. Equal performance. So let's go up to the top and join Ed Foster with His Grace.
There are a few better cars, a few better drivers to open the Festival of Speed.
Yes, normally it's me driving up very slowly, actually, so that was a big change, and I had no responsibility except just to sort of not brake too hard on the left-hand side of the car. But no, it's obviously brilliant being driven by someone like Dario in a car that competent. It reminds you just how quick you can come up here. It's fantastic.
I mean, we all talk about the noise out of the car. I've never heard it from inside the car. Is it as good?
Yeah, no, it's screaming. Yeah, no, it's amazing. Of course, being a manual shift and everything too, we're hitting the rev limiter quite a lot. No, I'm super impressive, and I'm sure Darrow's only on about 8/10, or not even that, probably 50%.
Well, thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Sound is very much the essence, isn't it? But when you get the profile of that T50, it's also so svelte. It's not about the extra. It's with Gordon Murray, it's honed right down to the thing that makes a car dynamic, and I think that is why everything he builds, he's sold. Gordon Murray, I just think for a brain to be so fertile for so many decades, and we only just touched on his successes in motor racing.
Yeah, no, we'll be talking about it a lot more as we go through the course of the weekend. We were just looking at the back of the towering sculpture. You can just see that in the shot as well. And I think many of you who, there we are looking at it, many of you will get a chance to have a look at this. And that is the 2025 Central Feature, celebrating the 60 years of design by Professor Gordon Murray. And it's wonderful to see two of those epic vehicles, of course, actually up there.
Yes, and again, looking at the Brabham, the lower part of the shot, Nelson Piquet, so much success, world titles in 81 and 83 with Brabham, but just look how small and pencil sharp that design is, and always that dark blue and white Parmalat livery that Bernie Ecclestone masterminded is super, super crisp, isn't it? Stands the test of time, and above a T50, hardly any larger than the Formula One car. That's the remarkable thing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Part of the Gordon Murray design, of course, and there'll be plenty more to look at. But it's fantastic the way that they've put them up there, and it is one of the best displays we've seen. Always fantastic seeing the display here at Festival of Speed, and a lovely view.
And one thing that there's an area of tarmac surrounded by trees. That's the collection area, and each batch will assemble in that area by and large before they go down to the bottom of the hill, which is off the bottom left-hand side of your screen, and then one at a time they'll be sent back up the hill, which comes out to the bottom right-hand corner of the screen and then goes sharply upwards through the woods to the top of the hill. But the campus here is absolutely packed. The covered awnings under which great riches lie, the Formula One cars cheek by jowl, and the celebrations this weekend. 75 years of the Drivers' Championship for Formula One, and we have pretty much the great, the good, but also the others, and that's something I really enjoy. The cars that didn't win, but they took part.
Yeah, no, that's a good mix, as you say. Some of the champion-winning cars, but some of the ones a little underneath, but they were fascinating to look at. And as we know, in the earlier years, the cars could look quite different from each other. And of course, we've also got the introduction of various configurations like ground effect and other aspects that improved Formula One over the years. So there is plenty to look forward to over the next 4 days.
That was the most exceptional collection of proving automobiles I've ever seen.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
For 70 years, we've had a single philosophy. Lightness is a force.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
Renault 5 is back. Renault 5, 3 times Car of the Year.
So we are getting ready to see some of the cars heading up the hill, and this is part of the Thursday experiential system that we are enjoying today, and one of the first cars that's going to be heading up there is the Jaguar. So it's lovely to see, and we are seeing a real mixture of history. Jaguar XJS of course was a key part of Jaguar history in the 1970s. It was created in 1975 and went on till 1996. A favourite for many people.
It was, and one just sold a couple of weeks ago, almost a barn find for £71,000. So the very best keep their value. But this was a car that you could get in various specifications as always, but the V12 was a very, very popular one. You got to know the person at your local petrol station remarkably well, but what a lovely sound it made.
Absolutely, and we'll see some of the different versions of these as they head up the hill. They were made, over 115,000 were actually made over that period, and proved to be very, very popular, as you say, and that V12 was a key part of it all as well. That wasn't the whole time, that was between 75 and 81, I think, that they were making that, but yeah, wonderful noise.
And of course there was the convertible version as well. I must say this is a really good addition to the Festival of Speed, a chance to see cars from years gone by. Of course, we've got the global launches of a lot of the supercars coming up later today. We've got the supercar run, the manufacturer batches. This is something different. I really think it's a really good chance. And again, Ben, not just to see, to sniff, but to hear these cars when they get into motion. So we are down to have a trio of Jaguar XJSs. When I say a trio, I mean 4. Actually, I've just spotted there's a twin turbo version, the coupe we're looking at, the convertible, and just a standard XJS. So just waiting for the signal down on the start line to go over just in front of the car. You can see a line of bricks, and these are to commemorate the Indianapolis 500, the Brickyard, as it was known, because that famous bank circuit in the States still echoes. We've had many celebrations over the years, so just one of those tiny little Goodwood touches that just makes so much difference and really, really appreciated by all our international visitors.
Absolutely. And of course, Bruce, let's just explain that the hill climb today will have a slight difference. We've got an extra little chicane in there for this Thursday run for some of this. It won't be there all the time, but that just changes it a little bit to make sure everything's kept safe.
Well, indeed, because at certain points on the hill, great speeds can be achieved. And the trickiest corner is just around halfway up. It's the Molecombe corner. Our commentary box is positioned there. But to start, as the first car goes away from the line, it's 2 right-handers, very slight climb, and then eventually the drivers have Goodwood House on their left. They'll go under a bridge, then they'll meet the chicane. But right now, every car blasts out down to that first corner in that dappled light, the shade on this beautiful, beautiful July morning, and then wafting. That's what XJSs did. They waft. And that's precisely what's happening through the first few corners. Helmets to be worn, of course.
Absolutely. And heading up the hill, so it's gone down the pit straight, heads up the hill now, and it will be coming into this extra little chicane that is put in for this Thursday run of these cars. And you can just see that coming up now. And then it will be coming up to the left-hander, as you say, at Molecombe, which is coming past us. There we are, coming through that little chicane. But that's only for today, for some of this part of what we're doing at the Festival of Speed, but we will see that change after the Thursday experiential. And now coming up towards the famous Flint part of the Flint wall coming up. That's just coming up next, the little right-hander kink. There is the Flint wall. That's always been a famous part of the Festival of Speed. Thankfully, I haven't seen too many contacts against it in recent times.
No, thank goodness. But certainly when you have the timed shootout, the drivers, the very best drivers and riders, get so close to the flint wall. Now, I said you could get a convertible version, and here we have it. And the XJS was such a brilliant consumer of continence. It was a GT kart through the chicane. That's not the natural habitat of a lot of these cars, but then such amazing work on the suspension. The Jaguars always rose absolutely beautifully. And again, it's a 2+2 for short-legged children in the back, of course.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. And of course for Ferrari, a company that originally had its roots back in the 1920s, the strapline grace, space and pace from the 1950s, when it was creating more and more interesting machinery, then that became a fascinating part of the whole concept.
The last few years have been incredible for Ferrari, producing new models galore. We've got a global launch later today, but with the Ferrari Roma was a beautiful, beautiful newcomer. I honestly think that the cars of the 1970s have been brilliant. This is the 296, which is this is the GTS model. Of course, the GT3 model is the racing model, a huge success all around the world, immensely popular. But I really think Ferrari are hitting a rich patch in terms of the beauty of their cars, Ben, as well.
They are, absolutely, yes. And for Ferrari, there's a big collection of cars this weekend as well that we will be looking at. Some of the latest, some of the newest, and also some of the oldest, of course. So the history of Ferrari, always an absolutely crucial part of what's going on, and we shall enjoy that. Look forward to seeing it all coming up over the course of the weekend.
Again, high on the hill, the cars burst out past the flint wall, through a little bit of a meadow, then back into the trees. So all the drivers, particularly in this early morning, have to be accustomed, Ben, to the light coming from the side, then the dark areas of the shade. But again, this is a hill climb course. That's why you've got all the protection on the outside with the straw bales. Now, Alpine celebrating 70 years since the Redolé family created the amazing array of cars. A team in Formula One, of course, now for Alpine, but these continuations, if you will, of the A110 range from the 1960s, super popular, real drivers' cars, adding more and more power now, but really the essence of these cars is small and light. This one, of course, with the much lighter body panels, as well as the performance is being added, but the intrinsic nature of this car is small, light, drivable, which has always been the Alpine way.
Absolutely, and they've done an amazing job with some of these updated Alpine 110s, as you say, the A110, and it really has. We've seen some of the big displays here at Goodwood and at the members meeting in the past as well, and producing a lot of power there, getting up to around 350 horsepower with some of these modified versions, and we will see some of these heading up the hill as we go through the course of the weekend. Alpine very much backing Goodwood. They have been a part of Goodwood for quite a few years now, and I can totally understand that.
Yeah, and they're backing up almost all of their Alpine road cars with a racing series of their own as well, of which we thoroughly approve. We also approve of natty getaways, so I think the MG has certainly been applying that theory as it gets off the line over those the line of bricks at the start, then through the two right-handers, and this one's certainly getting plenty of oomph as it works its way up the hill. The Cyberster launched a couple of years ago, and really, actually, you look at what Alpine's trying to do, MG's doing the same as well, small and light and quick.
Yeah, the Cyberster GT, this is the first electric roadster, effectively inspired by MGB, and it is powerful. You can hear electric motor, so that slightly quieter noise. We'll get to hear that quite a few times going up the hill at the Festival of Speed, but it has some 500 horsepower, and it'll happily make 0 to 60 in around 3.2 seconds. So very, very rapid up the hill indeed. One of the Hyundais just about to head out onto the circuit as well. And we have quite a mixture of Hyundais actually being on show here this weekend. We have the Ioniq 9, which is the 2025 version that has been put together, another of the electric powered machines of the SUVs, and the Ioniq 9 with this 3 rows of seats. It is the biggest Hyundai that we will be seeing over the course of the weekend, but there are other Hyundais as well. Yeah, and there's the i30N just heading out onto the track now. This is the 3rd generation actually of the i30N, first created back in 2016, and this is another high performance hot hatch basically, It's got a 2-litre turbo, 6-speed box, and that is also a pretty rapid machine, only about 6 seconds, 0 to 60.
Yeah, and very much, I love the fact that Hyundai has embraced having its performance colour, which is this sort of pale powder blue, and knitting its way through the chicane, but really a really nimble car. Almost the perfect car for this hill, actually. So small and comfortable, light, but quick as well. And now you can see the power being applied. The lucky passenger on board recording every moment, but soon they'll find they're in a world of darkness. It's the shade as they reach the Flint Wall. In the sunshine, not in the sunshine.
There are lots of passengers, of course, who get a great nice opportunity to go up the hill. It's slightly different to going racing, of course. They do allow passengers to be given a ride, and some of the vehicles you'll be going out in, and particularly if you're with some of the star drivers, of course this is all well organised beforehand. I'm afraid if you haven't organised it, you won't get the chance. But for many people, they will have a wonderful chance to
It's called
enjoy.
holding the lucky ticket, isn't it? You come here knowing you're going to start your day with a shot of espresso, or even better, a double shot, which is going up the hill with a pro driver showing you how it can be done, how the car will never be driven as well in your own hands. But great to have this occasion, and also for everybody here to look at all the other cars that are going up in this Thursday experiential. So now we're back to the world of Jaguar XJSs. We kicked off with one of the coupes and another inline. Moving, as you said, the engine range changed on them, the V8 and then the V6s, the V12s as well. This is one of the early ones with the sort of the cowling over the headlights.
Ah, well spotted. Yes, absolutely. As we can see, that's from the mid-1970s, this XJS. And as we said, we've had a few different versions of these over the course of this weekend. We are likely to see the twin-turbo development one, but I think that's coming out maybe a little bit later. The Lotus Electra, that's about to head up the hill as well. And this is, I believe, the Galloway Green one. That they've got a few different ones here this weekend. This is another electric SUV, luxury vehicle, produced in China. And of course, Lotus now under China ownership. And this is another one with a big dual motor powertrain, effectively some 600 horsepower. So again, with that quiet electric sound, but plenty of straight line speed.
It's just looking at the sheer acceleration. Still, my brain hasn't quite calibrated to near silence, a bit of tyre noise, and then the sheer whoosh. You can almost feel the oxygen being sucked away from you when these cars come past. But obviously, they're not doing that because they've got electric motors, but I think you can understand the sentiment. Nice to see a sort of Lotus Green in so many ways. Of course, in the 1960s, they weren't metallic like that, but all the cars from Hethel up in Norfolk, green with... They allowed themselves the flamboyance of the yellow stripe as well.
Absolutely, it was wonderful. I'm sure we'll see a few versions of that, won't we, with some of the race kit that's coming up over the course of the weekend. As you say, the green with the yellow, lovely view. They've got a little bit of that yellow on the Lotus sign on the front there. But yes, there you go. So the green and the yellow together, but in a slightly smaller way.
Yes, I don't know what Jim Clark would have made of where it went after his couple of world championships when he was the go-to guy in Formula One. Beautiful, beautiful morning here at Goodwood. The festival's been day one of 4 and a huge celebration. 75 years of the Formula One World Drivers' Championship. About 124 Formula One cars here to enjoy, but it's the road cars too. And when they launched the Emira here a handful of years ago, it drew a lot of very, very excited looks, and particularly when you see former world champions, other top racing drivers just standing and walking around a car going, yep, it's gone back to the essence of Lotus. Small, light, no extra weight, and this one has got loads of oomph, the Emira.
Absolutely, this has a 2-litre turbo. It's the last with the combustion engine, in fact, the Lotus sports car. So it's been created from 2022 to present. And they've also been race versions, of course, GT4 race versions, haven't there, Bruce?
Going very well indeed.
Yeah.
Normally at the front end of the championship. Saw one a couple of weekends ago at Spa-Francorchamps supporting the 24-hour race. Very popular.
So Mini coming out next, Mini Countryman, and this is a very current machine as well, created in 2024, and the version 1 was, of course, created back in the 2010 to 2016 period, but this version is now created, the third version of the Mini Countryman, and there are a mixture of choices actually, whether you go for petrol, diesel or all electric, and I think we've got the all electric one out there probably at the moment.
Well, may do. Everyone has their favourite way of doing things. Certainly hybrid is getting more and more intelligent as well, as those of you who drive them or have tested them will attest. I particularly like, if you're driving a hybrid that regenerates, is seeing the little meter, how many miles you've created by your audacious driving.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course the Mini part of the world, ever since it was taken over by BMW, has created some remarkably useful machinery for many, many people, and they are definitely progressing very much into the modern world of not Formula One, but of the electric world, particularly of it, as we're just seeing some of the Porsches coming out now. The Macan just about to head out onto the circuit, onto the hill, and the Porsche Macan, which was created originally in 2014, but of course new versions coming through, and this is what we're seeing right now, second generation in 2024, and actually I think it's been the best-selling Porsche since the mid-2015 period.
Well, I think back to when the Cayenne, the first of their SUVs, was launched. People going, that's not Porsche, and suddenly it outsold everything they'd had for years. And of course, going to the Macan and the Macan and the Taycan, they keep stretching their range, but again, you just become accustomed to the sheer degree of acceleration. All Porsches have always had great get up and go, but certainly the Macan very, very popular indeed.
Other versions of the Porsches as well, and we're seeing the Taycan out there, I believe, at the moment. And yeah, that is another one that of course is very, very rapid, and you can sort of see the response as it's heading up the hill. Not sure who's driving most of these cars this morning. We will have a list of drivers, of course, for some of our famous drivers coming out later. A lot of the drivers that will be heading out there now, but this one is certainly enjoying it.
Certainly is, and pretty much all the drivers will be pro racing drivers, so they're very safe pairs of hands. Another Macan, this fun. This, I presume, is the turbo version. It certainly seems to have plenty of get up and go, and being driven right on its nose there, screeching out to the edge. Plenty of tyre contact there to help it round the corners, but the sheer whoosh as it goes past Goodwood House, under the bridge, and then who told? Let's hope they know there's a chicane there, slowing right down. Okay, to the right, to the left, a quick flick through there. Then this is the point where the drivers ordinarily would be just settling their cars before they turn into the left-hander at Moulcombe, nicely negotiated, and then up to what I think of as more the hill climb part of the hill climb.
Absolutely, yeah, no, that's beautifully done, and very effective as well. As the Porsche heads up the hill, we've got this wonderful selection of Porsche cars here this weekend, and we will no doubt enjoy seeing them. We've got some of the GT3 cars, of course, a lot of racing machinery as well, and they will be in the shootout. Some of the vehicles from Porsche will definitely be in the shootout, part and parcel of this Festival of Speed on Sunday, when we get to the fastest possible that can be done up the hill, and we've seen some very rapid times up here with the various Porsches over the years as well. Now, the Renault 5, the new latest version of, or one of the latest versions of the Renault 5, that's lovely to see as well. Of course, the original Renault 5s were in the 1970s, but we're now going into an electric version, the Renault 5 E-Tech from 2024. And, of course, Alpine have built a version as well themselves, the A290. But it is lovely to see, and we've got some other versions of it coming up as we go through. The original Renault 5s, as I mentioned, the Super Mini hatchback, and, of course, they went into competition as well, both in rallying and touring car racing. And I think many people are happy to see the look of the Renault 5 once again.
Puts a smile on my face. I think of all the fun that I used to have with Renault 5s with friends. Never had a maxi turbo. Look out for some of those. And Jean Ragnotti's old rally Renault 5 is in the paddock. Will be out the hill, so look to that too. Right, McLaren, the Artura has been an enormously successful model for them. Again, on the road, on the track, very, very good in GT4 competition at the moment. But again, driven with high dudgeon, I'd suggest, under the bridge, past the house, going up the hill. The chicane awaits them, the Artura coming into view. There we are, beautiful slow motion in, out of the chicane, and accelerating hard towards Moulcombe.
Absolutely right, yeah. The third version of McLaren hybrid development over the years, because they started with the McLaren P1 and the Speedtail, and then going on to the Artura, as you say, and this has plenty of horsepower as well.
working through the McLaren range. A 750 as well on the start line. And again, just the sheer rate at which new models have been issued by McLaren over the years. It's you know, the way cars are designed now, the way the tooling is created for them. It is easier to keep producing new models, but they listen to what their clients want. So many of them are repeat customers, and they go, okay, well, we can work towards that, and they acknowledge it, and every latest model is suitable for someone. And look at that large rear wing, lowering for the low speed chicane, but it'll pop up again once they start getting up to high speed. Huge amount of downforce. It's been a very nature of McLaren's road cars ever since Gordon, well, we go back to Gordon Murray with the McLaren F1. It's been about the driving experience first and foremost. That is why people go to McLaren. Oh, and that racing heritage, of course, that doesn't hurt.
No, absolutely. And it is fascinating as you see how, as you say, how both McLaren and Gordon Murray have gone into this route of producing these remarkable road cars, supercars, some of the most entertaining machines, and powerful, rapid and impressive, and it has become an extremely successful part of the world for the McLarens. And of course it's a good year for McLaren in Formula One as well, so it is one of those major years, and we've got celebrations of all sorts this weekend from both the road car side and from the racing side.
Yeah, the very beauty of the fact is that cars that at the first Festival of Speed were only out on track are now very much in the historic category. That just shows the success of this event and the eternal revolution of motor racing, which is one of the elements we're celebrating here this weekend.
Another of the Porsche Macans heading up the hill as well. We've got this nice little collection. In fact, that's one of the course cars, so that's fine. So we've come to the end of this particular batch of Thursday Experiential, and we will see quite a lot more as we go through the course of the day with machinery from BMW, some of the history of the 3 Series, for example, from Honda as well. And there you are. So actually, one of the Honda Civic Type R's just heading up the hill. We've got a mixture because Honda have decided not to continue with the Civic Type R into the future, and what they are doing, celebrating the various different models that have been a part of it, which is going to be fun to see as we go through the weekend.
I think so. It was a range that gave an awful lot of people a lot of fun. A brilliant, brilliant road car. Now, great to see the marshals, of course. Nothing happens in motorsport without the marshals here, marshalling all of the hill. There are the straw bales on the outside of Molecombe Corner. That's the left-hander, where after which the hill goes up steeply. The last few cars in the Thursday Experiential just working their way through. If you fancy Rolls Royces, well, we can give you several as they come up, and they'll be up and down the hill through the course today. Good to see people already. It's a beautiful day, stunning sunshine, but filling the grandstands. But they'll all be moving around the site here at Goodwood at the Festival of Speed. So much to see and do, and a little bit of planning really does help the way through the day. But a blast of the Gordon Murray T50 at the start was a very good way to clear those ears and set the stage.
So let's take a look back at some of those wonderful machines, and of course celebrating initially the Gordon Murray machine heading up the hill, being driven by Dario Franchitti, sorry, and with the Duke of Richmond alongside, getting a bit of an opportunity to see. You could see the smile on Dario's face. That was a lovely view.
Anyone else would be nervous. He's just completely relaxed in the zone in the moment. But what a fabulous way to get going. The Jaguar XJS, celebrating 4 of those going up from that illustrious history for them. Ferrari out with the 296 GTS and waving to the fans as well. And the cars from all manufacturers, just eternal revolution and evolution.
Definitely, and we will see many, many more as we go through the course of the day as well. For Lotus as well, with a mixture of machinery from Lotus over the course of their history to the very latest that we're seeing from Porsche. It's the same story, and of course we will be seeing plenty of racing Porsches coming up a little bit later on as we go through the course of the day. So it's our first little run up the hill. Renault involved, and we'll be seeing more from them. Plenty from McLaren, of course, with some of their gorgeous supercars, and we'll be seeing plenty of McLaren F1 cars going up this hill as we go through the course of this weekend. So great fun, and just the first part of a long period of Festival of Speed action here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it. Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Or he could have lost it all. Morris is right up into the lead again. Can he find a way through? It's going to be over the line, side by side.
For a small donation, you too can help young people like Amaka.
I don't need donations. I need your investment. I am part of Generation Potential, not Gen Z, Gen Alpha, whatever random name they decide. I have so much to offer the world. I could solve the climate crisis. I could cure disease. I could write a blockbuster movie. Because I'm going places. I want to make it so big. Ooh, okay. I'll be at some fancy fundraising events, deciding on who gets my investment. Today, I am here looking for your investment into our future. We want to learn skills, to gain confidence, to find opportunities, to change the world for the better.
Invest in us. Invest in Generation Potential.
It shouldn't matter how we start, it's what we do next that counts. Hey! Guys!
This year, the Festival of Speed are working with Formula One to host its biggest ever celebration to honour the 75th anniversary of the Formula One World Championship. And I'm joined by one of our fantastic commentary team, Harry Benjamin. It's great to see you down here in the F1 paddock. As we mentioned, it's going to be a huge celebration this weekend. What can we expect to see?
Well, we're going to see over 100 cars spanning, well, more than 75 years, actually. Of course, it all began officially in 1950 at Silverstone for the official Formula One first ever race. But we've got pre-war cars as well from the 1920s all the way up to modern day era, and the current champions as well. McLaren are out in force where we find ourselves. 8 out of the 10 current Formula One teams are here, but we've got everything. We've got plucky underdogs, the Brawn GP car, the car that won in its only year in 2009 with Jenson Button. So there's so much to look for.
Yeah, there is so much to see, and it all seems quite fitting, like the stars have aligned. Last weekend it was the British Grand Prix at Silverstone, and the hype is carrying forward into the Festival of Speed this weekend.
Yeah, really fitting, because as I said, it began in 1950. It was a 1-2-3 for Alfa Romeo at Silverstone. Giuseppe Farina won it. That car is actually here. We're stood in front of Lewis Hamilton's 2008 World Championship winning McLaren. It wasn't quite the 10th win for him last time out, but he nearly got on the podium, nearly had his first Ferrari podium. We'll say it quietly because we're at the McLaren garage, but it was a good day for McLaren. Lando Norris off the back of the win in Austria, then followed that up at the British Grand Prix. Oscar Piastri, well, the win did slip away from him really, but what we're seeing now in Formula One is we're just enjoying really close-knit fighting. I think it's going to go all the way to Abu Dhabi in December.
Yeah, it's certainly an exciting championship, and it's brilliant to see the collection here. So many cars, and we're quite lucky that we're stood right next to them, but there's people just a few feet away from us taking photographs, getting to see all the cars up close. And I guess that's the beauty of the Festival of Speed, that people can walk amongst it and really feel the history for themselves.
I mean, no one does it quite like Goodwood, do they? And how we're so lucky to even go to Formula One races sometimes. You know, so many fans don't ever get to go to an F1 race. So to get up close and personal with modern day cars, noughties cars, 90s, 80s, 70s Formula One cars, where you're literally just an arm length away. Over 80 Formula One cars here this weekend, over 100 if you go back to the pre-war period. You've got a global audience watching as well and celebrating such a monumental achievement for Formula One. It really is the perfect place, and the sun's out as well, so it makes it even better.
You can literally walk and weave amongst it for yourself. But to top it all off, we have got a huge balcony celebration that's going to be held on Saturday, and like you say, that's going to be monumental and just the icing on the cake of this celebration.
We've got at least 8 world champions coming here, which I think is the most Goodwood has ever had, all the way from Mika Hakkinen, you've got Alain Prost here, you've got Nigel Mansell, Damon Hill, the list goes on. So certainly going to be one to look out for on the balcony.
Yeah, we look forward to that on Saturday, but for now there's plenty of cars going up the hill. Harry will get back to the commentary box to talk us through that one. Thank you very much.
So we're getting ready for the next batch of cars heading up the hill in just a few moments' time, and I can see that the numbers of people now gathering around and starting to look through the paddock areas is already increasing. This is the F1 paddock that we are looking at on screen right now, and it's going to get busier and busier as we go through this weekend, but there are people getting an opportunity to have a look at cars that have probably been dream cars for many, many years.
Oh gosh, and it's also just the proximity. You just bounce around down there going from one car to another to another. The early bird very much gets the worm this morning because the light is fantastic, shining under those awnings, and so good to see so many people here so early. But the chance to see that incredible array celebrating 75 years of the Formula One World Drivers' Championship is something super, super special. It's only when you stand back and hear there are 124 Formula One cars. Can I say that again? 124. But they're the sideshow until they go up the hill. Some will be static displays, but looks like a big Porsche moment is about to happen down on the start line. One of the things we're celebrating here is the winning formula. We'll come to that, but that is from cars as early as 1907 coming through. And motorsport, Ben, is all about evolution. And even if you look at the Porsche 911 from when it started competing in the mid-1960s, they got bigger, wider, more powerful, and we can see their bloodline absolutely clearly. Looking down, this is at the start straight, and there's the Iron Dames, a really, really popular entry. Been going for a good half dozen years now, competing and winning its class in the World Endurance Championship at one of the rounds at the end of 2023. Still such a brilliant, brilliant initiative. Women driven by dreams, and successful too. Now, something very different. Nobody would have seen any one of these before. It's a Toyota GT. We don't know too much about it. We don't even know what specification of engine it has under the hood. Maybe listen for a bit. Sounds quite raughty to me, Ben.
Absolutely, this is fascinating to see it coming out onto the hill climb. Do keep an eye on the Toyota GT concept, developed on some of the toughest race circuits in the world, apparently, including the Nürburgring, Spa, Francorchamps, Fuji, and it is destined to become the new flagship sports road car from the Toyota Motor Corporation. But as you can see, it's under a livery as well, where we're not going to fully see it. And it's being followed by the GT racing concept. Behind that, you see the version that will become the racing machine in GT concept. How this is all actually going to come out, have a listen, as you said, Bruce. Have a listen, because we don't know what the engines in these are yet. What do you reckon?
Well, I think it's probably got 8 cylinders going in a V, which I very much approve of. But yeah, which is the race version? I'll let you guess. It's the one on the right. But the world of GT3, which is the secondary class in the World Endurance Championship, as well as having its own races all around the world in various championships, is absolutely exploding in terms of numbers all around the planet, and very much a Toyota would be welcome at this level, whether it's a Toyota, Gazoo Racing, or even a Lexus, of course, the luxury arm as well. We don't know how it's going to be badged, what the engine is, so you're enjoying the same as we are, our first ever sighting of this car. It's done loads of testing, and Ben was talking about it being on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, 25 kilometres of magical up and down, 170 plus corners in the Eiffel Forest of Germany. A lot of testing goes on over there, and from what we're hearing, it's not been a slouch.
Kazuki Nakajima's in one of these, man who raced for Williams from 2007 to 2009, a winner of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So Kazuki's in the GT Road version, there you are, in that one. And the race version, that is being driven by Daisuke Toyoda, who's a gentleman driver, has been competing in the Super Taikyu Series since 2018. And he competes for he drives a GR86 now. So you've got a mixture of drivers, and I was down in the paddock earlier, they were all taking lovely pictures. Now, Toyota, of course, in terms of competition, very much is about rallying, and incredible success in rallying. In the World Rally Championship, they have been very dominant in recent years, no doubt about it. They've done a fantastic job with their rallying, and this is what you're about to see and hear heading up the hill.
This is the Rally 1 model, of course, in World Championship Rally. We've got Rally 1 and Rally 2, with the Rally 1 being the more dynamic, the more intense. And these are cars that would turn on the sixpence, as we used to say, on a small coin. And look how dynamic. The tail is not wagging the dog, it's being wagged by the driver. And in there somewhere, so the first donut at the Festival of Speed for 2025 being completed, followed by the second and the third, and then through the haze of smoke, pointing in the right direction towards Moulcom, hopefully remembering where the course is going. So just another oral treat, and the sheer level with which that car, Ben, can change direction is phenomenal.
It is remarkable, and it is having so much. 6 of the 7 of the first part of this 2025 season. Elfyn Evans, the Welshman, leading the championship by driving one of these at the moment, and it's an incredibly successful rally machine Will it go on to win the championship? Well, we shall see, but of course it is wonderful to see it. Just the way it is driven, the way it is balanced is incredible.
When you think of the cars that Elvin's father, Gwyndaf, rallied for so many years, he would love to get in one of these. Totally different type of sport rallying now. And again, of course, in rallying, you've got to be good on all road surfaces, from tarmac, like we're seeing now, to gravel, to snow, to ice, to dust, to dirt, the lot. Of course, with this much ground clearance, they've also got that dynamic element. Cars look small, but they're far, far from simple.
And this is the WRC2, I think, which is the version for Rally 2 in the current 2025 season. They've already had 3 wins with it, with Oliver Solberg, who's the son of Petter Solberg, who won the World Rally Championship title back in 2003 with a different manufacturer, a different Japanese manufacturer at the time. But the Toyota WRC2, the GR Yaris, heading up the hill, and as I say, in that Rally 2 series, it's doing very well.
Yeah, 2 wheels on the grass. The Duke will send a bill their way for scuffing up the grass in front of the house. But for the fans, the people lining the hill, the people watching globally, the Festival of Speed is such an incredible event. A chance to see, to hear and observe these amazing vehicles. We have one of pretty much everything that's interesting in the world in terms of competition. And right now, it's rally time on the hill. Others will follow.
Of course, there's lots of rallying to enjoy here at the Festival of Speed weekend, and not just up this part.
No, indeed. Up at the top of the hill climb course, where the Rally 2 WRC Yaris is going right now, is a tailor-made rally stage in the woods on the right-hand side as they get to the finish line, and it's on a chalk course. And should it rain, no rain is forecast for this year's edition. It is unbelievably slippery up there. It's very tight, it's very twisty, and it goes on for all 4 days. So we always encourage people to go to the top of the hill and take it all in, and then work their way back down, looking at the hill climb course all the time.
So the I think is this the Spiker that's heading up the hill now? This is an all hydrogen electric vehicle that's heading up, a remarkable machine. The Spark Pioneer it is, yes, the Spark Pioneer that is going up, and the sound of it is very unusual.
Well, this is the one for Extreme H. It was the Extreme E series with electric vehicles, but this is for the hydrogen series that's about to replace it. And I'm a big fan of hydrogen. I've been looking at it for years as a way to go forward in all sorts of vehicles, but obviously at Le Mans 24 Hours they'll be pushing very hard to have an all-hydrogen class in years to come. So technology and motorsport continues to go hand in hand. Which is the right route? Well, it depends as the technology comes on solid. Katie Munnings, who's done great things over the years in Extreme E, is in the green mean sheet, but an old friend of ours, Johnny Herbert, has got a vehicle he's not driven before. Ben.
So we're in a Formula E car here, of course, and it's lovely to see the Lola name back in racing. That has been reintroduced, and they decided to go to Formula E as the first thing. They're also going to be going to GT racing, aren't they, with the Lola name? And I'm very happy to see it back under a new ownership. Yeah,
Till Bechtelsheimer, racer, took on the company, and this at one time was the world's most successful producer of competition machinery. Again, a lot of technology based in Britain, a lot of brain power based here in our motorsport industry, and it's great to have it. And again, a lot of Lolas used to race in yellow and blue back when they were turning out T70 sports cars in the 60s. Johnny Herbert, something different, something new, and you know he'll get out of the car popping and banging with enthusiasm.
Always does, yeah. Whatever he's out in, it's always fantastic to see him in anything to drive. And the Formula E machines, of course, doing well, and they've had a bit of success. They're not top level in Formula E this year.
No, it's a toe in the pond for them, isn't it? I think the 5th place was the best result so far for Lucas Di Grassi, the veteran of Formula E, along with Sebastian Buemi. Now we're celebrating, of course, Gordon Murray Automotive this weekend. Gordon Murray's enormous career, but he was the brain behind the McLaren F1. It was made as a road car, central seat, a bit like the T50 Gordon Murray car we saw go up the hill with His Grace this morning. But soon, inevitably, it was coaxed to go racing, and what success it had. Joe Macari, his car going up the hill at the moment, and this is the GTR, and it was a car that was so super dynamic, hit the ground running, I think you could say.
Yeah, absolutely. This, as you say, this was the 1996 version, so they didn't manage to win Le Mans that year, but they were still very competitive. It was the Porsche TWR that won that year, but they actually had they were 4th, 5th and 6th, I think, that year, so they were still very competitive.
So, well, it was a successful model because people saw that initial victory in 1995 and they were queuing up to run them in GT racing. And of course, it did evolve. We have the long tail version probably coming up the hill just behind this one. But this is a car that went to Le Mans, didn't hit the highest of spots, but was super competitive with the likes of mainly touring car expert Steve Soper on board. Now, one of the most extraordinary stories in the history of the Indianapolis 500 came in 1985 when this man, Danny Sullivan, in this car took victory, but it did involve him having a massively high-speed rotation, which he managed to not do 270 or 180 degrees, did 360, carried on, got back into the lead and won the race. So fantastic to have the Kentucky kid here this weekend.
We've got a rather lovely mix of Ford Supervans here this weekend as well. I was looking down in the paddock actually, and you can have a look at them all. Right from the first ever Supervan, we've got the Mark II here that we're looking at here as well, and then we've got these incredible Supervans. We will be seeing one of them coming up the hill on the shootout as well this weekend, and it could well, we had one win last year, it could well win again.
Yeah, to say it's evolved. I mean, the initial one was a Ford Transit van put on with a Ford GT40 sports car engine, slightly wider wheel arches, mounted a little higher, but the noise it made, I remember seeing that being taken around Brands Hatch. It was always a treat in a lunch break, and about every decade Ford would upgrade it, build another concept, and it is the fastest vehicle up the hill with a copy of the sun displayed on the dashboard every single time, but puts a smile on faces. Racing technology, and the Ford Transit, I think, celebrating 60 years as the mover of goods all around the UK and all around Europe.
Yeah, a very effective machine, but also these ones that we're seeing this weekend, rapid as well. And there you are, looking at one of the latest versions heading up the hill. This is, I think, the one that's going to be the one to really watch out for and keep an eye on, because it's going to be massively quick, and we will be seeing it in the shootout as well.
Safe to say the load area on this one's a little smaller than the initial Supervan. As you can see, the tail half of this amazing vehicle pared down to a dorsal fin, and then the large rear wing. And the whistle, there's a bit of a giveaway of its motive power.
Absolutely, yeah. So the Ford Supervan 4.2, and in fact, that was what Romain Dumas took the time with last year, 43.98. He set the Festival of Speed shootout last year to take the victory. The overall victory with that Supervan 4.2. But we are seeing this Ford Super Truck this year being driven by Romain Dumas. So that was last year's winner, but we've got a slightly different version going up the hill this time as well.
Very much evocative and indicative, I should say, of the man at the helm of Ford at the moment, a man with motor racing running through his vein, Jim Farley. Ford back in all forms of motorsport, as it was back in the 1970s when Jim would have been growing up all around the world. So great to see, and lovely to have those Supervans back for the public to enjoy. Good to see so many people here so bright and early, just taking in the first action as the cars of all sorts, all stripes, going up the hill here at Goodwood at the Festival of Speed. Beautiful, beautiful morning, and so much more with the incredible Formula One celebrations all weekend. 4 days, the largest assembly ever of Formula One cars. More than 120 cars here to educate you and entertain you.
Yeah, taking us right back from that 1950 era with the likes of the Alfa Romeo 158, when Giuseppe Farina became the first, Nino Farina as he was often known, became the first ever champion back in 1950. We'll be celebrating from that very start of the F1 World Championship and moving all the way up to the modern world and the battles that are going on this year in 2025, and particularly with that McLaren individual battle that seems to be the way that the title is going to be going between Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri. So there will be so much talk about the history, but also about the modern world of Formula One.
I mean, it's always been the wonderful thing about the Festival of Speed. You can just come along with people of all ages, and each age group can put forward their favourite era of the sport and educate and learn as they go, and go home with new favourites. A lot of fans here showing which Formula One team they're supporting, but they may well have a slightly different view when they've viewed the history of other cars. Now, Jota from nearby Tunbridge Wells, so just south of there in France, they had huge success across the years in all sorts of motorsport, but when they stepped up last year to run a privateer Porsche team, that was quite something. They now run this car. This is the Works Cadillac in the World Endurance Championship. Early this year at the members meeting, we had being driven very, very hard around the Goodwood Motor Circuit and really finding new crowds. Here we go. This is the V-Series R, Hertz sponsored, and the Cadillac finding a lot of friends in the sport. Alex Lynn put this car on pole for the Le Mans 24 Hours just a few weeks ago, and Jenson Button was driving the sister car. Has Jenson Button broke down? No, not at all. He's playing to the crowd there. A little bit of full bore acceleration.
Yeah. It was actually a little shame to see them. Oh, there we go. The qualifying was so impressive at Le Mans. It just, the race didn't quite work out so effectively for them.
Well, it's a hard nut to crack. But again, you had the show and go there. The silence of the electric motor that gets the car underway. Then the motor kicks in itself, and you get the lovely engine notes. And Jenson playing to the crowd out of Moulcom in front of the largest grandstand. Gets himself going, accelerate. Remember, there's a flint wall up ahead. Safe to say, for the vast majority of the machines going up, the hill climb course is not their natural habitat. The more horsepower, the more caution is required. Past the flint wall, but Cadillac and Jota, job really, really well done. Massive accolade to David Clark and the team.
Absolutely, as you say, the Jota team are remarkable. They were founded in 2000. They've basically become one of the most successful British teams in sports car racing over the years, haven't they? And to create this and to deliver so well, I'm so impressed with what they've done. Yeah,
and it was a huge publicity coup to land the Hertz sponsorship. A lot of people have been looking at for years, but the excellence of the team that Sam Hignett and the gang have, secured it. So full marks to them.
Absolutely. So still a few more vehicles. The Hyundai heading up the hill now as well, as we go through just the last few more. These are from batch 1, the winning Formula champions and challengers, which is fun to see. And the Hyundais, of course, have had a lot of success in rallying and in the Pikes Peak too. That's been a key one for them. And we will see a bit more action from the Hyundai Ioniq.
Yeah, worth explaining if you don't know what the Pikes Peak is all about. It's a mountain in the Rockies in Colorado, and you drive from not the bottom but a long way down, and according to the weather is high. They've got different finishing lines, but huge amount of downforce is needed. That's why we saw that massive rear wing. It's such an event, and only recently here's the whole course being tarmacked. It used to be gravel up the top with massive 1,000 feet drops off the sides. Just focus the mind.
Absolutely. So yeah, all looking good at the moment, and we've got just the last few vehicles. I think we may have a few more, I think, heading up the hill for this one. We've got one of the Defenders just heading up right now.
Obviously, driving one of these up the hill, you're sitting far higher than the vast majority, certainly, and you can look at if they've got fairly compliant suspension, you'll be moving around a little bit. Duck as you go under the bridge, of course, you're sitting that high, but chance to show the Defender could be very dynamic as well. Braking late for the chicane here. This is just something introduced.
Absolutely.
And removed. That was for the Thursday experiential. In fact, I hadn't noticed until now that it's been reduced. Of course, we didn't see the Cadillac knit its way through, so the course more as it's intended. Up the hill climb goes the Defender.
Indeed. Plenty more to come, of course. We're still in the early days of this first day at the Festival of Speed, and one of the many Porsches heading up the hill now as well. So much success from the 911, created in the 1960s, but the most modern versions are often the most rapid.
Yeah, the GT3 Cup class, what a success. I mean, it's sort of kicked off a long while ago with the Porsche Super Cup, but has gone, that was back in late 1980s, 1986, and since, almost anywhere you look on the planet, there is a Carrera Cup series, all around Europe, Southeast Asia, Brazil, Australia. Now, the Iron Dames car, saw it at the start of the batch, running in pink and white, and doing a fantastic job for encouraging more and more female racers, and I think it's a brilliant project, and it's successful too. Won its class in the final round of the World Endurance Championship. You can go no higher than the World Endurance Championship. Sarah Bovey, Michel Gatting and Rahel Frey, accolades for them, and it continues. Celia Martin is now in the World Championship car this year, also competing in the European Le Mans Series, has fans wherever it goes, but the GT3 Porsche just sounds brilliant with that flat six motor. It's sort of staying true to Porsche form.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's lovely to see the Iron Dames machinery back here at Goodwood. They've had a good presence at Goodwood over recent years as well. As you say, Sarah Bovey, Karen Gaillard as well is another one a part of that Iron Dames, historic winner of the Porsche Carrera Cup France Junior program, and making her mark in both the Porsche Carrera Cup France and Porsche Sprint Challenge in Switzerland. So the Iron Dames have been delivering superbly well, and they are both, so Sarah and Karen Gaillard are the drivers for this car as we see it heading up the hill. So they'll be sharing it over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, have to understand what a busy weekend it is. The cars go to the top of the hill, they have to make their way back down, and if you're driving in several classes, you've got to be very nimble to get into the collection area for another. Now a car that was a massive favourite in period, the Lister GT1, the Lister Storm. The Storm was very accurate in terms of the name. It made an enormous amount of sound, very, very successful as well. And it was effectively a privateer taking on the Giant. So for Lawrence Pierce and the gang, they were pugnacious, and they certainly punched above their weight.
Absolutely. So Subaru heading out up the track now, and it is one of the vehicles that we will be seeing in the test coming up as we go through. I think it's one of the shootout vehicles that we're going to be seeing.
It will be. It's the Project Midnight. Well, I guess it would be. Yeah. It's in all black. And Scott Speed, who fleetingly dipped his toe in the Formula One pond with Red Bull, has been doing great things stateside, and this is definitely one of the contenders for the shootout. I mean, it doesn't just look mean because of its all black, sort of unpainted carbon bodywork. It's that huge rear wing, the great big front splitter, and brilliant low camera angle, getting us a chance to see just how smooth the hill climb course is.
So Scott Speed was second last year, so we'll see how he gets on for this year as well. And then we've got some more rally machinery as well. This is the Hyundai, the Thierry Neuville version of the Hyundai 2024 i20 Rally 1. And Neuville, of course, was the champion last year, at last, to take his first title. I'm so happy to see that Thierry Neuville won the championship because he's been such a star in rallying for so long.
No, it's really lovely when the stars align and finally talent is rewarded, but it's all about precision and just not making mistakes, of course, in rallying. And I reckon Thierry Neuville was the fastest thus far through the trickiest corner through Moulcom, certainly taking it right out with millimetre perfection before putting a wheel on the grass.
Romain Dumas is out. Now this is the Ford Super Truck that will be doing the shootout. This is the F-150 Lightning Super Truck, which did win the Pikes Peak. You were talking about that Pikes Peak hill climb in America. Romain Dumas did take the victory, even though they had actually a slight issue on that run, which cost him some 30 seconds, but he still managed to set the outright pace. Huge amounts of downforce, as well as that massive electric power. It's apparently around 1,600 horsepower in terms of electric power. And this, again, Bruce, is going to be one to set the pace, probably, or certainly one of them.
Oh, absolutely so. You can see how close he was getting to the straw bales there, all the loose shards being kicked off by the sheer amount of aerodynamic turbulence he makes when he goes past it. But years ago, when all Romain was doing was winning the Le Mans 24 Hours, life seemed simple, certainly much more on a knife edge now. Now, one of the most extraordinary and loudest cars on the hill is the Shadow. It's all engine with a little bit of bodywork, and for the drivers who went out in it in 1970, this is in Can-Am, trying to take on the might of McLaren. They had to do extraordinary things because to have the front end as low as it can, the driver's feet had to be splayed at about 45 degrees. Yeah. Size 7 and under, if you had big feet, you weren't driving it. But everything, that almost totally flat front end of the car, it is one of the most extraordinary machines.
I know, because it was at Goodwood track, and we saw it earlier this year, and I was just baffled by how your feet have to sit in there sideways virtually. It's just incredible. But yeah, of course, the Shadow team, that was originally done by Trevor Harris, that first version, and it was a remarkable piece of kit. Later on, they would go on to win Can-Am, and we will see the other version of the Shadow a little bit later on. But
meanwhile,
earlier now.
From 63 years earlier, 1907, the Mercedes 120 horsepower. This is a car we've seen a lot at Goodwood with Ben Collins and son Archie. It was running the second ever French Grand Prix. The first one in 1906 was the first Grand Prix ever. That was on a road circuit near Le Mans, but they moved to Dieppe on the Normandy coast in 1907. This came 10th there, but this car went on to do very well indeed at circuits like Brooklands. Bear in mind, back in those days, there almost were no circuits. In fact, Brooklands right at the apogee.
Absolutely right. And there is the Fiat S76 that is so popular, one of the most popular vehicles here. The Beast of Turin, built to land speed record specification back in the 1911 period. It just missed out. It did get a record. It didn't quite get the full record they had been hoping with it, because the second run didn't quite work out as perfectly as they had hoped, but it still was incredibly rapid. And that hugely tall bonnet with a 4-cylinder 28-litre engine. Yes, 28 litres.
Yes, not 2.8, 28.6, I think, to give its full capacity. Stand alongside and only tall people be able to see over the top of that huge hood. And when it fires up, I mean, it does suck the air out from the surrounding area, because it's, think of the size of those pistons going up and down. Each of those cylinders a mere 7 litres.
It's just remarkable, but lovely to see it. It always competes both here at the Festival of Speed and at the Goodwood circuit as well. And the noise, the little crack, wonderful.
And one of the funniest things that Ed Foster will find when the passenger gets out at the top is how wide-eyed the passenger will be. Duncan Pittaway's been there, seen it, done it, but always a good interview. Napier Railton, a car that lived on the banking at Brooklands, the fabulous bank circuit near Weybridge in Surrey, and speed records what it was all about.
Absolutely, designed by Reed Railton for John Cobb, and that, as you say, took the record at Brooklands, and that famous picture there is of it, all 4 wheels up in the air when it was setting a remarkable pace around the track. And of course, after the Second World War, Brooklands was never reopened as a racetrack, so this is the machine that holds the history for that fastest ever time there.
And may I urge you, if you're anywhere near that part of the world, to go. It's a fantastic museum, but also to see some of the old banking that still exists. And as Ben was mentioning, the photo of all 4 wheels off, but not lifting. The throttle was planted. You didn't want to land on a light throttle. It wasn't the smoothest of banks, but what a place. And also bear in mind, if you were watching there in the 1920s, what sort of road cars would be used to? You weren't used to anything that was quick, and in fact, remarkably few. So these really were the pioneers.
Absolutely. It was a race winner as well. Although the Brooklands Championship race, apparently there were only 3 rivals in that in 1934. It ran at Brighton in 1935. It did the 500-mile race in 1935 and won that, and then went on to take that track record at an average speed of 142 miles an hour. Then the final record done after that with 143.44 miles per hour, which was the actual record. Let's just take a look back at some of the wonderful machinery, and especially this new Toyota-based machine that will be making a new story, as well as the Toyota rally car that is doing such a superb job in the current 2025 World Rally Championship and providing us with plenty of entertainment. Both the Rally 1 and Rally 2 versions have been impressive.
Certainly have. And then off-road vehicles galore riding up the hill this early Thursday morning at the Festival of Speed. Ground clearance. And then Johnny Herbert, great to see the Grand Prix winner having a go in Lola's new Formula E car. So Lola, brilliant to have them back producing cars. And it's not just a van festival, but these are very special vans, from Ford Supervan from the 1970s through to the latest electric ones, and one of these and its follow-on model will be pitching for glory in the shootout. Also from the World Endurance Championship we had Cadillac, now run by Team Jota. Good to see Jenson Button entertaining the crowd in his.
Yep, he shared with Earl Bamber and Sebastian Bourdais earlier this year at Le Mans, of course. They qualified second, finished in 8th position. The Iron Dames Porsche out as well, and then some of the other vehicles that will be setting or trying to set the outright pace as we go through the course of the weekend, and we'll be seeing some of that onboard action as well. We also saw the Hyundai rally car, Thierry Neuville's championship winning machine from last year. The Shadow, that glorious Mark 1 Shadow with that tiny front end. So much to enjoy, so much to celebrate right from the very history of cars from the very beginning in the 1900s.
Kazuki, these cars, amazing to see them, shrouded in mystery. What can you tell us?
Well, not much, unfortunately, but it's such a great opportunity for us to drive here, and I'm happy to come back with such a special car, which you can guess what it is, but it's one of our road car concept and the race car concept, so in the near future you'll find out.
And I must ask, I mean, it's a short hill climb, you weren't going that fast, but how was it?
Actually, I've never driven this car. It was my first time, and I was so impressed, super happy to drive with a nice feeling and nice engine sound. So I can tell you that it's an excellent car. Yeah.
Fantastic. And Daisuke, I know this is your first time at the Festival of Speed, but it's also your first time in the United Kingdom.
Yes, it's my honor to be here, not just to Goodwood, but to United Kingdom to be here. And I'm very honored to, I'm thankful to the Duke of Richmond and this Goodwood organizer to be here because of our first time to drive the concept car, not the production car yet. So it's I hope that everybody will enjoy this car, and hopefully we can show later.
Well, it looks great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Johnny, the wonderful thing about the Festival of Speed is I never know who's going to be in what, but I didn't expect you to be in a Formula E car.
Well, I'm the Lola ambassador, so it was an opportunity for us to get the car out. And I have to say, it's the first time I've actually driven it at all. So it's the first time I've had a halo on a car. But it's brilliant, I have to say. I did a couple of sort of starts at the beginning, and the thing just takes off. We put the four-wheel drive on it at the moment, so it's a handy piece of kit.
And I just checked, there's a bit of heat in the tyres.
Well, that's the whole point. I need a bit of heat. If I don't have heat, I would never actually arrive up here. So I made sure that I tried to get as much heat into the car as I could on the tyres. But yeah, just a wonderful piece of technology and all the buttons and paddles that the car has got. It's very interesting for me because when I started in Formula One, from my very first time in 1987, I had one button on my steering wheel. This has got multiple buttons and screens and sub-menus and 3 paddles, 2 pedals. So it's a wonderful piece of engineering, and they're getting faster and faster. And when Generation 4 comes along, it's going to be a pretty mean machine.
Johnny, thank you.
Thank you.
With eBay Assured Fit, find the right parts for your car just by entering your reg. eBay, things people love.
Well, a huge celebrations across the weekend here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Change up in the commentary box. We're giving Ben Edwards a little bit of a rest. My name's Harry Benjamin. Up in the commentary box with James Hayden and Bruce Jones. And this is what we have for the schedule. Next up, we'll have some of the newest cars up the hill in first glance, new classics and the road bikes as well. We'll have the team and champions of F1 75 celebrations at 10:40. The Red Arrows as well will be flying over at 11:45 ahead of the Supercars. And of course, we'll have the F1 75 prologue, pioneers, innovators and underdogs. Over 100 cars celebrating 75 years of Formula One across the weekend. But it's not all about four wheels either. We'll have the two-wheel action as well. We've got World Superbikes in action a little later on at 3:45. And celebrations of Colin McRae and his rally career, drift cars too. Derek Bell up on the balcony at 4:20. And if you fancy a bit of BMX high jumping, you can do that a little later, about 5:30 this evening. A packed day for Thursday, but before we get ready for the next batch up the hill, let's head over to David Green.
Well, the Drivers' Club is where to find everybody here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And David Coulthard, good morning.
Good morning, yeah, just arrived, got my cup of tea, so I've got signed on, so I think we're ready to go make some noise.
Well, signed on means you're driving, so what's in store today?
RB8, which is a car I'm quite familiar with in terms of I do a lot of the running show car events, so it's got a nice V8 engine in it, nice small light car, bit different to the monster trucks that they race in Formula One now, which are big vehicles, but yeah, looking forward to going up the hill.
Of course, last year you were celebrating Red Bull, but this year is an enormous celebration of 75 years of F1, and I think we're going to have over 100 Grand Prix cars. 8 teams, 9 world champions. It's incredible, really.
Yeah, well, it is. It's been an incredible 75 years, and as part of the build-up for the British Grand Prix, I got to drive the 158 Alfa Romeo, which won the first Grand Prix at Silverstone way back at the beginning of that journey. So amazing to see how the cars have progressed. It's a great celebration of British engineering, actually, because although there have been World Championship teams based outside of the UK, we've got a lot to be proud of here.
Absolutely, celebrating that first race in 1950 at Silverstone. You get to come and drive some great cars here, but you must just enjoy catching up with old mates. Obviously, Mika Hakkinen, world champion, ex-teammate, he'll be here.
Yeah, well, Mika and I are doing a little tour in September, actually, across the UK. So off the back of all of the excitement around Drive to Survive, we're going to be reminiscing about the good old days and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, Mika's a buddy. It's always good to catch up with him. And as you say, just actually be a motorsports fan, just to have an opportunity to look at some incredible cars, engineering art, as I like to call it, and then observe them out there being driven.
And of course, as well as the motorsport cars, we have a lot of really important road cars being launched. We saw Dario Franchitti earlier this morning jumping in that GMA T50. Do you get to have a look around at some of the new cars as well?
Yeah, I drove the T50 actually, because a friend of mine, Robert Aikens, bought one. So I got to drive, and it's just a driver's car. The wonderful Gordon Murray design. I know Dario's played a big part in sort of finessing it. So yeah, again, another piece of wonderful engineering art, and it was great to hear it. It was making quite a noise.
And a nice coincidence to have Gordon Murray's 60th year of design here at the celebration of F1. We're also looking to look back and celebrate, of course, the life of Joachim Mass. You've come across him a few times in your past, haven't you?
Yeah, I did a lot of things with Joachim over the years, actually, both Joachim and Sir Sterling, through the Mercedes links of the past. So very kind man. Anyone who got the chance to meet him, spend time with him, absolute petrol head, loved to drive anything and everything, and of course had a big passion for the historics and the classic cars. So yeah, we say goodbye to another legend of the sport.
Absolutely. You're such a lovely man. It was always good to catch up with him here. David, I'll let you finish your tea and your coffee.
Thank you.
Enjoy whatever you get up to, and we'll probably see you at the top of the hill at some point.
See you there. Thank you.
Amongst the iconic cars and legendary drivers, right at the heart of the Festival of Speed is the Future Lab, a portal where you can immerse yourself in finding out what's next for the human race. So I've just climbed up the stairs here and I'm met by this incredible stand behind me from Randox, the healthcare professionals who are showcasing that from a single blood sample they can find out so much healthcare knowledge and the benefits that will help you live a longer and brighter life. But as we move around here, we can see all sorts of different exhibits and sights for the eyes to see. So if we just spin round here, we've got a human-like artificial intelligence robot here that can do things like wink, laugh, shrug and even dance. So people are interacting with the robot here and the team are talking about how this technology is impacting the human race and what it can do for our future. It looks absolutely incredible, and there's even more robotics around the corner here. If we follow around here, there's even more to see in the artificial intelligence department. So we've got a auto discovery robot here who are a company that don't just want to create something, but they want the robotics to learn and discover things autonomously. So people here can interact and do different things with the robot to see how friendly and unintimidating things are. So I'll give a handshake here to show. But it's so clever, this technology, that people from the team were saying that even with a slight push, it can react and stabilize itself. So it's really showcasing the technology that's coming through and that we might see in our very near future. But as we move around, we've also got the Boston Dynamics team who are a regular at the Festival of Speed, showcasing their dog called Spot, who can be automated to undertake routine inspections, capture data. So this is a robot that can be used in hazardous environments like construction sites or disaster zones, and they're really using the technology to benefit and the greater good of mankind. And as we move back here, you'll see those dogs wandering around, so watch that they don't follow after you. But even the Future Lab comes through to worlds like oceanic exploration. So next to me here is the Seabed 2030 project. So considering the ocean covers about 70% of the planet, we don't yet have a complete map. So this team are showcasing what technologies they're using and the project that they're undertaking to help fulfill that to 100% map of the ocean floor by 2030. So it's really incredible to see what technologies they're using and the way that they're interacting with the visitors to the Future Lab to showcase what they're doing here. So as we move around from oceanic exploration, there's just one more thing that I want to show you before I leave the Future Lab. This exhibit here is really popular, as you can see, because people get to interact and take part in a VR flight simulator. So the Somniacs team are showcasing a groundbreaking lunar flight experience for Future Lab 2025. So this is where people can really immerse themselves, literally, as you can see, lying down, putting on the VR headset, even a 4D experience like the fans, and it's really immersing people into the technologies that we will soon see in our future. The Future Lab is an incredible space and one that is not to be missed.
Well, talk of the future and something new about to go up the hill from BMW, setting out their vision for the future. the start line now. Something brand new, a concept from BMW making its way in a plume of smoke that it leaves behind it. This is a new high-performance test vehicle to showcase the drivetrain and the new driving dynamics and the technology developed specifically for the next generation of BMW vehicles. The new class, which really is providing some huge advances in technology, developing an astonishing, or the Vision driving experience that is running this platform, developing 18,000 Newton meters of torque, enhanced recuperation of energy and drivetrain management. And it certainly is, Bruce Jones, who's up alongside me in the commentary box, a look to the future for BMW.
I was stopped in my tracks, Harry, there, that figure you gave for torque, and James Hayden looked at me. Did he mean 1800? Yes, you did. These figures, ever since we had the onset of EVs, are getting larger and larger and larger. We're going to have a huge array of vehicles, but BMW always with an eye on the future. All manufacturers have to do it, but also, from my point of view, I love it because they're always deeply ingrained in racing.
Yeah, BMW over the last few years have really become quite standout for their change of design, particularly with the front grille, showing something different here with their Vision driving experience, laying out the next generation of high-performance vehicles from BMW. But it's not just four wheels, and I'm joined by James Hayden as well in the commentary box, because we have a huge array of two-wheel bikes out on there, making their way up the hill in the beautiful sunshine.
Yeah, they do. And this is the lovely BMW R12 GS, and it's a really nice sort of, I mean, obviously BMW invented this class, you know, the big traileys, the adventure bikes, back in 1980 with the R80. And this has got a lovely sort of retro cool look, some hints back of the original motorcycle, but obviously also going forward with all the latest technology, you know, fly-by-wire throttle driving modes. Yeah, it really is it's still shaft driven, but it's a lovely thing, and I think they've got the balance right. It knocks out some good horsepower. It does sort of 125 miles an hour, 4 seconds 0 to 60, fully adjustable suspension, upside down forks, and I just love that. You know, that sometimes they don't always get it right when you're doing a bit of a retro thing, but they've got that absolutely spot on with that lovely mix of modern and old.
But to me, not as an expert on two-wheel stuff, if you took the livery off that, it still looked like a BMW motorbike.
Yeah, very much. So, and now we've got one of the Royal Enfields, and this is lovely. This is the Samurai, the Royal Enfield Samurai, and it's actually being ridden by the builder himself, Kawasaki. He's come all the way from Yokohama, Japan, and what a thing this is when you look at it closely. It's a real sort of minimalist skeletal motorcycle, but the engineering in it is incredible.
Well, the thing that intrigues me as a complete two-wheel pagan is, in fact, it appears to have a car tyre on the back. So broad is that rear wheel.
That's right. It's got like it drags the sort of rear end on it. A solid billet swinging arm. It's got this amazing sort of front wheel setup with its inboard discs. It really is a lovely thing. It's got an 865 big bore kit on it, and now we're looking at the one of the electric bikes. We're looking at the Alpinista, and this is a really sort of interesting bike. This bike's got 194 pounds of torque.
Oh, stop it!
Which, you know, for a motorcycle is incredible. So you just sort of see it come up. It was a breakaway originally of Harley Davidson, but they've sort of gone out on their own, and it's a really sort of interesting thing. Does 0 to 60 in about 3 seconds. It's got it's for the about 85 brake horsepower, and it slips in their range alongside the Delmar Street Tracker and the Mulholland Cruiser. And like all these sort of electric bikes, you know, the torque is always one of the really, really big things. It's got a range of about 120 miles in the city, 70 miles in the highway, and it's got a nice sort of kind of street look. It's got a more aggressive setup than some of the other bikes in the S2 range.
And what sort of range do you reckon it would have? It's being ridden like this, about 40?
So yeah, I mean they say it's 70 miles on the highway, so
okay,
we'll not get back a bit from that. But like I say, that torque figure is really something quite impressive. It's got all the latest stuff as well. You can connect your phone to it. It's got USB ports, the latest TFT displays, belt driven for custom range. And look at this thing. This is incredible. This is nearly 4 meters long. It's built by Kingston Customs out in Germany, and it is just a real expression of imagination. At 4 meters long, it's going to be a bit of a beast.
It looks like something that's made for a sci-fi movie, doesn't it? In future, all bikes, and they won't touch the ground, they will fly through the sky. But again, the very essence of the Festival of Speed is about seeing things that are different. This is taking it to the full extreme. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. It could almost be from the 20s or the future.
It does feel modern meets retro here. It's all down to the overalls he's wearing as well.
There won't be many motorcycles. In the back of this, there's a hatch, and it's got a mirror, a comb, a bottle opener, a bottle of gin, cutlery, and a bottle of tonic. There can't be many things going up the hill with that.
So your cocktail will be shaken and stirred by the time it gets up to Ed Foster.
Quite right. And look at this bodywork, 2mm aluminium bodywork swooping along. It really is an exceptional thing, isn't it? And like all these bikes, so all these Royal Enfields we're seeing, they're all specials. They're all built around the 650 shotgun, but they've gone off to different special manufacturers around the world, custom makers, and they've all come up with their own bike, and it's just brilliant.
You have to applaud that concept, or the concepts within that concept. Back to four wheels, Harry.
Yeah, so many new brands, new manufacturers which debuted here last year coming back as well. To me, I think this looks like the new Xpeng P7 Plus, another Chinese brand that's really taking over the market. This is described as an AI-defined vehicle. We talked about AI in the Future Lab, so relevant to our modern day cars that we have. So much do we now rely on that technology for safety and for more efficiency in these cars.
Looking on the windscreen, you can see some of the many sensors. They're using radar, they're using the cameras and ultrasonics as well, so it's picking up. And what you don't realise if you take a modern hire car at the airport, you don't know how to drive it and show you how to park it and everything, the camera from above that doesn't exist but somehow it does. AI is coming on in leaps and bounds, and where will we be in 10 years time when we're looking at cars, if they'll still have us back?
Yeah, this is another one from Xpeng's range as well. This is the G6 Xpeng. You can hear as it screeches the tyres. Very tech heavy once more, spacious, a different kind of offering, making sure they've got all the platforms available for those who wish to buy these cars. Fairly affordable. This is really a bit of a competitor to the Tesla Model Y. Sleek coupe SUV. You can get it in two battery options. There's a 66 kilowatt hour or an 87.5 kilowatt hour. Gives you a range of up to around 300 miles.
What strikes me over the years of looking at these first glance displays is not just the array of new vehicles coming through, but just how much more dynamic and how many different body shapes we're having. The manufacturers at the moment are just really on their tiptoes, and it is the arms race in so many ways, but across all sorts of divisions, whether you want small, medium or large size.
And these brands coming onto the scene are really making the established brands, certainly here in the UK but across the world, up their game and step up, and it's really bringing that increased competition as we head forward into a new era of car, but always coming and keeping up with the latest trends. We BMW here with a big display. This is the M3 CS Touring out there at the moment, all in white. Increased engine power being brought by BMW in this latest edition. Output of about 550 horsepower with a limited run of production, incredibly lightweight, intelligent design as well. BMW with that bespoke front grille we saw earlier with the Vision experience, what their plans are for the future, but still very much at the cutting edge of performance.
All-wheel drive too, very handy for those muddy fields. No muddy fields at Goodwood this weekend. It's 4 days of solid sunshine and new cars being unlaunched the whole time. This is the first glance batch. Working through the manufacturers, put your name down early because the order books start to fill up very quickly after these dynamic displays, and that is absolutely the key. It's not just seeing the cars, looking all around them, it's seeing the move, it's hearing them, and seeing, James, how they handle as well. And it's the first two corners are very tricky indeed.
No, they are, and it's great to see some different stuff coming up.
Yeah, we just saw the EX4 concept by MG. That was paying tribute to the 6R4 version directly from the factory. Road-going version of MG's Group B rally car out there at the moment is the Land Rover Defender. This is the Octa Black edition that is out there at the moment, brand new on display from Jaguar Land Rover. A master of extreme performance, this.
Yeah, well, not surprising, Harry. It's a 4.4 litre V8 under the hood, twin turbo turbos to get it going, 635 horsepower. You can almost sense that as it goes up the course. Of course, anyone standing here, their eyes getting attuned to ever greater speeds, but these are super dynamic performances. And to tell a Land Rover owner from 60 years ago it would come to this, they wouldn't have believed it.
Not at all. How much they've changed, and look at the rear of that. It really has a striking road presence as well, don't these cars?
That engine sound is awesome, isn't it? What a lovely tone.
Land Rover competing at the very top when it comes to the SUV range. The Octa Black crossing the line, also got the Defender Trophy Edition out there. And this, the Range Rover Sport SV Black, new special edition luxury performance SUV, as you now come to expect from these Range Rovers. 4.4 litre twin turbo V8 under the hood of this Range Rover, with of course the latest technology that you can expect from this group.
Yeah, what you're getting is a 60 dynamic suspension, so you know the height of these vehicles combined with the performance means if you're not on top of your suspension, it's going to be a real handful. But clearly Range Rover got it absolutely nailed down with the SV Black. So another addition. A lot of people watching first glance will be going, I've noticed that one. That is very special indeed.
Again, they are just striking on the road, and we are seeing from the likes of, well, established cars brands as well from years gone by entering a new era. This from Mini. This is the John Cooper Works Aceman, the all-electric Mini John Cooper Works Aceman. This is their new crossover model, aiming to kind of try and get that balance between performance and efficiency and drivability as well. You'd be nipping around that to your local supermarket down the road.
Certainly would. Far cry from the Minis I used to go to school in, but we have moved on. I still have a penchant for those early ones, but yeah, I mean, certainly working hard. And JCW, John Cooper Works, that tells you it's the performance end of the range, because you think what Cooper did to the Mini back in the 60s, it became the go-to car in the 1960s set, because it was just simply so much fun, and clearly that bloodline has been retained. This crossover, something that looks a great deal of fun to be had, the Aceman.
Now this is something very exciting from Alpine heading up the hill now. This really is a debut this weekend from Alpine, the A390. Now you come to expect from Alpine small dynamic sports cars. This very much a step away as they head and upscale into the SUV market.
Absolutely so. I mean, we didn't know what was going on when Porsche said they were going to produce the Cayenne. We thought you make sports cars, not one of these SUVs. What does SUV mean? But everyone is having a go. And the bloodline, though, at least it's metallic blue, which goes right back to the Red LA family when they started 70 years ago producing performance cars. But this is something very, very distant. And it does what it says on the tin. This is the first glance batch. This is the first time we've seen these cars. Global debuts for so many across the 4 days, and something different, and it could give the company those sort of sales figures that encourages more models to come on afterwards.
Yep, a global audience watching online, on the television, and here as well with the sun out, getting to see these cars in the flesh as they head up the hill. The brand new Alpine A390 with those A110 inspired lines. You saw the full width LED light bar on the back, the cosmic dust triangular lights as well, challenging the likes of the Porsche Macan. Meanwhile, at the start line, this from Renault, who have been upping their electric offering lately, and this from Renault is the brand new Renault R4, which is making its way up the hill now.
Staple of camping holidays in the 60s and 70s of France, with the Renault 4s not quite looking like this. The bloodline is clear from the side. There is a similar shape, but James, you laughed at that because you too would have seen those very asthmatic, very utilitarian cars. This, not quite the same.
My granddad had one, that's why I was smiling, the original Renault 4.
They certainly are, though. They're trying to blend that mix of, as we spoke earlier with the bikes, the sort of retro meets the modern as well. But this has a single 148 horsepower electric motor with a 52 kilowatt battery, 0 to 62 miles per hour in about 8.2 seconds, but it really does have that retro charm, a bit of boxiness to it that we've come to know from the Renault R4 from its original iteration, but with some practical SUV traits as well. It's not quite as large as some of the SUVs you see on the road. It's that nice crossover size where it's practical as well.
I think for a lot of families that's very much the essence. But I ask myself, in 40 years' time, will these still be sitting in French farmyards as their predecessors were? Will it start, let's go to town? That's how it used to be. But I really do like some of these evocations of cars of an earlier age.
The Renault 5 is out there as well, by the way, following it up the hill too. So Renault really are leaning on old favourites to breathe life into the fresh modern era as they try and compete with these brand new brands that are coming onto the circuit, like this one that we're about to see now. This is a JQ, and this is actually really a bit of a rival to the likes of what we've already seen on the hill, a Range Rover style. Another Chinese brand making its way up the hill. Huge presence once again with the front grille, but aimed at trying to be a little bit more affordable as well. Seeing more and more of these on our roads, and we had a big contingent here of JQs last year, and this one now with lots of space, good boot capacity, and it does have a little hint of cars you might be familiar with on the rear end too.
It does indeed, and if you do visit China, you'll find a whole host more manufacturers you haven't seen as yet. The electric car scene over there is truly phenomenal. But yeah, this is a very, very attractive car and a chance to see what it can do. It's a short hill climb course, so it'll waft past. And actually, this does look like quite a wafter, the JWoo, which in terms of the hill, that's not perfect, but in terms of everyday life, that is what you're looking for, particularly on local roads, but a chance to see something a bit different.
Yeah, the JQ7, this new from their mid-size SUV. You can get it in petrol and plug-in hybrid versions too, and it really tries to focus on blending that kind of ruggedness that becomes so attractive these days to car buyers with those modern features and technology. You want it all at your fingertips. You want the latest technology in the vehicle from a safety perspective, but also from the basics like connecting your phone, having your sat-nav there, and this is what that all does.
Yeah, very well said there, Harry. So something to see. Now Mercedes, you know, we see some of their fantastic historic racing cars too, but always good to see the latest car carrying the three-pointed star.
Yeah, this the brand new CLA from Mercedes-Benz, CLA 250 Plus with EQ technology, of course, Mercedes electric performance division, powering them into, again, competing in this new era that we're Well, welcome back to the hill climb. If you are still with us or just joining us, apologies. I think we had a bit of a technical glitch on our end, but we're back up and running and enjoying to see this first glance batch. Some of the latest and brand new road cars from brands from across the world debuting here and making their way up the hill. Harry Benjamin, James Hayden and Bruce Jones with you in the commentary box, just getting a glance past the Flint wall goes the Audi e-tron GT Quattro.
And there are so many features on these cars when you go down through the performance and the technology, but this one's got something unusual. It's got a panoramic sunroof that you can switch, so you can have it, opaque or see-through. Nice little touch. Bags of performance in that e-tron Quattro. Of course, plenty of power, 625 Newton meters of torque and 4 seconds 0 to 60. Those are the sort of numbers I understand.
Yeah, and well, we had a few camo liveries so far today, and we've got more heading up there as well. This the Porsche Taycan. This is the Porsche Cayenne making its way up the hill now, sporting the camo livery, not wanting to show us exactly all the nice new bits they've got on board this Porsche Cayenne. 6 trims available, with the top being that turbo.
Yeah, it's great to have it in the camo livery, because A, it looks pretty funky, but B, of course, the Porsche Cayenne was the performance SUV that launched that whole entity, and everyone's following, so a lot of eyes on this. Quite hard to make out the shape, though. It is funny when you see a car in camo, isn't it, James? It really does obscure the actual shape.
Yeah, it does, but what a lovely rumble that engine's got as well. Really sinister, love it.
It does, certainly. These camo liveries, they do work, because they do sort of upset all of your senses, don't they? And you just can't quite get a full gauge on the car. You occasionally see them out on, the M25, wherever you may be, and it does sort of take you back a little bit. Certainly not in a camo livery, though, from Bentley, the Flying Spur Speed. This making its way up the hill in that beautiful green. Its first 4-door, well, they're describing it, Supercar, the new Flying Spur, now in its 4th generation after almost 2 decades of defining, really, ultimate luxury.
Yeah, and what's so beautiful about that is the shape has really hardly changed. It's elegant. It's sort of car that, doesn't shout performance, has it in spade loads, but it's still as elegant now as it was when it was launched. So a big fan of the Bentleys, and of course the Bentley competition bloodline goes all the way back over a century, competing in that first ever Le Mans, and then so much success, the 20s and 30s at Le Mans with the Bentley boys, and of course 2003 they took victory as well, to show they've still got that blood in their veins. But a very special car, that Spur Speed.
That racing green, seeing it over the line as we go to a slightly lighter green. This from Lotus, the Emira 2.0 Turbo SE. Listen to that as it roars off the start line, leaves some tyre tracks behind it as well, planted as it comes in to the braking zone for turn number 1. The Lotus Emira 2.0 Turbo SE, 2-litre turbocharged 4-cylinder engine, delivering 400 horsepower, 0 to 62 in 4 seconds. This Lotus were here last year out in force with a huge offering of road cars and some looks into concept and hypercars. As it makes its way past our commentary box, it just looks so sleek from the rear. All angles, actually. I don't think there's a bad angle of this car.
No, one of the things I love is the fact it's, it almost looks as though it's a car from the 70s into the 80s, but very much of a colour of the time. We certainly had an estate car, not a Lotus estate car, because they didn't make them in that metallic green. But I'm a big fan, because again, this car isn't large. I don't think sports cars should be large. You can just imagine how nimble it is, but a Lotus has to be nimble. That was the very essence of them. All those ideas that came away from Colin Chapman, the founder. It was about small, light, dynamic. I think that's what sport's about in many ways. A slow car that feels fast. Not this is slow, but you know what I mean.
Up the hill in the blink of an eye, but really that lightweight aluminium chassis doing its job, and you'll hear it before you see it making this way up the hill. The TWR Supercats.
Well, we saw the standard Jaguar XJSs at the start of the day. This is the TWR Supercat. I could almost imagine various racing liveries. Of course, TWR, Tom Walkinshaw Racing, ran the XJSs, European Touring Car Championship in 80 at those great circuits around Europe, Spa, Brno. And again, this one looks even meaner than they did with that low air dam, the big spoiler on the rear, and it's making James smile.
Wow, it's just, that popple and cracks, it's got that lovely scream. It's a real, wow, what an engine.
Only 88 units of that being produced. A resto model, the Jaguar XJS, reimagined by Tom Walkinshaw.
And I tell you what, the drivers at the time doing the Spa 24 Hours wouldn't have minded headlights as bright as those ones. Of course, they've come on in leaps and bounds in the last decade, but those were certainly something. Now, it looks like a standard Series 1 Range Rover, but with the name Lunaz on the back, I can tell you it certainly is far from that. These are very, very special. New classics is this class, and certainly this would be a little better in the road holding than those Series 1's Range Rovers were.
I love this in particular. I've got a lot of time for what they're doing here, because these are some of the, when you think of Range Rover, what they're producing at the moment is exceptional, but you do see these occasionally on the road, still in action, and they just catch the eye. What Lunaz are doing really are reimagining this kind of definitive SUV and making it, breathing life into it in a modern instinct electric powertrain in this Range Rover, and it's inside as well. It's not just what's underneath the hood, it's inside with the latest technology, touchscreen, sat-nav, climate control, heated seats. One could have only dreamed of such things in the original.
Yeah, in fact, the original, you could have only dreamed of 4 doors. You switched the 2 doors and an amazing array of colours. I would have quite liked it in that sort of ochre colour, or maybe the sort of olive green of the day, or even the sort of deep purple, but great to have. Great to see some young fans here as well, with their defenders on most usefully there, and people moving around the site just looking at the Bugattis. Where do you look next when you walk around here? You certainly have to curate your day and have a rough plan, but you can hear the commentary with an earwig that goes on your ear. So many photos to be taken, videos to be had, but it's also the people you can bump into when you're moving around. Friends you didn't know were here. Good grief, that's a Formula 1 world champion just walking past. But a lot to see, a lot to do, and fans of road cars, these first few days are phenomenal here. But the fact we've got global launches is something very, very special indeed.
There's something very, very special indeed on the start line now. This from Rolls-Royce. It's a Phantom V, Phantom 5, but again, it's been reimagined by Lunaz, who were looking at the Range Rover just a minute ago. But from the outside, looking absolutely spectacular. Classic elegance, once again, brought into the modern day.
Well, back in the 50s into the 1960s, the biggest Rolls-Royce like this had presence and then some. Just sitting still, it defines elegance, and I honestly don't know how many layers of paint are on that. You can see your reflection about half a mile away, but Lunaz doing something very special with cars that were incredibly distinctive, profiles that stood the test of time. And actually the Lunaz Range Rover appears to have moved off from the start line to the left, but maybe this one is going to make its way up the course and show us what it can do, but just it will take elegance with it.
It certainly will. Unfortunately, not seen the Range Rover, but if you've got a spare chunk of change, you can have your very own Rolls-Royce all-electric Phantom. If you're looking for a 7-seater, well, forget the SUVs. You can have one of the most powerful, striking cars here with so much presence, but you can also get your USB charging ports now in it too.
I like the fact this elegant Rolls-Royce Phantom 5, a little bit of tyre squeal there, so being pushed quite hard, but just sitting in the back, cocktail cabinet just in front of you, but no time for that now.
That's how you get around, isn't it, Bruce? Most of the time. That's how you get around, isn't it?
One does.
This commission to celebrate Rolls-Royce's centenary and treated to 5,500 hours of work, replacing and re-engineering more than 11,000 components, the most important of which, well, remains a secret. They don't want to let us know too much about the electric powertrain and what's going on under the bonnet by Lunaz.
Sometimes, Harry, it's impolite to ask, but great to see the Spirit of Ecstasy mascot on the nose there. Do not scrape that wonderful paint as they go past the flint wall up the hill. Something different, something seemingly aged from the outside, but beautifully so, produced magnificently, but very, very modern underneath. And I'm really actually quite a big fan of these reimaginings of cars. And I think we're being treated to an absolute smorgasbord of them here this morning at the Festival of Speed.
And doesn't this just epitomise what the Goodwood Festival of Speed is all about? The huge variety, the celebrations all the way back in history, but those being breathed new life into, and something that is brand new and modern, consistently on and up the hill. And another one from Alpine. This is the A110 R Ultime from Alpine, an even more powerful and even more racier version of course, the original Alpine A110.
Yeah, you can be sure more and more panels have been replaced with carbon fibre. You can see the bonnet, the rear wing, and Alpine keep themselves very sharp indeed. They've got their own racing series, the A110, increasing number of models of increasing performance through their road car range. And the Ultime, one of the quickest cars past us so far, being driven beautifully through Molepool, out from the bright sunshine into the shade. But you don't need the orange colours to tell you this is a very, very quick and dynamic car.
1.8 litre turbocharged 4-cylinder engine, boosted to 345 horsepower, incredibly lightweight, 34 kilograms lighter than the A110S. This really is the pinnacle of Alpine's A110 lineup. Rally-inspired agility, bespoke craftsmanship as well.
And you could just tell the work that's gone into curating the lines and celebrating Alpine's rich history, a brand celebrating 70 years. And of course here with their Formula One cars as well. Now, you'll see a lot of the Goodwood course cars around here. I think this one might well win out of all of them.
I do believe it comes under the category a cut above. And that works, and it's also being driven very hard up the hill. So it's a really dynamic show bursting up the hill. The dust in the background from the off-road arena. So much happening at the Festival of Speed. Not all eyes on the hill all of the day. We keep on moving through, but a chance to see cars you don't expect to be dynamic being absolutely the opposite of what you think. Here it is, plenty of grunt.
Yeah, Rolls-Royce Phantom heading up the hill, of course, celebrating 100 years. If you could head over to the Cartier lawn, it's a century of Rolls-Royce Phantom elegance. Since 1925, the Phantom has been at the pinnacle of luxury, and the Black Diamond Phantom Sportsman's Saloon kicking all things off. So an absolutely wonderful array of cars and bikes that headed up the hill as the sun is beating down. If you're here trackside, make sure you've got plenty of sun cream, plenty of water as well, because there is a long day of action ahead, both on the track and off it. Things like Future Lab as well, with all the latest in technology that is going into these cars and beyond. Well, we kick things off with Future Glance with BMW, with a look into the future of the brand and the News class of what they expect to head up the hill in years to come.
Yeah, then we saw some really special Royal Enfields, all based on their Shotgun 650 platform, and wow, were they all different. This is the Kingsman we're looking at here with this wonderful alloy bodywork. We had some electric bikes too with the Alpinista, and back to the cars.
With XPeng as well, another Chinese brand that is taking over, delivering their latest road-going cars. Electric performance front and centre, but not forgetting the power of a petrol or diesel engine. Land Rover Defender Octa Edition with huge presence. And then Alpine, talk of SUVs, setting the tone with their latest inspiration. And Renault as well, of course, with the latest electric goings. Mercedes with the three-pronged star, always making sure they are keeping up with their German rivals, the Porsche Cayenne, out there with special camo livery. And up the hill, constant reflections to the past, reimagined into the future too. Rolls-Royce here, celebrating 100 years. Now looking forward to an electric future too. And rally-inspired machinery, just showcasing some of the world's most exciting new cars in the metal for the first time here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Elias, first of all, I have to congratulate you on your burnout at the start. Wonderful, but this is a very exciting car for all of us, and particularly BMW.
Yes, like this is the BMW Vision Driving Experience, the VDX, and we are honored, or our team is also honored, that we were involved a little bit in the development of this car and also in the driving. And I can definitely say one thing for sure: this is the most powerful car I've ever driven, and you could see it, like it's spinning up the four tires easy, and this is, yeah. So it was quite intense going up here for the first time. I really had to be focused and concentrated, because the car is just a beast. Like it's really impressive.
Am I right in thinking 1,800 Newton meters of torque?
It's actually 18,000 Newton meters of torque. So it's quite a lot. It's mega. But the thing is, like with the help of the Heart of Joy, you can actually also control that. Like there are different modes. Like obviously this is still a test rig, so we have to say this. It's still a prototype car, but we played around with different torque vectoring settings and stuff like that. And all of a sudden, like you can actually tame this immense torque and power of the car also as a normal driver. And this is, yeah, very nice to see that something like that is possible. And it's just the beauty of the new technology that you can control it so fast, so quick. Yeah, and this is basically what BMW is showing here.
Oh, amazing. I'm glad you can control it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to the rest of the event.
Dirk, there are many weird and wonderful things here this weekend, but as soon as you arrived in the top paddock, I thought I must come and talk to you because this is extraordinary. What is it?
What is the Royal Enfield 650 shotgun? Yes, it's the old bike. It's a new bike. It's a King's Man. It was a movie, King's Man. It's designed for Goodwood for 2 years, 25, 20, 23. I live here, and I'm coming with a new project designed for the Charles. Yeah.
Amazing. Now, I've never ever asked this, but please might I have a drink?
Yes.
Because I saw when you came up here that it is the best prepared motorcycle at Goodwood.
Gentleman, the King's Man that all was what a gentleman. So braucht the drink, Hendrix, Schirm, clothes, all inside.
All the important stuff.
Yes.
Dirk, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Everyone's in vintage clothes and there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Well, it wouldn't be the Festival of Speed without Dougie Lampkin, and here bright and early with a coffee.
Yeah, I've spilt coffee down my front already. But that's the only thing that's going to go bad this weekend. Yeah, no, like I say, back to our favourite time of the year again. Yeah, really looking forward to it. I've ordered the weather, sunshine all time, no problem. I'm going up the hill this year, which is nice change. So I'm riding with Royal Enfield up the hill, really looking forward to that. Missed it for a few years. The trials bike's just a bit slow, to be honest. Everybody's sick of waiting for me. And then, yeah, a little bit of free roaming. So, yeah, keep an eye out. We're around somewhere, around by the Red Bull area.
But like everybody else, this is one of the, well, if not the favourite week of the whole year, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's a really busy time at the moment. Obviously, Silverstone last week, which went really well. But, yeah, coming here, this is everybody's little favourite. So, yeah, really looking forward to catching up with everybody and a great weekend.
And we're celebrating F1 this weekend, but of course we can't forget the motorbikes, can we? They're always here, constant feature at Festival of Speed.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what's fantastic about here. It's nice that the motorbikes are celebrated so well. You know, we've got a lot of great riders coming again, a lot of riders that have been many times. Good friend of mine, John McGuinness, he's always coming. It's nice to mix the bikes in with the cars, but it's just nice that everybody gets together and has a fantastic weekend. I think that comes across to the public as well. It's a big family event.
And instead of driving across the top of the house this weekend, you're on the tarmac, so looking forward to that.
Yeah, we like it on the house now and again, but it's not just as straightforward as when we used to just ride up there and get on with it. Things have changed a little bit, but
I think health and safety maybe not get through that one this time.
Yeah, but sometimes the Duke makes his own rules, and
it's his house after all.
And I just roll with him. Yeah, I'm happy to oblige.
When you can sort of get the cap down and put the sunglasses on and sort of be a bit anonymous here, what do you go and look for on the Festival of Speed?
I think the rally stage is amazing. I have sat in on the rally stage only once. I don't need to do it again.
Not such a good passenger?
Not a good passenger at all. He should have been braking a lot earlier than what I was braking for him, and he wasn't thinking about it. But yeah, no, that's it's fantastic up there. Well worth the walk up there to get there.
I think some people don't even realise it's there, but it's really worth the trip,
and that's
isn't it?
why I say it. And I've got friends coming again here, and I'm like, make sure you get to the rally stage. Don't leave it too late, because that's what happens. You get too excited down here, you get too much drink in you, and you don't want to walk up the hill. But you must go up the hill. It's a lot easier.
I couldn't agree more. And we'd be here if it was pouring with rain, but it is a bit nicer when it's a blue sky and the sunshine, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure how he does it, but he does like ordering some sunshine for us. It does make a big difference, and it's a lot better for the level and the quality of the cars and everything, and the bikes. They do really need the good weather. We're lucky to get them out. We're lucky that they still send them over, from all over the world. And yeah, it's a fantastic place to showcase everything, but we do need the weather to help that as well.
Well, you've had your bacon sandwich and most of your coffee. What's first in store this morning?
First thing, get signed on. I need to get that. I've got a sponsor coming this lunchtime and has never been to Goodwood before, so I'm going to take great pleasure in having a walk around with him. And then I'm on the hill at 3:30.
Fantastic. We'll be looking out for you, and we'll catch up with you across the weekend.
I'll see you over
Thanks
the
for talking
weekend.
to us.
Thank you.
Well, we are looking forward to celebrating the champions, of course, over the this weekend, and on Thursday. The start of it all is very exciting, and we'll be seeing some superstars around, of course, building up as we go through. We are expecting to see the F1 75 celebration getting underway in just a few minutes' time, actually, for the Batch 4, the champions, and also for the teams as well that have had so much success over the years in Formula One history. I'm Ben Edwards, alongside me, Alice Powell and John Watson. It's great to have you both alongside. Alice, of course, you've followed Formula One for so many years yourself, so we're all looking forward to seeing not just some of the modern, but some of the real historic stuff here.
It is. We're really seeing it through the years, and I'm so excited to see, as you said, a wide range of Formula One cars that we're going to be treated to, not just today, but all across the weekend as well.
Okay, well, that's it's so much to look forward to. We'll hear from John in just a sec. But what I want to do, first of all, is look ahead to what we're going to be celebrating on the balcony this afternoon. And that is the history of one of the great racers, not in Formula One, he did race Formula One, but so much more at Le Mans. And a man who grew up in this part of the world near Goodwood. Looking into Derek Bell.
I lived 5-6 miles away due south of here, and I lived on a farm. And age 9 I drove tractors and jeeps and anything that had a motor in it.
The drivers stand onto their cars and at the fall of the flag they rush across the road.
Goodwood I could hear in the background, and if I was out hoeing sugar beet on the farm, we had 600 acres there, I could hear the cars going around Goodwood. In those days there were no sound restrictions and Formula Ones would be testing here. It was wonderful. But I remember it very vividly. And then of course I came here for my first race. Flag dropped and off I went. And then I got the drive obviously with John Wyer with the 917, and that was really the beginning of my career. When we went there with the Mirage, and it was an amazing experience, but of course there's no way we could win. All we could do was drag this poor old car back. It had things broken on it all over the place, and we staggered home and we won the race, of course, in 75. Somebody said to me, I've heard that Porsche are short of a driver. They've got 3 drivers for 2 cars and they need another one. Can you imagine this? So I phoned up Manfred Yanker, the team manager, and said, hey Manfred, I was driving for somebody else, for Steve O'Rourke, that's right, bless his heart. And so I phoned up Manfred Yanker and said, yesterday I heard that you're still short of a driver. You know, would you consider me? And he said, Derek, he said, that would be wonderful. I said, well, I'm not sure I can do it. He said, no, you must come. He said, now you will drive with Jackie Hicks. Now I have the 2 best sports car drivers in the world. And I went, bloody hell, this is pretty special. And so I then had to speak to Steve O'Rourke, and I went up to London to his office, a lovely guy, and he said, Derek, you've got to do it. You know, you could win Le Mans in that car. So we did. And that was it, really. And to work with a team like Porsche, all the things we did, it was just wonderful to be part of that team. I mean, I was the luckiest guy in the world to be with great teammates, great teams, great team owners, great team managers, and have a wonderful family that supported me.
And we will be celebrating that wonderful history of Derek Bell later on today. Let's just quickly go through the schedule. We've got Batch 4, the F1 Teams Champions coming up now, then the Manufacturer Experiential Run 2. The Red Arrows will be up as well, and then the Supercar Run. The gas show is going on at 12:30. Batch 3, the F175 for the Prologue, Pioneers, Innovators and Underdogs. That's going to be fascinating too. Central feature moment at 1:50 in the Manufacturer third run rather is going to be at 2:10. And then as we go on through the rest of the afternoon, there are other aspects. Batch 5, the First Glance, the New Classics and the Road Bikes. Batch 2 will be back, the World Superbikes and Colin McRae celebration and the Drifters as well. And there's the Derek Bell balcony moment at 4:20 this afternoon, with a couple of extra sessions coming up after that. The final one will be the Manufacturer Experiential Run at 5:35. So that's what we're looking forward to. Let's bring John Watson in now, that John's a part of us. John, it was lovely to see actually that part with Derek. We will be talking about Derek Bell a little bit more later on. You had plenty of F1 experience. He had a bit of F1 experience. That's what we're going to be kind of looking at next, is the F1 cars coming out. It's funny how Derek's had a great career, but it just didn't quite work in Formula One for him, did it?
Well, when he started his Formula One career, I think it was probably about 1969, and had opportunities. Certainly, he was a Formula 2 driver for Ferrari, and one would have assumed that he could have made progress and gotten into the Ferrari Formula One team, but sometimes things don't quite work out, and eventually getting into the John Wyer, the Porsche 917 team, that was the beginning, if you like, the making of Derek, particularly as a world sports car race driver, but particularly again at Le Mans with those 5 victories, 4 of them with Porsche, one of them with the Gulf Mirage in 1975. And sort of the Formula One thing was not forgotten, but the focus was really then particularly working with a manufacturer like Porsche. That's what he set his heart on.
Okay, well, we shall be looking forward to celebrating Derek Bell a little bit later on, but we are also now very much looking to see Formula One cars heading up the hill.
This was the first Easter handicap for sports cars, and Duke, driving car number 70, soon showed he was as much at home in the seat as in the saddle.
Every day, the city offers up a million beautiful moments just waiting to be captured. You've just got to look for them. The stories are out there. I mean, look at this. Come on! This is crazy.
So we are getting ready for some other runs up the hill in just a moment, and a mixture of machinery. We will be seeing some Formula One cars soon, but we've got some wonderful supercars just heading along at this stage, and we will see a little bit more of this in a moment. But yeah, so much to enjoy this weekend and to look forward to, particularly this celebration as we're talking about of the F175, the champions. We've got a fantastic collection of top drivers that will be out in the cars this weekend as well. And of course we are celebrating some of them up over the weekend. People like Alain Prost, Nigel Mansell, Emerson Fittipaldi, for example, they will be driving. And there is the Vision Driving BMW that we were showing earlier. And yeah, that's a whole new beast as well. So this is going to be fun to see how it develops and what it becomes going into the future. This is all part and parcel of BMW developing aspects going into the future. And obviously this is a chance to sort of see how it all feels. The ultimate testing, BMW Heart of Joy. That's a well explained piece. Got one of the McLarens, the Artura, just behind at this stage. But yeah, we'll be seeing some lovely modern supercars heading up in just a few moments' time. And then we will be getting into the next batch as well. It's got some Aston Martins heading up there as well. And then we've got the Pirelli run as well, okay, for a bunch of different cars to celebrate the Pirelli's work that they've done over the years for producing tyres for all forms of both road and track use over the years. And there, the safety car, a typical F1 safety car, about to head up the way as well, the Aston Martin, which is a key part of Formula One these days. And heading up the hill right now. So we have seen this operate many times on the track itself, and of course last time out in Silverstone, the safety car had to do quite a lot of work, didn't it, Alice?
Did, and if you have ever ventured to a Formula One weekend, had the pleasure of doing so, you'll see that they're not just gently driving around the F1 field, they really do have to rag the car around the track. And yes, Ben, certainly it ventured out a few times at the British Grand Prix last weekend, and followed then closely behind the Doctor car, which we'll see line up at the back of the field for the race, the start of the Formula One race, which then follows it now for the first lap.
So yes, here we are celebrating the Pirelli parade on the hill climb. 10,000 horsepower for Pirelli P0 as it's put across, and the Ferrari F40 is making its way up the hill initially. First ever car fitted with the first generation of the Pirelli P0, and that's why it's such a part of this Pirelli parade going up right now. The F40 Ferrari, built between 1987 and 1996, and around 1,300 of them were built, mid-engine, rear-wheel drive, and of course Le Mans and GTE race car versions were all an absolutely key part of that as well. So a lot of the history, a lot of these machines are heading up together as part of this. The Lamborghini, the Urus SE, that's another one connected with Pirelli, and so many more legends are part of this Pirelli group. The Porsche 911 Carrera 4 GTS. We've got the Lancia Delta, we just saw a glimpse of it, the S4 Stradale, 100 road versions of the Delta S4 rally car that we saw just a moment ago, and the Alfa Romeo heading up the hill as well, the modern 8C, built between 2007 and 2009 as the coupe, the Spider coming along a little bit later on, and as we can see, the P0 on many of these. In fact, there is the Lamborghini Urus that I did mention. That is the machine that's 27 to present, 5-door SUV, luxury crossover, and another massive motor, of course, 4-litre twin-turbo V8 that runs, and with the hybrid energy, it produces nearly 800 horsepower. So fascinating to listen and watch as it heads up. The BMW Vision that we saw, the driving experience, high performance test vehicle, and with a lot of experimental work going on in both drivetrain and the driving dynamics. There's computer processing of it all in the control unit. It's a four-motor machine, and also has aero bits and pieces on it as well, which is all part and parcel of the experimentation work that BMW are doing. So all of this is part of that Pirelli parade, as I mentioned, and it is lovely to see this combination: performance, safety and relentless innovation. The P0 has defined these values, Pirelli say, decade after decade, becoming a symbol of what Pirelli is today. The P0 has equipped the world's most iconic cars, it says, and celebrated them right here on the hill. So the Pirelli name, which of course we know well, John, sorry, we know that Pirelli are a key part of Formula One for a long time now, and it looks as though they are continuing into the future, doesn't it?
Well, Pirelli have done a fantastic job, really, since the very beginning of Formula One 75 years ago. But in the current situation, I mean, they are producing tyres for virtually every race series, maybe outside of NASCAR in North America. A phenomenal commitment. And, I mean, just the scheduling of tyres. I mean, for example, I think at Spa, 24 hours just a few weekends ago, I think they were in the tens of thousands of tyres that they brought to that event, wets, dries. We don't have intermediates in GT3 racing. But certainly at Formula One at the weekend at Silverstone, they had 3 sets. They had wet tyres, they had intermediates, they had the dry slicks. And that's got to be covered over a number of sets of tyres per car, per team. And logistically, I think it's maybe as much as the impressiveness of the technology of the tyre, it's the logistics of Pirelli that they're able to service all these race series on a global platform.
And I think going back from Formula 1 and down in Formula 2, Formula 3, and across pretty much all of the Formula 4 levels as well, I think Pirelli plays a huge part in drivers learning about tyres, learning about the development, and particularly when I've sort of been around the British Formula 4 paddocks, there's always there, of course, someone from Pirelli, but they often run sessions just to help these young drivers learn about tyres, learn about how they're made, what's inside a tyre, because it just looks like a black round thing, but obviously there's a lot that goes on to making these tyres, and that of course all aids to helping a junior driver progress all the way up through their career, because eventually if they jump from F4 into Formula 3, then Formula 2, and hopefully eventually into Formula 1, that journey will of course all be on Pirelli tyres.
Absolutely. No, it's a very good point, and they have been a key part of motor racing for so many years now, and it's nice to see the Pirelli parade going up the hill climb. It will be taking place a little bit more over the course of the weekend. But of course we are now building up towards what are tired by Pirelli so much, some of the F1 champions from the history as well. John, when you were racing Formula 1, there were times when there were competitive tyres to be run on teams, because it wasn't restricted in those days at times that you just had one make of tyre. There were several makes, and that provided some interesting times, didn't it?
Well, when I started my career in early 70s, certainly in 1974 with the Hexagon Brabham, we ran on Firestone tyres. Now, Firestone had reduced their involvement in Formula 1, and Goodyear had come in and picked up all the top teams. Nevertheless, there were those two brands competing, both American brands, and in fact I think the Firestone tyre was an exceptionally good tyre. And then over the years we've seen Michelin come in, of course Pirelli, and Japanese with Bridgestone. So many tyre manufacturers have come in and out and dipped in and dipped out. It's just, I mean, unbelievable. Go back all the way back to the beginning of the 75 years, the champions. I think Mercedes-Benz may have run on Continentals at the time, the 54, 55. So many tyre manufacturers have come and been involved with Grand Prix racing and Formula One.
No, it is fascinating. And Alice, you know, as a Formula One commentator, you know all too well that actually getting the tyres to work well on a race or in qualifying, but particularly in a race, on a longer distance race, that is part and parcel of the teams and drivers getting their best to effect, isn't it?
It certainly is. And that process of bringing the tyre in, of course in Formula 1 they've got tyre warmers, and the junior categories they don't, so you learn from a young age the process of bringing a tyre in, getting it in that absolute perfect performance window, maybe pushing a little bit too early when the tyre's not in the window, you can cause that graining, that lack of grip, and then not pushing maybe when that tyre is in, when you get the peak where you'll maximise the from that tyre, you'll get that absolute peak grip. It's really important, isn't it, John?
Just thinking about all the tyre manufacturers, one I didn't mention, of course, is Michelin. And Michelin were the tyre company that pioneered radial ply tyres in Formula One. And up until around about 1977, when Renault came in as a factory team with Michelin tyres, all the tyres that teams were using were what I would call a bias tyre, a cross-ply tyre. Now, for all of those audience out here who remember motoring in the 50s, if you were very lucky, you might have a set of Michelin X tyres on your sports car or on your so-called performance saloon. But most cars had a cross-ply or a bias tyre. The technology that's dripped down from particularly Formula One into tyre manufacture, tyre philosophy. And I mean, I can't think of any road car today that would be sold without a set of radial ply tyres of one brand or another on them. And the difference that makes primarily to the safety of a car is just beyond imagination.
And I think that's one thing to point out is the safety of the tyres, and we can see certainly we're not going to be getting the lateral and the loads on a road tyre. Well, you shouldn't be if you're driving on the road.
Alice, excuse me. I do.
Oh, of course you do. Of course you do. At least you do. But again, safety is so important, and they can learn, these manufacturers, so much from the technology that they have in Formula One, and again, put it on their road tyres.
Absolutely. Well, it's all great stuff. Let's go back up to the top of the hill climb and speak to Ed Foster. Ed, how are things?
Well, thank you very much, Ben. Yes, I'm surrounded by Pirelli shod cars, and because I'm that kind of guy, when these cars come up and I've watched a kind of a very quick run, I always put my hand on the tyres and see if there's any heat in them. And I can tell you, all of these tyres have heat in. So look, let's go and start. We chatted to Elias earlier, but we didn't talk about the tyres. We've got Andrea here who's on the phone. He's just come up in this beautiful Pagani. I'm going to do what I always do, and I'm going to jump in and ruin everyone's conversation. I'm so sorry. Elias, we chatted earlier about the BMW, 18,000 Newton meters of torque. The tyres must take a hammering.
Oh yes, they do, and obviously, I mean, most of the people out there know me. I'm one of the Drift brothers, so I like when the tires are smoking. But yeah, we took it quite easy up the hill. Obviously, you can destroy the tires in like no time, but this is not what we're here. We want to show the new technology, but also the power, and just going off the line, spinning all 4 tires, like the 335 tires that have it on all corners. It's just amazing, and it's quite a very exciting feeling to have so much torque, so much power underneath your right foot. It's super.
Fantastic. Elias, we've got cars on the hill, so let's go back down to the comms box.
Thank you very much. And yes, we've got the F1 cars beginning to come up. The Alpine is the first that we're seeing out there at the moment. And of course, Alpine have had interesting times, particularly in Formula One recently. We're looking at a car that was used very much by Esteban Ocon a few years ago, but of course he has now left that particular group, so it's been a bit of a change around. But Alpine, they have had a bunch of different results over this year as well, and we have seen Pierre Gasly get one of his best results just last week at Silverstone.
Yeah, that was a great race from Alpine, and almost something that they really needed. And of course, one point he was in that fight for the podium paying positions. Looking at the helmet, it looks like it could be Kush Miney driving the car at the moment. We're going to have Paul Aron that's going to be behind the wheel, that got his taste of first free practice experience over the weekend as well. But great to see the Alpine charging up the hill.
Absolutely. So next up, it's one of the McLarens, and this is from a period that very much matters to you, John Watson.
Yeah, and Ben, I must say, point out on the side of the cockpit the name of the driver, this guy, Jochen Mass, who was one of the most loved every event.
We've got a slight problem. Try that again.
Yes, just look at the side of the cockpit if you can read it. The name of the driver, Jochen Mass. Jochen was one of the great supporters of every event at Goodwood over the last decade, or even as long as events have been held here. 1975 joined the McLaren team, and of course 1976 teammates to the British world champion James Hunt. The M23, a fantastic Formula One car, superseded by the M26 for the 1977 season, but I think most McLaren drivers felt that this was the car that they preferred of the two McLarens, and what a legacy this car has created.
Absolutely right. Yeah, no, it has been a great history. This was a vehicle that worked so well, as you say, not just for, like nowadays it's very much 1 year at a time, but at that time the M23 was so successful over a bunch of years, and lovely to see. Now we've got something a bit more modern in this particular run. We've got the Sauber heading up with Gabriele Bortoleto at the wheel. Well, this is fun to see, Alice, because Bortoleto, one of the great rookies, he's doing a great job in Formula One this year, and lovely to see something so modern and with a regular Grand Prix driver.
Yeah, he's had a strong start, I have to say, to his F1 season. Certainly didn't have the race he would have liked, crashing out in those particularly tricky conditions, but he's driving the Sauber Ferrari, obviously in the pink Sauber colours, and the absolute scream of the 2.4 litre V8. He puts his foot down and screams up the hill, and he'll head up past that famous flint wall here at Goodwood.
Into the McLaren mix again as well. Rob Garofol is driving this one up the hill, and we shall see how this goes, because it's such a mixture of wonderful machinery from this period, John. This one is the 1985 MP4 2B. So again, this was a very important one.
Yeah, I drove one of those cars in 1985. And Rob Garofeld, who's part of the McLaren Heritage team, drives a variety of cars. So they ring up Rob, we want this car to be tested, whatever. So Rob just running up the hill. He mentioned to me actually recently that the tag turbo engine, compared to maybe more contemporary engines, the way the turbo power would kick in, it's quite abrupt. And of course in period we didn't know any different, or there was no difference. You drove what you had. But Rob winding it up, I don't know how many bar he'll have today, maybe about 2.5 bar, that comes across the line, and what a glorious car.
Absolutely, and the car that saw Alain Prost take the title in 1985, and that was the first of several for him, of course, and a very, very key moment in his career after he'd had such a big battle with Niki Lauda, his teammate, the year before, and missed out by half a point. So, got David Coulthard just heading up now, so this is great to see. David Coulthard going out in the Red Bull, and of course he's been a part of Red Bull for such a long time. This is the 2012 version of Red Bull, and this was yet another one of those 4 titles taken by Sebastian Vettel at Red Bull.
It was, and it's interesting that when I look back at how they're still they're not small cars, but okay, this was over 10 years ago, this car, but compared to a modern day Formula One car, certainly a lot smaller, of course, the 2.4 litre V8, and it was quite a season that was maybe you could say a little bit disappointing for sort of performance-wise for this car, but still had great success, of course, and certainly a favourite for Vettel, even though he only got that victory in Bahrain in this car.
Yeah, well, what's wonderful about these cars of this period is that the naturally aspirated 2.4 litre V8 engines, they rev to about 18.5, 19,000 RPM. They sound just fantastic. And I think fans around the world almost bemoan the fact that these engines are no longer a part of Formula One.
But now moving to one of the Brabhams, and this was a Brabham that was introduced by Gordon Murray, so we'll be celebrating Gordon Murray this weekend as well. Oh, we're looking at a racing bulls having a bit of a fun out there at the moment as well, doing some slipping and sliding around. And of course this is another one of the modern machines which is on track at this stage. I'm surprised that they're brave enough to spin them around, but it's lovely to see. But here we are with the Brabham now just heading out onto the hill, and this is from a very, very classic time, of course, that this was such an important stage for Brabham when they had such success and when Gordon Murray was the star.
Yes, indeed, this is a 1.5 litre BMW inline 4-cylinder motor with a turbocharger, I mean, an enormous turbocharger. Again, throttle lag was one of the issues that the team had to find a way around, but prodigious, I mean, obscene amount of horsepower when you blanked off the turbo to get maximum boost, particularly for qualifying. So again, iconic lines of Gordon Murray's, all his Formula One cars, very individual, very iconic, very Gordon Murray.
And it's lovely that Riccardo Patrese is in that car right now. Of course, a very successful racer and a race winner. He took a remarkable victory once at Monaco. That was not expected, but he took it, and it's lovely to see him out in this stunning Brabham BMW BT52. We will be seeing quite a few of the Brabhams, of course, over the course this weekend because of the celebrations. But yes, this was a key time for Brabham in that early period of the 1980s. So, plenty more to look at here. We've got the Renault. Now, of course, John, Renault were key to bringing turbocharging into Formula One, weren't they?
Yes, they came in 1977, and frankly, the entire Formula One paddock laughed at the idea of a 1.5 litre turbocharged Formula One engine who'd be able to compete against whatever was the class of the field, be it a Cosworth DFE or a Ferrari or even an Alfa Romeo engine. But Renault persisted, and they were right, because ultimately the power and the drivability after they were evolved was such that a naturally aspirated engine was no longer competitive. They were heavy, they used a lot of fuel initially, but once electronics became involved, then those engines were just superb.
And also coming out now at the Williams, and again, a great time for Williams when in the 1990s when they were so successful, and it was a time also we were looking at the other Renault a moment ago. That was from 1983, but the Williams cars, of course, with the support of Adrian Newey at the time, they were so successful, weren't they? So that's just heading up the hill, and we are seeing Jamie Chadwick coming onto the circuit as well, onto the hill, and Karun Chandhok are also heading up the hill. So we've got some famous names to enjoy.
I think this is Karun in the car.
Yeah.
I know that because he's waving to his fans as he drives up the hill. And this car, I think, has got the 1.5 Honda twin-turbo motor powering it. I mean, again, another turbocharged engine, just over 1,000 horsepower. Certainly in qualifying trim, probably beyond that.
Yeah, so that was the FW11. The battle for the title actually in that 1986 year between Nigel Mansell in one of these and Alain Prost, and all came down to the final round in Australia, and he had a tyre failure, did Mansell, and that rather cost him.
This is Jamie, that, and I could tell by her driving as well, floored it through Molecombe Corner. She goes up across the finish line, and another hugely historic car with a very historic helmet as well.
Yeah, the hill colour, that's so lovely to see, isn't it? In that, as it comes up the hill, and just looking at one of these very, very early machines. In the days before, aerodynamics became a key part, of course, of what was going on with it all. This was a time when you ran the car as small as possible, basically, John.
Small and light with a 1.5 litre V8 BRM engine. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's this car or one of its sister cars that Graham Hill eventually took the World Championship in 1962, denying actually Jim Clark in the final round of the World Championship in East London in South Africa. But Graham won it, and was the first of his 2 World Championships. Son Damon driving it on this occasion with the famous Hill helmet, the London Rowing Club colours.
Yeah, wonderful to see, and there'll be plenty more to enjoy as well from all this different era of Formula One, and seeing so many differences in size and shape, and particularly on the aerodynamic side, which has become hugely crucial to the state of Formula One in these days. And Gordon Murray, who we are celebrating this weekend, and partly through this as well, he was one of the great aero designers. Of course, Adrian Newey, one of the great ones, who's still involved in Formula One himself, and that is all part and parcel of it. So lovely to see some of that, John.
Yes, one thing about Gordon Murray was he was what I'd call a very lateral thinking engineer designer, and the things that he did from the very beginning when he had his first full Formula One design, the Brabham BT42, which, by the way, tested for the first time at Goodwood in the beginning of 73.
Okay, well, we're just having a little look back at some of the highlights there, and of course we started off with a collection of fascinating machinery through the Pirelli parade up on the hill climb, and we saw a mixture of Aston Martins, Ferraris, all sorts, Porsches as well, and Alfa Romeo, Lamborghinis. They were all heading up the hill to celebrate the 10,000 horsepower for Pirelli P0, as they put it, 40 years of the tyres' history. But then we were getting into Formula One with a real mixture of machinery.
Here we were going the more modern day cars we were seeing first out with the Alpine, and mixing in some historics as well, and plenty of cars, of course, Ben and John, with just such a great history. And we're going to have the absolute pleasure of being able to see not just these cars that are going up the hill currently, but plenty more, and also some modern day drivers as well, as we saw Gabriele Bortoleto take the Sauber Ferrari, the 2.4 litre V8 up, and of course DC out in the very successful Red Bull Racing RB8 as well. And we'll get plenty of donuts too, Ben, across the weekend.
We will. No, it's going to be great fun to see. A lot of action and some stunning looking cars that had so much success. But we will also, as we go through the day, be looking into cars maybe not had the success, but were real innovators in the world of Formula One as well.
Gabriel, your first time up the hill, it's very narrow and it's very bumpy, isn't it?
Yeah, very much. It's my first time here. It's amazing. Also the first time I'm driving a V8 car, so feels great. And the sound is just amazing, and to see all the crowd and everyone, you know, cheering and enjoying these cars are amazing.
Obviously, one of the big celebrations this weekend, Formula 1 75. It's been an exciting season for you.
Yeah, it's been very good so far. We have made a lot of progress this year. Great results so far. You know, Austria got my first points. Now in Silverstone, Nico did his first podium. So it has been great, very enjoyable, and much more to come.
Now, there's obviously some amazing Formula 1 cars here from the dawn of the sport. Are there any you particularly want to have a go in?
Well, to be honest, there's 2 McLarens in front of me that I would love to try. You know, this one and the one I think Prost drove in 1985 as well. You know, both cars are cars I would love to try at some point.
Well, amazing. Hopefully we'll see you in them over the weekend. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
DC, you've been in and around Formula 1 cars for decades now. It's quite a collection this weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really special, isn't it, to see such an incredible array of different eras, really. When you look through, you know, each of the cars represents the best of what Formula 1 technology had available at that time. Irrespective of the speed of the various cars, we're all brought together by that desire to have engineering art go quickly.
I mean, you still get behind the wheel quite a lot on Red Bull events. Is it always special getting into a Formula 1 car?
Yeah, I never take it for granted because very few people get to experience what it is to have a race car sort of moulded around your body. And then it's great for me as well. You know, I saw some of the Williams Heritage guys there. So cars that I tested as a young driver, not knowing if I would ever have the chance to be in Formula 1. And then looking at them today and thinking, geez, we were quite brave when you look at sort of the suspension and things like that. But, you know, as I say, that was the cutting edge technology of the day.
And just finally, news obviously broke Christian Horner is out of Red Bull. You were there at the beginning. I mean, just sum up how much Christian has achieved in his time at Red Bull, because it's been an amazing run over the last 20 years.
Yeah, well, I think that the result page says everything. I think there was a couple of postings yesterday listing all of the victories the team has had, all of the World Championships. So that's it. That's the that's the credits that the whole team, of course, have collectively put out on the racetrack. But Christian was the team principal for those 20 years.
David, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Perspective on high-performance EVs. Every move calculated. Every moment controlled. This is performance redefined. Ioniq 6N. Driving still matters.
is not just a car. It's a 230-mile-an-hour fuel-injected data processing machine, sensing heat, pressure, friction, fuel, producing more than 1 million data points every second. This is not just an app. It's an AI-powered platform translating data into insight and fueling a fan base of millions. The new Scuderia Ferrari HP app with AI-generated content and insights built with IBM Watson X.
For a small donation, you too can help young people like Amaka.
I don't need donations. I need your investment. I am part of Generation Potential, not Gen Z, Gen Alpha, whatever random name they decide. I have so much to offer the world. I could solve the climate crisis. I could cure disease. I could write a blockbuster movie. Because I'm going places. I want to make it so big. Ooh, okay. I'll be at some fancy fundraising events, deciding who gets my investment. Today, I am here looking for your investment into our future. We want to learn skills, to gain confidence, to find opportunities, to change the world for the better.
Invest in us. Invest in Generation Potential.
It shouldn't matter how we start, it's what we do next that counts. Hey! Guys!
So I've headed down to the First Glance paddock where there's plenty of two-wheeled machines as well as four here, and I've caught up with Aaron Gordado, who's representing Livewire, an SMCO custom build company. Now Aaron, I really wanted to speak to you about this incredible motorbike that we've got in front of us, which is electric powered, something that is still a rare sight these days. But before we come on to talking about this custom machine, just give us a bit of background about your work with Livewire.
My brother and I, out of Long Beach, California, Sean and I have been building and racing motorcycles for since we can remember. This is our second time at Goodwood, so we were here in 2022 on the Livewire one, and being able to come to a different country with the parts that we develop and the technology that Livewire has put together on a really great bike for us to ride, and to come and debut that here at first glance with Livewire in front of the Goodwood community. This is a bucket list place for us to be, and for us to come back again and share and be the only electric bikes here, I believe, and running them up the hill, and the performance behind these it's unmatched, and we couldn't be happier to be here again.
Yeah, and how's the reaction been? Because, like you say, I think some people jump on the fact that there's no noise from these machines, but actually they have blistering performance, and as you can see, it's a truly beautiful work of art.
The performance on these bikes, it really surprises people. We were racing them in France maybe 2 weeks ago, and we go and do this drag race up this hill against all sorts of high horsepower gas bikes, loud, doing burnouts and all that, and you line up next to somebody, get the tire spinning, and within seconds the tire is the wheel speed is so fast, the torque is on demand, and being able to spin the tire and grab on, everyone looks at you and says, oh my gosh, that's actually really fast, and it's impressive, and you don't really know until you ride it or until you pull away from somebody and you know what it's like riding a different bike, and you see this going and like being able to make upgrades on something that already works so well is hard to do, but doing it with taste, doing it with style, doing it with technology. I mean, we're working with direct fit carbon fiber wheels that bring down the rotating mass, like the braking is quicker, the turnover, the cornering, spinning the tire, getting it going, on road racing, dirt track style. We've also even done like 3D printed bodywork that is direct fit OEM, but the technology behind the bikes themselves is impressive, but also trying to maintain that and being custom as well. It's just trying to stand out, but also do justice to something that we love riding. And I mean, coming here to share it in the UK has been so cool.
Yeah, and you're about to take this up the hill later today, which I'm sure you're very excited about. So we'll let you get kitted up. We look forward to seeing this one. Thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you so much. We're looking forward to it.
Well, it is a lovely day here, the first of 4 at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and people are finding all sorts of ways to soak up the atmosphere and enjoy the views and study around so many different machinery, vehicles, and modern as well, of course. There's a lot of the very latest that is coming out for the very first time being shown here at Goodwood, but there's also a history from way, way back. So everything that car fans can enjoy in many, many different ways, Alice.
Yes, there certainly can be. There's plenty for people to see. The Future Lab, sports cars, supercars. We've got the Formula 1 paddock as well. So really make a day of it. Keep hydrated. Keep that sun cream up. Certainly I would need it if I was out in the sunshine. But hydration is hugely important, but so much for every single person to see here that's attending Goodwood today and over the weekend.
So yes, some lovely views, and we'll be getting more and more people as we go through the weekend, of course. Saturday and Sunday particularly busy. We've got coming up next the Manufacturer Experiential Run 2. We've got the Red Arrows that will be coming up above us, and we will be going into that, of course. The Supercar Run coming up later, the Gas Show, the Batch 3 F1 Prologue, Pioneers, Innovators and Underdogs, which is going to be fun. More from the manufacturers, and Batch 5, the first glance of some of the latest vehicles, new classics and road bikes as well. Further down the order, we've got the Batch 2, World Superbikes and the Colin McRae celebration, the drifting as well, the Derek Bell balcony moment at 4:20, Supercar Run later on, and then towards the end of the day we'll be getting into the final of the manufacturer runs, which are very much on the Thursday, slightly different on the Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So there we are, and it's lovely to see so many people in great weather here, and it really is an enjoyable day. Warm, of course, as you say. You've got to protect yourself a little bit from all the sun, but people look well geared up to get through today. And there's an opportunity to travel around this whole area, going up to the rally stage as well, and through the paddock areas, having a really good look at some remarkable vehicles, whether you love the latest supercars or whether you love the history of cars from pre-war. There is so much to look at, so much to enjoy, and of course the Goodwood House we will be seeing that as well. Lots of balcony celebrations over the course of the day and over the weekend, and particularly with Derek Bell later on today. So huge amounts to enjoy here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
With eBay Assured Fit, find the right parts for your car just by entering your reg. eBay, things people love.
Down the inside, late on the brakes for Wilson in the Maserati. He gets the move done, but did he get on the grass? He does. The rear end steps out.
And so this is it. This is the Mercedes AMG World of Performance.
Actually, it's under construction at the moment. More than 6,000 workers on site.
It's going to set standards also that everybody else will try to follow and makes the sport greater.
As teams, as fans, as people, a sound, a smell, a shiver down the spine.
So we're getting ready to see some more action heading up the hill, but we're also looking forward to a little more heading above us as well in just a little while. So we will be seeing lots of action. We've got the manufacturers of MG, Renault, BMW and Honda putting out some special machinery. A lot of it's actually their history. For example, BMW's their 3 Series cars, which have started from the 1970s, and they're showing us all the different versions of those. Honda are doing similar with their Civic Type Rs as well, so that's part and parcel of it. MG, of course, have moved on hugely with modern machinery, and they're going to be doing some of the displays as well. And Renault moving on from the early days of Renault 5, a very popular car for so many people, and now coming up with the electric versions as well. So we will be seeing those head up the hill in not too long a time. We've got other machinery as well, of course, that will be heading up, but we've also got the Red Arrows due to be doing their demonstration pretty soon as well. So that's always been a big part of Goodwood. It's not only about watching the cars go up the hill climb, it's also about enjoying the display of the Red Arrows. Wonderful to see so many fans here, so many supporters of this event. And Alice, it's lovely also the fact that we have real families coming along to enjoy this. So some of the youngsters perhaps still learning to enjoy about cars and about other things, but there's always stuff to enjoy here.
And probably the best place for them to learn at, isn't it, Ben? Because they can see very new future technology as well, and back to pre-war race cars as well, so they can really learn the history of motorsport, the history of cars, and of course we've had the Pirelli launcher as well. They can learn about tyres too, so you always get to see a wide range of vehicles, not just in the paddock with our static displays, but also out on track. But I think they can also look up in the sky. It's time for the Red Arrows.
Good morning, Goodwood Festival of Speed. I am squad leader Graham Muscat, Red 10. The team supervisor with the Royal Air Force Aerobacter team. It's the Red Arrows. It's great to be here at Goodwood once again to display for you. We've got a busy season this season, but of course we've got Goodwood all this weekend. The team are airborne out of Bournemouth. They are on their way over. They're talking to Farnborough. I'm also talking to them on the team radio. And when we arrive, of course, we will be in our world famous battle formation, trailing our red, white and blue. So make sure you give them a huge round of applause, a huge cheer as we arrive for the show. There are 3 different shows that we can do. It's either a full, rolling or flat show. And hopefully we'll get a rolling or a full show here today at Goodwood. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please put your hands together for the 2025 Royal Air Force Aerobacter team. It's the Red Arrows! Team arriving at over 400 miles per hour, trailing our famous red, white and blue. Red 1 bringing them around to the right. In his second year as team leader, Red 1 is squad leader John Bond, known as Bondy. He's a former Typhoon pilot, former qualified flying instructor on the Tucano, where he was the Tucano display pilot in 2012. The rest of the team have now collapsed, and coming in from the right in our world famous Diamond 9, once again, the 2025 Red Arrow! On the right of Red 1 is Red 2, Flight Lieutenant Rob Thomas. Rob is in his first year on the team. Uniquely, he was taken from training and made straight into an instructor on the Hawk T-Mark 1 before completing his own training and then joining the Typhoon Force, where he has served in operations over Iraq and Syria with 3 Squadron. He's also been an instructor on 29 Squadron, the operational conversion unit at RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. You'll now see Reds 8 and 9 move left and right respectively as the team roll out to the left over the top of the trees in one of the widest formations that we fly. This is the Swan as the smoke comes on.
Lights on, go. Rolling.
Team once again over 400 miles per hour pulling up showing the expertise of the pilots doing a loop in formation. But not only that, they'll change formation. 8 and 9 will move inwards, and they change the shape from swan to shuttle, reaching a height of just over 5,500 feet. The aircraft now slowing down to only 120 miles per hour. The controls being a lot more restrictive in the top of that loop before they come back down to around about 500 miles per hour, and Red 1 bring them around to the left. 11 pilots in the team. You have Reds 1 through 9 displaying for you today. Myself, Red 10, team supervisor, former Tornado GR4 pilot, former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk, Team Mark II. And also with me today is Officer Commanding Rafat, Wing Commander Adam Collins, Red 11, his last year on the team, former Tornado pilot, and he also flew the F111 while on exchange with the Royal Australian Air Force. Team now moved to represent one of the most iconic and notable aircraft in aviation history. The smoke comes on in the Concorde. On the left-hand side of that centre stem, closest in is Red 3, Flight Lieutenant Andrew McEwen, known as Macca. Macca in his first year on the team, he flew the AV-8B, which is a Harrier variant, with the United States Marine Corps while on exchange, before then returning back to the UK and flying with 617, the Dambuster Squadron, on our latest 5th generation aircraft, the F-35B Lightning at RAF Marham. Reds 2 and 3 now move up alongside Red 1 as the rest of the formation make a delta wing at the back. 2025 is the 20th anniversary of the Royal Air Force Typhoon display team. In from the right, this is Typhoon! All the way at the back on the far right-hand side is Red 4, working extremely hard because we take all our formation references from Red 1. He's looking through the formation at Red 1 and not necessarily the aircraft that's on the inside. Red 4 is squadron leader Chris McCann, known as Creamy. Chris was taken from training, again, made an instructor on the Tucano, before then completing his own training and joined the Tornado GR4 force, where once again he flew with 617, the Dambuster Squadron, out of RAF Lossiemouth. Chris also received an Air Force Cross for his service on operations over Afghanistan. Of course, the Royal Air Force is famous for its operations in the air domain, but now these days we have a unique capability in space and cyber. And to represent that capability, in from the left, is Apollo. All the Red Arrows pilots must have at least 1,000 to 1,500 fast jet hours, be assessed as above average in the air, and have one operational tour under their belt before they can even apply to join the team. Those applicants are whittled down to the final 9. Those 9 come and spend a week with us out in Greece and Croatia. They have a formal flying test, formal interview, a mock media interview and peer review before we take the 9 down to the final 3 who join the team the following year. Red 6 and 7 split at the rear of the formation. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready for the colourful Big Vixen.
On, go.
The team in that particular mover fly with their air brakes out, and that's a small door at the base of the aeroplane towards the rear. This has twofold effect. The first effect means the pilots fly with a higher throttle setting, thereby producing a hotter engine gas temperature. That makes the smoke colours billow a lot more brightly, and it also disturbs the airflow outside the back of the aeroplane, which makes those colours and that smoke billow a lot more fuller. And therefore in certain manoeuvres in the show we use it to enhance those manoeuvres. Red 6 and 7 now move to the centre stem to sit behind Red 1. Red 8 and 9 sit and trail on the rest of the formation. For one of the most popular, if not the most popular manoeuvre, the red arrows fly in from the right hand side. Once again, get your cameras ready. It's tornado time! 8 and 9, roll goes. Reds 8 and 9 roll around the rest of the formation. But watch for the colour change as Red 1 brings them down the line. Of course, once again, trailing our famous red, white and blue. That red, white and blue is only capable due to the smoke pod that's under the bottom of the aeroplane. That smoke pod is capable of producing approximately 5 minutes of white smoke, 1 minute of red smoke and 1 minute of blue smoke. Each of those colours are selectable by its own button on the pilot's control column. And during winter training, both Red 1 and Red 6 come up with a smoke plan to ensure that we have the right colour smoke in the display at the right time and we simply do not run out. As we come to the end of the first half, Reds 8 and 9 have rejoined the rest of the formation. They'll come back towards the centre display and this will be your last opportunity to get that picture of us in our world famous Diamond 9 before we go into the second half of the show. And of course, the second half of the show is the more high-paced, more dynamic, heart-pumping, jaw-dropping part of the show. But once again, in from the left, in our Diamond 9, the smoke comes on. To end the first half, it's the Red Arrows. As we go into the second half, we start the second half with the same way as 2024. This is the 5-4 split. And in the second half, we operate in two distinct sections. Off to the left-hand side, you've got Reds 1 through 5, known as Enid, named after Enid Blyton's famous 5. Off to the right-hand side, 6, 7, 8 and 9, known as Hannah, named after squad leader Ray Hannah, the only team member to lead the team for 4 years. He took the team from a 7 to a 9 and formed our world-famous Diamond 9. Enid from the left, Hannah from the right in the 5-4 colourful cross. Now see Red 4 moving in behind Red 1 and Red 5 sitting in trail on the rest of Enid. Number 5, roll goes. Number 5 rolls around the smoke of Enid. Number 5 is Flight Lieutenant Dustin Wales, known as Dusty. Dusty in his second year on the team. He's originally from Zimbabwe. He's a former Typhoon pilot, having flown with 11 Squadron, been an instructor on 29 Squadron, and also the test and evaluation unit at RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. Keep looking towards the front and you can see the smoke from Red 6, 7, 8 and 9, Red 7 and 8, red and blue rolling around Red 6 and 7. Once again, get your cameras ready for the Hannah break. Red 6 and 8 to our left-hand side, Red 7 and 9 to our right-hand side. Hannah and the Synchro pair are led by Red 6, the Synchro leader, Squadron leader Tom Hansford. Tom is in his third and final year on the team. He's a former Typhoon pilot, former qualified weapons instructor on the Typhoon, where he would teach all weapons, technical information and tactics to the entire Typhoon force. Each pair will now dive down to approximately 300 feet above Goodwood. They'll have a closing speed of over 900 miles per hour in a manoeuvre called the Hannah Pass. Reds 8 and 9 go up and down in the roller coasters as Reds 6 and 7 stay flat. Go is the call from Red 6 as Red 6 to our right hand side and Red 7 to our left hand side pulling up to 6G, which means everything about them is now weighing 6 times heavier than what you and I are as we stand on the airfield. Red 7 to our left hand side is Flight Lieutenant George Hobday. George is in his second year on the team, a former Typhoon pilot with 11 Squadron and a former qualified flying instructor on the Tucano. Those aircraft passing in the middle, only 30 metres, that's 100 feet wingtip to wingtip. Look to your right hand side, all the way in the distance you can see Enid running in, that's Reds 1 through 5. They form an inverted V. And coming in from the left hand side, we're looking for Red 9. Hopefully he's doing a speed of over 500 miles per hour as he lines up with the rest of Enid to form the Goose.
A little bit right. Nah.
Red 9 is Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suckling. Ollie is in his third year on the team, a former Tornado GR4 pilot, former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark II. As Enid leaves to the left, look directly to your front once again. You're looking for the synchro pair. Red 7 in tango with Red 6. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready. The smoke comes on, they split for the world famous Synchro Heart. And coming in from the top right hand side is Red 8 as he spears the heart. Red 8 is Flight Lieutenant Rich Walker, an extremely experienced aviator. He has flown both the Harrier and Typhoon on operations, as well as being a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark II. Let's give the synchro pair and Red 8 a massive round of applause for Wonderful Heart in the skies of Goodwood. Keep your eye on the synchro pair once again as they dive down to that 300 feet, that closing speed of over 900 miles per hour. Each aircraft will perform a barrel roll followed by a cross and a second barrel roll in a manoeuvre simply called the double rolls.
Go.
As the synchro pair leave to our rear, look to your far left over the top of the hills. You can see Enid running back in with Reds 8 and 9. The smoke comes on. The team roll to the right, and once again, another great photo opportunity for the vertical break.
Oh, there's
Enid and red 8 and 9 disappear to our front. Red 6 from the right, red 7 from the left. Each aircraft performs a barrel roll, followed by a cross only 30 metres. Wingtip apart in a manoeuvre called the Circus. Red 7 now smoking red, red 6 now smoking blue. Each aircraft pulling up to 6G. They complete the back of the circle once again, missing each other by only 30 metres. Not only that, they change red to blue and blue to red, keeping that 6G turn on. Once again, passing at the front only 30 metres to complete the manoeuvre called the Circus. From the right, 45, Enid running back in, the white smoking trail. Once again, the red, white and blue comes on as red 1 flies them in a barrel roll, leaving a snake-like smoke trail in the sky in a manoeuvre called the Serpent. Red Arrows is not just about the pilots. We have a team of over 140 personnel. Over 120 of them are the engineers, the logisticians, the public relations, the administrators, and they are known as the Blues due to the colour of their blue flying coverall. And there are a number of Blues here today at our public relations tent near the heliport. So please pop along, have a word with them, find out what their roles are on the Royal Air Force and within the Red Arrows. Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 now moved alongside Red 1, looking 90 degrees along their shoulder line at Red 1 while pulling up to 4G. The smoke comes on in the Tango Present. Red 6 and 9 from our left, red 7 8 from our right. Red 6 and 9 now roll inward for one of the newest manoeuvres for 2025. This is Chainsaw. Red 6 and 9 working extremely hard, pushing against that negative G, all the blood rushing to their head. They now convert that negative G into positive G. All the blood now rushing from their head towards their feet. They're working hard against that G suit to ensure that they remain conscious while they're pulling those Gs. From the left-hand side, Enid run back in. 2 and 3 roll go as 2 and 3 roll to the outside of the display. Clear goes, Reds 4 and 5 roll to the outside of the formation in one of the hardest manoeuvres for our new pilots each year to master. This is the rollbacks. I talked earlier about the Blues, and there are 11 individuals who get to fly in the back of our aircraft when we cannot take the full engineering complement, and they are known as Circus. One individual with me at every display is Circus 10, and that's AS1 Ewan Lewis in 2025. And he is with me on top of Goodwood House filming the display for safety and debriefing purposes. Looking directly to your front, you've got the smoke of red 6, 8 and 9, red and blue from reds 8 and 9. You can see the nose lights twinkling in the distance of red 6, 8 and 9. As they get closer, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras for the surprise as red 7 appears from the smoke of red 6 in the Tempest. Red 6 and 7 pull up and turn back towards display for their final manoeuvre of the show. Each aircraft will dive down, once again only 300 feet above the airfield. They'll conduct a barrel roll followed by a cross and inverted flight. in a manoeuvre simply called the crossbow. As the synchro pair leave to our rear, look directly to your front. Once again, you're looking for the smoke trails of reds 1 through 5, joined by reds 8 and 9. Smoke comes on. You can see the nose lights twinkling in the distance. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's been an absolute honour and a pleasure. Please put your hands together for the 2025 Royal Air Force Aerobacter Team, the Red Arrows! Red 1 puts his smoke on. He'll gather the rest of the formation, take them back to Bournemouth Airport where we're operating today. The engineers will refuel the jets, re-dye the jets, get themselves ready for our display tomorrow here at Goodwood. The pilots themselves will now jump into 3 helicopters and they'll make their way here at Goodwood, and all 11 pilots will be knocking around the site today, and we will have a signing session at the family enclosure later on this afternoon. So please pop along, have a word, come and chat to us and say hello. If you'd like any more information about Red Arrows, of course, you can follow us on Facebook and Instagram. All the pilots have their own account. I am RAF Red 10. Find me. You'll find the rest of the team. Have any images, videos, hashtag Red Arrows, we'll pick them up, share them across social media. As I said, this is my 4th and final year on the team. It's been an absolute pleasure to represent the Royal Air Force and be part of the Red Arrows. If I don't see you any time over the weekend or see you in the future, thank you very much. Have an enjoyable day, lots of water, lots of sunscreen, and have an enjoyable day, but we'll hopefully see you at the family enclosure later. So once again, on behalf of the Red Arrows, thank you very much. Goodbye.
So there we go, the Red Arrows have done their thing, and now it is all time to start seeing some more action coming up the hill once again. And we will see a mixture of machinery coming up. The Hyundai heading up first of all, and this is a part of the experiential run 2, and we will see plenty of machinery coming up here, no doubt about it. So we are enjoying seeing the i30 come up, the Ioniq 5N as well from Hyundai, and the RN24 as well. But a real mixture of machinery, as you can see. Some of the cars here are a little bit less common. The Praga is about to head up as well, and more of the supercar style, and the lovely noise that we get from some of this machinery as well is just astonishing. So we can enjoy supercars, basic cars, some of the most latest designed cars will be coming out as well, and some of the great history we will be enjoying from some of the manufacturers in particular are putting up particular lines like BMW, Honda, Lotus as well, and so we're going to be seeing lots and lots as we go through the day.
Yeah, so this is the Praga, as Ben has mentioned, a road legal race bred hypercar. And certainly it's got that hypercar feel and it's got that hypercar look. Very limited production though, Ben, only 89 units total, and around about 20 cars per year being built, so hugely impressive from Praga.
It is, yeah, a beautiful machine, and as you say, the people who have actually managed to get them, very, very fortunate, because there are very few of them in the world, but lovely to see, and across the line. So that's one of our early machines in this particular run that we are doing up the hill. And then one of the minis, so the Mini Countryman, so obviously the latest version, introduced in 2024 and still currently available This is part of the latest of the Minis. Of course, they've gone very much into all the modern technology of the hybrids and full electric as well with the Mini Countryman. So this is an aspect that a lot of people will enjoy, and we will see a lot of them as well. Some of the older ones that Minis produced were such a key part of people's excitement in motorsport in the early days with the tiny Mini, and I noticed that still many people are enjoying them. Lotus heading back out now. The Electra is the next one we're seeing, and I think this is what they call the Kaimu Grey version of the electric SUV, the luxury machine. We saw the Galloway green one earlier, so they've got a couple of them in different colouring.
They often see quite a lot of the Lotuses in different colourings, whether it's from their green, the white, the blue, a nice variety of colours. And I don't have a particularly favourite colour, to be honest, Ben, but nice to see the Electra. We obviously had a big launch at the past couple of Festival of Speeds from Lotus, and real standout when they do run up the hill. Absolutely right, yeah, and some 5 metres long by just over 2 metres wide. It is a machine, weighs about 2.6 kilos, but produces plenty of power, well over 600 horsepower. And you can just sort of see that launch as it comes up through the hill for Lotus, with all the electrical work that they are doing now. McLaren 750, which we saw earlier on as well, and of course a key part of McLaren's beautiful supercars that have been developing now for many years and producing machinery that is incredibly popular amongst the fans of supercars. McLaren's not only about racing, it is very much about producing cars that will deliver, and the 7 Series has been around for a little while now in the supercar world. It has a whole host of display for McLaren's down in the supercar paddock as well. Another part manufacturer that's had great launches here, and as well we'll be seeing plenty of their F1 cars go up the hill too in the 75 years celebration of Formula One.
Yeah, we'll be enjoying plenty of that later on. There's no doubt about it. There's a really fantastic collection. And Zach Brown will be here over the weekend as well, I believe, that he's going to be around. Certainly some of the cars that he owns, not only McLaren's, because of course he has some historic cars from other areas as well. He has always been thoroughly enjoying machinery, cars, racing, and he's a key part now, of course, of running the McLaren F1 team. So we've got one of the MGs heading out now, the MG S5 EV, another electric crossover SUV, and so this one is pretty new, I have to say. It was only sort of launched at the end of last year, wasn't it? So lovely to see it coming up.
It is, and you can see it's more of their slightly bigger versions of an MG waiting to launch itself off the start line, and we've got some exciting things coming up shortly from MG as well. And there you go, floors it. Whoever's driving behind, I'm sure will giving it full beans as they head through into turn 1, but as I said, we'll be treated to a nice display from MG very shortly.
So we shall see as it comes up, and it's all time to learn more about MG. So next up, we've got the MG IM6. So this is the IM6 100 Performance, another electric luxury SUV, but this is more the coupe version. And it is dual electric motor and four-wheel drive. And just look at that four-wheel drive power with electric power, the way it goes off the line. It's always astonishing to see that. Can be a huge advantage in shootout when we get to that later in the weekend.
It certainly can, Ben. It's 800 newton meters of torque, 767 brake horsepower, and actually fantastic acceleration, 0 to 62 mile an hour in just 3.4 seconds as it feathers its way nicely through that chicane, then past our commentary box window through Molecombe Corner, and also fantastic interior inside. Do make sure you check down to see. It includes that beautiful 26.3-inch touchscreen spanning inside, so a real beauty inside and out.
It is, absolutely, yes. So that's another one that we will be keeping an eye on. So as the MG comes up the hill, and of course at this stage we're not doing the timings, that comes later on over the course of the weekend, but just coming over the line, it's now going to be time to celebrate the Renault 5.
Renault 5 is back. Renault 5, 3 times Car of the Year winner.
So here we go then, and here we are looking at one of the early Renault 5s. Wonderful to see. I grew up with a Renault 5 as part of the family, a normal standard road version. This, of course, was a competition version of the Renault 5, and it was a machine that rallied very successfully in the late 1970s. The original Renault 5s were created in 1972, but the Max Renault 5 Turbo won the Monte Carlo Rally in 1981 by Jean Ragnotti. Oh, and that's not quite sure that was part of the plan.
Oh, I think it was, no?
Was it?
Well, maybe not that so much, but I was going to say they're quite nippy and nimble, and clearly very useful when you want to do some donuts.
Absolutely. There's another one. That's a neater one. That's a good one.
Much better than I could certainly do. Probably you too, Ben.
No, well, it's, I wouldn't be able to do that at all. I must admit, that was nice to see. And now doing a series of 360s and the Renault 5 turbo machine. What a wonderful device. Very successful in its time. The Renault 5 Turbo was a winner in French Super Touring as well, so it wasn't only good on rallying, it was good in competition on circuits as well. And Jean Ragnotti, who was one of the great stars, he raced rallies with Renault for many years, actually. Won the Tour de Corse in 1982 and then in 1985. And here you are, look, here's a batch of modern Renault 5s.
And you can still see they have a Renault look, and even back to the day as well as they come up the hill. And the E-Tech is I would say it's very much anticipated electric revival of course, that fantastic car that we saw doing some donuts. Maybe we won't get some donuts from the modern day versions, but certainly they do look spectacular. Headlights flashing on the front there as they come up through the chicane.
Yeah, it's been a very popular change for Renault. They've come up with this fully electric Renault 5, but it's rather lovely that they've gone for that form. And then we've got here the new 5 Turbo 3E. Now, this is a new machine that was announced in March this year, heavily modified version. And funnily enough, they're building 1,980 of these, 1980, because the 1980 year celebrates the first Renault 5 Turbo. So they're building just under 2,000 of these. Delivery's not for a little while, not until 2027, I believe. Full carbon fibre bodywork. And then you've got the electric in-wheel motors. And you can see this is very, very rapid indeed. Doing another standing start, and it gives you an idea just how rapid it is climbing up the hill. Fun to see.
It is. The acceleration will be pretty impressive as well, as those sat just on the exit of Molecombe Corner get a great view, goes up past that famous flint wall here at Goodwood. And it's great to have Renault being celebrated once again here at the Festival of Speed.
Yeah, particularly with something like this this modern machine. The Ligier team are part of developing this machine, and Ivan Muller, who of course was a great success, he was also part of it. Lovely to see the Renault 5 collection. So now we're moving on from a celebration of Renault to a celebration of BMW, and this is another delightful part of growing up and seeing the BMW 3 Series. So the 3 Series first emerged in 1975 with that first version, and there have been a whole bunch of them ever since, and we're seeing, I think it is 7, of these 3 Series over the years, going from, as I say, 1975 right up to the modern day, and we will see them heading out onto the track, the E21. So they were race versions back then as well, but they were very much compact executive cars, successor to the 2002 series of BMW, which was that 60s, 70s period, but then the 3 Series came up, and you can see them all coming up together, in fact. So we've got the E21 from 75, the E30 from 82, the E36 from 1990, the E46 series from 1997, the E90 from 2004. We've also got the G20 there at the back from 2018, the 7th time that it had come along. And it's rather lovely to see this mix of 3 Series, isn't it?
It really is, like you said, ranging from pretty much the very start. The E21, we saw that first car that just went up leading the train of these 3 Series BMWs, and then over to the E30, which was the second generation of the 3 Series, produced from 82 to 94. And I'd probably say that's every single one of these are still hugely admired, even if we skip over to the modern day. But certainly the E21, the E30, even up to the E36, hugely popular. And you can just see how you can always spot a BMW, and then the characteristics have continued through the DNA of BMW and the cars that they brought to the road and to the track as well.
Yeah, to the track. I mean, for example, the E30 you were talking about, which was the second version, British touring car, champions in late 1980s, early 1990s, lots of other European touring car titles as well. And then, as you say, nearly all of them have been involved in motorsport. There is, in the current version, the latest one, there's an M4 GT3, which is the race version from 2022. The Evo 1, the Dubai 24-hour event earlier this year, I believe. So the competition level has always been good, but of course it has been a very popular road car.
It has strong showing in World Endurance Championship as well, but a hugely popular road car. I must say, I'm a fan of a BMW myself. As a previous owner, it's fantastic and just perfect all-round car. And
yeah, really enjoyable to see right through the group of the BMW 3 Series.
Play.
And now it's time to celebrate Honda, and particularly the Civic Type R, because the Civic Type R, which has been a very key part of Honda history, plus the bikes as well. There are a couple of key bikes. There's the Honda CBR 1000 Fireblade, and there's another one as well, the Honda Goldwing, that we are enjoying seeing out there today, all part and parcel of the fun and games of the Honda celebration this weekend. And it is rather sad to hear that the Civic Type R is actually going to come to its end. They're not going to be doing them anymore in the future. But Honda bikes, of course, as well, have been absolutely vital over the years, and it's lovely to see them on track.
Huge success, actually, for the bikes, and of course the cars that we're going to be seeing coming up as well. Honda, a huge name, of course, in Formula One as well, but here are our Civic Type Rs. We've got a whole handful coming up, plenty. We've got the EP3, we've got the FK2 as well, which was produced from 2005 to 2017. And again, great to see the evolution of the Honda Civic Type R, who particularly have great success as well in British touring cars, Ben.
Yeah, they have had wonderful success in British touring cars, no doubt about it. And as you say, the various different models from 2001, or in fact, even a bit before that as well. But the Honda Civic Type R, the EP3, that was the second Type R, based on the Civic, made in the UK as well. Initially, the Civic Type R was made in the UK, which is lovely, and of course it became a very popular kind of sporting vehicle from Honda. It's developed over the years, got bigger, and we have seen some of the latest machinery, the Type R FK8, for example, from 2017, and then the FL5 from 2022. That's the latest, which is the 6th generation with a 2-litre turbo, 325 horsepower. And it also broke a track record for front-wheel drive machinery at the Suzuka circuit in Japan, and rather wonderful. They're doing, apparently they're doing, this June they're doing 40 of particular coloured ultimate versions of this latest version of the Civic Type R, because we are seeing the end of the Civic Type R going forwards. So wonderful again to see yet another great collection and the bikes. And we've also got some of the highlights we've enjoyed through this a real variety of machinery, but a variety that many people have a great sense of thinking about it, loving it, and getting a chance to see it. Some of them, they, as you said, would have been driving, because some of those Hondas, BMWs, Renaults perhaps are cars that have been used by family over the years.
Exactly, and we also saw, didn't we, of course, there the MG Cyberster GT and our new, or their new IM6 fully electric, and then it was switching quickly across over to the Renaults.
Yeah, and that wonderful display that was going on with the Renault 5 Turbo, and then the new Renault 5 Turbo, the latest version, the all-electric version, which is definitely following in the footsteps in terms of the shape and the way that it works, but fully electric, as I say. So great fun to see in the BMW 3 Series, the Honda Series as well, celebrating a great deal of history in some wonderful machinery and on the bikes as well. Lots to have fun with, and we shall see plenty more as we go through the course of the weekend. Lots more today through Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So much to see heading up this hill.
Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
We've wandered over to behind the Goodwood house to one of the most popular stands, I believe, this weekend, the Ferrari stand. And right here we've got the Pura Sangue. We're not allowed to call it an SUV, it's more of a Ferrari, an FUV, Ferrari utility vehicle. And it's a wonderful colour, this one. And it's actually a client's car that's gone through the tailor-made process where you can really bespoke your car to exactly how you want it. And you can see there, it's a fantastic looking car. Alongside it, we have the Roma Spider. Someone's just popped the bonnet there to have a look at that glorious V8. And this car is a convertible version of really the entry-level car, the Roma, which is harking back to that gorgeous sort of 50s elegant GT car. And if we come back here on Saturday, we'll see the replacement for the Roma Coupe, the Amalfi, that's getting its global debut here at the Festival of Speed, which will be a really big occasion. Alongside that, this fantastic livery of the 296 Speciale. First time out of Italy, we've seen this car. And you can see those, in the sunlight, those carbon wheels there. It's absolutely fantastic. Performance variant of the 296. Really, really fantastic, lightweight, mid-engined Ferrari. And if we sneak back into the client area, I'm sure they'll let us through. Let's go through here. We've got a real treat here. Harking back to the 90s, we have, for me, one of the all-time greats, the Ferrari F50. Absolute thoroughbred car from the 90s, V12, naturally aspirated, derived from F1 technology in a supremely rare black. There's a couple of these, maybe 3 of these in the world, and a client car here forms a centerpiece to this fantastic setup here for Ferrari. And later on the hill, we'll be seeing the successor to the F50, the F80, making its worldwide global dynamic debut going up the hill. Very exciting times here for Ferrari at the Festival of Speed.
Bright sunshine continues to beat down here in Goodwood. If you're trackside, I hope you've able to find a little bit of shade, keeping cool, keeping hydrated. Harry Benjamin and Bruce Jones are with you now for our next run up the hill, which features, well, something quite hot as well, Bruce, supercars.
Supercars, a lot of people come specifically to see them, even with the amazing array of Formula One cars. And we're going to kick off with the Alpine Alpenglow. It's low, it's sleek. In some ways, that said, it's a link between their Formula One and World Endurance Championship and road car range. It's something that was first spotted in 2024. Wings and things doesn't do it justice when you look at the tail end of that. You look at the aerodynamic sculpting on this very, very special car. And there is a hybrid, there is a hydrogen version as well. So it's a time of great interest for Alpine, but it's the shapes that stand out. The giant diffuser underneath, that's a car made for purpose.
It's something that even Batman would have a look at and have to take a step back. That's what, well, I'm not saying I'm Batman, but when I was in the bus yesterday behind it, it was rather striking. That is for sure. But a huge range of supercars making their dynamic debuts, some of them as well. So really exciting next step in that supercar world. And I always wonder, Bruce, what do you think defines a supercar? Because you do get a lot of variety in them.
Well, actually, to be honest, the target is one that is constantly moving because the figures, the performer figures that we get are getting greater and greater and greater. And we saw fleetingly a Koenigsegg, and that's a car that has, get this, somewhere north of nearly 2,500 horsepower to play with. The shapes are exquisite, ever more sculpted. The wings particularly becoming ever more dynamic, larger. The underbody also having to work for its keep as well. Pagani's, we're just going down towards some Pagani's now. This is mouth-watering as we work down just beyond the start. Arte Pista and Horacio Pagani, an Argentinian of Italian extraction. Art is vital for him and his range of cars, and the sounds and shapes that has been produced by Pagani, quite extraordinary. And if you think one is fast enough, it will be faster still, because Haiara getting quicker and quicker. A lot of the top drivers, we're going to have to keep an eye on who's in which car, because they literally queue up to have a go in these.
They really do. This, the Haiara R-Evo Roadster, unveiled digitally last year but never shown publicly, so getting a first look at that, which is really exciting. And again, talk about variety as well. Koenigsegg bringing this, the CC850, a modern tribute to a legend, unveiled back in 2022 to celebrate the 20th anniversary of Koenigsegg, paying homage to the very first production car, the CC8.
But it's interesting, Harry. A lot of these cars, of course, are supercars with hybrid elements, but that being a tribute is quite simple. It's a 5-litre twin-turbo V8 producing just shy of 1,400 horsepower. Huge figures, amazing shapes.
High-performance, street-legal sports car known for its speed, power, handling, often featuring advanced technology and a high price tag. That is the definition of supercar.
That is a given. It depends which manufacturer. Obviously, Ferrari have a huge number of supporters here, aficionados of the make from Italy, but just the range, the array. That was the 12-cylindry Ferrari just went past, and often they have liveries that sort of conceal what really they have on offer, the shapes. It's a hint, a teaser.
Yeah.
And that was the Zenvo Aurora Tour. That's built in Denmark, quad turbo V12. I was saying, more and more turbos, twin, not enough. Let's have 4 cylinders, 12. That'll do very nicely for them. 1,850 horsepower.
Yeah, revs to 9,800 RPM. Just 50 of these are going to be made. Both, well, they're on display on the stands in the supercar paddock, and we'll get to see it go up the hill too.
And it's not just the cars. Zenvo bringing a lot of their guests. There are some high in the compound here, with having a massive sit-down dinner in the air, in the clean open air last night. So, you know, the great and good, they come, and also the car owners. This is a car owner's delight, whether you're starting with your first car, but these are the halo cars for all these ranges.
Must have lost my invite in the post on that one.
Yeah, wrong address. You keep moving, Harry.
Classic. And we've got a big celebration as well for Ferrari, as always, celebrating, paying homage to their World Endurance Championship campaign, which has really proved successful. That was the SF90 XX Spider running the number 50 emblazoned on the front of that as a tribute to the 499P hypercar that they run in the World Endurance Championship, fresh off the back of actually the customer team, AF Corsa, winning the 24-hour Le Mans. Robert Kubica taking a hugely anticipated win.
Now in life, you hope your karma is good. We're looking at a Karma, pretty cheesy segue there, but that's their electric hypercar. It's the Cavea, a 120 kilowatt battery, 1,880 horsepower, 250 miles, except if you press the pedal quite hard, and I dare say, Harry, you'd have brought it down under 100.
I probably would have done. Prototype only for this run. Look inside of that, there's the technology as well that goes on. Gull wing doors too. Getting ready, just finding a little bit of shade as well. Also paying a big celebration for Singer as well. They're here with a couple of cars, the 911 reimagined by Singer and the 911 Carrera Coupe, which is just tucked in behind Singer's 10th year at the Festival of Speed. They're running both these cars up the hill. One is turbocharged, the one naturally aspirated.
Yeah, and there's Marino Franchitti on car 652, which is their one, which is just a reimagined 934/5, which are still racing fervently in historic racing. The original 911 shape is concealed at the tail by those enormous rear wings, those rear haunches. Brother Dario Franchitti getting the gen on the second of the cars, which is their wide-body Carrera, effectively. So again, these shapes from the 1970s, so beloved by Porsche fans, but sort of reimagined, reconstructed, and with a price tag that makes you think that maybe you should order just the one, not a pair.
Buy two, buy one for the price of two? No, wrong way around.
They've removed
the price of one. I don't want the price of two, please.
I saw you coming, Harry.
But yeah, that was the wide body one. And then this is probably one of the most expensive cues you will find anywhere. This from Praga, the Bohema is what we're looking at the moment. The Czech-made hypercar designed and built in-house by Praga, which has been around for a very long time, continuing to showcase the sleek aerodynamics on the back of that as well, with the rear wing that just tips up. So smooth and elegant are the lines here of this Praga.
But so many of these names are little known, but the very point you said they've been producing for a long time. Zenvo, they're a new company. Praga since 1907 in Czechoslovakia as it was then, but now in the Czech Republic. The tail end of one of the Gordon Murray T50s there, that's the Niki Lauda track version. And with Gordon Murray, we're celebrating his amazing 60-year career. Of course, to him, the essence is small, light and dynamic, and he couldn't hit the note more accurately with his current cars, the T50s, the T33, and they make the greatest sound. Looking inside, everything is pared down, all the switchgear. Some of the other cars, it's a massive array. It's almost like you're about to launch yourself into space, but with this, only the essentials are required.
Just the essentials, and this, as you're saying, the Niki Lauda Heritage Edition, the T50 SXP1. And we've got some action, and straight away, it's the McLaren Solus, the hypercar that McLaren run, which, well, you will hear it before you see it, that's for sure. This actually began life as a Gran Turismo digital design before being produced as a limited production track-only car with 5.2 litres naturally aspirated V10, so making a huge loud noise as it makes its way up the hill.
Well, there's absolutely no compromise with it. The Alpenglow about to get going, but it's a single-seater, effectively, the McLaren Solus, track day only, brilliant sound. Now let's see what, well, of course it's fitting the Alpine is in that metallic blue that they've sported as their competition. Now, electric cars, the Artura has been mighty for McLaren. It's got its own race series now, and it's great to see it in the orange and black livery of McLaren. Since Zak Brown took control, it's become the default colour, harking back to the days when Bruce McLaren was out there duking it out at the front with Denny Hulme in the Formula One World Championship in the mid-60s.
And how McLaren have returned to the top in Formula One, this celebrating their 2024 Constructors' Championship win, looking set to do the double by the end of this year as well. Koenigsegg, the Sade Spear, making its way off the line. And a couple of variants that Koenigsegg have brought to this weekend's running. They've also got the Jesco and the Gemera running here as well, along with the CC850, that tribute to a legend we saw queuing up behind as well, but just striking once more.
And Pagani, they stand the test of time. They just build exquisite cars. This is about as extreme as it can get. The Huayra R Evo Roadster. It's long, it's low, but it's that calico ripping sound of the V12 that really, really stands out, as well as the sheer speed.
Digitally revealed last year, making its global dynamic debut here at the Festival of Speed. 6 litres naturally aspirated V12 with that long tail body, with the active aero, the splitter with the stabilising fin in the middle as well. Attached to the rear wing, it really is fully prepped to go racing. Race grade suspension, brakes and tyres. It's built really to LMP2 style performance.
Yes, and sort of rather strangely, I saw a range of Paganis early this year on the frozen lake in St. Moritz. It was great to see them, but it wasn't the natural place. No. You'd think someone like Spa-Francorchamps sweeping through the sweepers, but good to see them anywhere.
Yeah, and as we were saying, again, we've got more Koenigsegg production. This, the CC 850 from Koenigsegg, all in white, making its way up the hill now.
Well, this is the one we saw at the start line. It tributes the models from some while ago. It's good that they're looking back to the early ones. As I said, 5-litre V8, absolutely mighty. But for Ferrari fans, there's a plethora. This is the F80. This is historic. This is the first time in public. About once a decade since the 1980s with the F40, they go up another 10. The 50, the 60, the 70, but this really has design that harks back to my eye to sort of their great racers of the mid-60s.
Really putting Ferrari and Goodwood hand in hand on the map globally this weekend, celebrating Ferrari's 80th anniversary, positioned as the successor to the LaFerrari 3-litre twin-turbo V6 with a hybrid system as well, 3 electric motors, 2 on the front axle and 1 MG UK at the rear as well, and Ferrari continuing to really set the standard. You don't see a brand new Ferrari like that every year, so when you get to see what they've got on offer, it really is something rather special.
And I think one of the glorious things about Ferrari in the past decade or so is they have a very strong nod to their past. Large front engine cars now down onto the start line. Let's have a look. The marshal stands in position, hands in front of the screen, indication to the driver it's good to go.
Yeah, this is another new one from Ferrari, the 12 Cylindri, heading up the hill now, all in yellow in this supercar run. Marks 70 years of Ferrari in North America. Front engine 6.5 litre naturally aspirated V12. This is Ferrari's most powerful non-hybrid V12 ever. You can see the active aero with the flaps coming up at the back as well.
And it just has that frontal shape of the Daytona, the 365 GTB from the 1960s that just stood the test of time, but the engine note sounds a little bit different. But it's about having the V12 mounting it up front, sculpt in a beautiful body, and let the driver do the rest.
Probably the most complete Ferrari GT ever. Sleek from every single angle that you look at it. Absolutely beautiful from Ferrari. And it continues. We got a little glimpse of this earlier with the same livery as the World Endurance Championship hypercar. This, though, the SF90XX Spider, the open-top supercar evolution of the SF90 platform with a hybrid system with a mid-mounted 4-litre turbo.
And again, the XX program is one for special Ferrari owners, and the cars are taken to the track with a full range of engineers and mechanics to look after them, and it's a very, very special program. Some people take their Ferrari Formula 1 cars to come out and play, as you do.
Well, I've been lucky to go to the Finale Mondiali a couple of years ago, a huge celebration of all things Ferrari and GT, where they launched their hypercar a couple of years ago. So the first road legal XX program Spider there, just finishing its way up the hill. Back at the start line though, revving its engine from Lanzanti. This, the Porsche 930 TAG Turbo 1.5 litre V6 twin turbo TAG Formula 1 engine powering that one.
Well, very, very special indeed. Talking special, we are at what we like to call around here car 653, but it's far, far more than that, Harry, isn't it? In its camouflage, we can see it, you can see it. It's the Zenvo Aurora Tour, brand new, built in Denmark, more of everything than you could possibly require, but it's a great great encompassment. It's going to have a gradual start, but again, we're being treated to these global debuts.
Yeah, a global dynamic debut. You can even hear a round of applause for it as it heads up the hill. The Zenvo Aurora Tour, a prototype production expected to start in 2026. A V12 quad turbo, as Bruce was saying, hand built in Denmark with a carbon monocoque, 1,850 horsepower. Just 50 units of these will be made. And you can see this both on a static stand as well in the supercar paddock, which is, I was there earlier, absolutely jam-packed. It really is one of the most popular places here.
Yeah, particularly on the Thursday here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. But what you never know with cars like this, like in the racing world, was this finished last night? You know, you always have a target, and that target is coming. It's in the diary. You cannot miss your
You cannot miss your Goodwood Hill Climb slot.
You certainly can't. This is the global stage. So by the time we see this car in 12 months' time, it may well look slightly different. There'll be many tweaks we can't see, but it's fantastic that Zenvo brought it here.
Well, we saw them queuing up. Now we're going to see them take to the hill climb from Singer. Celebrating 10 years at the Festival of Speed, making its way up first of all. This the 911. Such a synonymous make from Porsche, reimagined by Singer, running one of the two cars they've got making its way out. This is the turbocharged one, Porsche 911 as the body. And then this, the Carrera Coupe, reimagined by Singer. I mean, first of all, not alone the car, then the colour, then the wheels. It all just stands out and comes together so nicely.
Yeah, effectively, it's looking to imagine the cars from the 1980s, but just super cute. The ducktail that was such a feature, that rear wing just over the radiator slats at the back. Again, you can see the inlets just in front of the rear wheels. That wider body affords that to cool the engine tucked away in the rear of the car. But what an exquisite shape. Of course, with the previous car, the sister car, it was to mimic the 934/5 racer, which was a step of things to come. You had to keep the original body of the car, but they added the bodywork all around it. So when you get the rear shot, you can see where the original is, but those big wider wings really gave it downforce. But this is the road-going version, if you will, but more than enough to be going on with that 4-litre flat six. Totally true to Porsche history.
It certainly is. Now making its way, this is the Praga Bohema, which is already making its way up towards the top of the hill. This the Czech-made hypercar of Company Praga, as we were discussing earlier, been around for such a long time, founded back in 1907. It's 118 years of continuous manufacturing.
But this is almost like reverse engineering, because Praga produced a range of cars to compete in a one-make series and then built the supercar off that, and very, very dynamic, and quite a few drivers coming up through those. But I love the change of pace you get on the supercar run, not in terms of speed of the car, but just the imagery, because we're suddenly going from Praga, which is extreme, to Bentley, which is luxury as well as performance.
Yeah, the Bentley Bacalar making its way up the hill in that beautiful Bentley green, pays homage to, of course, the racing years in the Endurance Championship and their wins there. The two-seat Bacalar making its return, a bespoke coach building from Bentley, the oldest, from Bentley Mulliner, the oldest coach building company in the world.
But that's the essence, of course. When we say coach building, it's not necessarily about cars, it's before cars, when they built coaches, and certainly houses like Mulliner, phenomenally wonderful with Bentley as its sort of progenitor.
And then again, continuing with the diversity that you get on the hill here from Chimera, the prototype 01 of the Evo 38. You'll hear it before you see it. It's coming your way now in that black and gold. Beautiful livery.
If you paint it in other liveries like Alitalia or the liveries of time from the World Rally Championship, you're back there. But the very, very modern version. We can't offer you the cold and Turini and snow and ice, but we can offer you a gentle hill here in West Sussex. And it's fantastic to have this evocation. The prototype of the Evo 38 Chimera doing great, great things for the Lancia brand.
Yeah, this conceived as the final evolution of the Lancia 37 lineage, imagined as if it continued on into the modern era. So full Chimera DNA though, with handmade, analog, carbon fibre rich, mechanically pure too, twin charged 2.1 litre inline four, delivering 600 horsepower, really paying homage to the 80s rally icon, as lining up the Rolls-Royce Black Badge Spectre, so stealthy and waiting to attack the hill. Close your eyes, you wouldn't know it's just taken off.
You really wouldn't. It's luxury transport for seemingly a baddie in that black badge livery. It's sort of deep purple as the way the light hits it, but this is a car with a huge amount of power. In fact, it's the most powerful Rolls-Royce ever, and that comes as no surprise when you see the pace with which it passes Goodwood House. It is an exquisite design, and you know what? In many ways, it almost has echoes of their great cars from the 1950s as well, with that coupe body shape.
It certainly does. 23-inch black badge wheels, and it even has an infinity mode, which you can press in the car, and then it gives you access to 485 kilowatts of power as well.
Well, hopefully it only goes to infinity, not infinity and beyond, as was used in many, many movies. We keep on changing body shapes as we work our way forward. Car 655, everyone has a number.
It's the Rimac Nevera R heading up the hill, over 2,000 horsepower and record-breaking acceleration.
Almost ripped the tarmac off the drive down there, didn't it?
You could just hear it making its contact with from tyre to asphalt as it sets its way up. The Rimac Nevera R, top speed of over 215 miles per hour, or if you can't get it up to, it says you can get it up to around 256 miles per hour, depending on how brave you are.
Yeah, it was really, really strong, aggressive rear wing, and that helped it to the fastest ever time by a production car up the hill a couple of years ago. And to my eye, it's going to be even faster now. Doesn't even need to cut the corners. There is so much oomph, but the big problem for most of the drivers is out of the bright sunshine into the dark, dark shade with the small matter of a giant flint wall in front of you, but well negotiated.
Yeah, more aggressive and more focused. That talk about aggressive, though, and we have in beautiful blue the Lamborghini Revuelto making, or about to make, its way across the start line to make its way up the hill. This from 2023, Lamborghini's first HP EV with a new V12 engine and 3 electric motors. It's got 13 drive modes, including a fully electric all-wheel drive version. This really catering to every type of driver who wants a Lamborghini.
God, just think how long it would take you when you pick up one as a rental car in an underground car park at some unknown European airport, trying to find which of the 13 settings you want to go for. All of them would be quicker than you or I can imagine, Harry, but
I'm not sure I'm going to attempt to park.
Just hand the keys in, so back to you. Talking sinister, Bugatti, not a make you normally think of as sinister, but the Bugatti bolide is something very, very special indeed. It looks the part, it sounds the part, and boy does it go the part.
Now that really could be Batman's car. Brand new track-only hypercar, and the final W16 masterpiece, that 8-litre quad-turbo W16. Carbon fibre monocoque built by Dallara. You can just see it, the extremely aggressive aero. It's got a morphable roof scoop as well to help reduce drag, and it pays homage to what Bugatti has achieved as it now shifts to the hybrid V16 and, well, fully electric from the late 2020s as it moves forward into this new world.
So many elements on these supercars require explanation because so many parts of the cars are working in different ways to get the power down onto the surface, to keep the car on the surface. And certainly morphable roof scoop, that's the first time I've heard that used. I'm sure we'll go to greater extremes.
That is the sound of the Porsche GT3 RS with Manthey kits delivering over 1,000 kilograms of downforce as soon as the right foot goes down, with a semi-active coilover suspension, 4-way adjustability, torque of aero. You're seeing it as well as right here in front of you with that huge rear wing on the back.
And if you're wondering who Manthey is or what Manthey is, Olaf Manthey, successful driver in Porsches, has had his own team in the GT3 world for years and years. It's now changed hands, but they are selling the specialist body parts, and these are ones that are developed on circuits like the Nürburgring Nordschleife. They absolutely know what they're doing. It looks fantastic, sounds fantastic, and you can't miss it in that bright red livery.
No, with that kit on board as well, enhanced brake components, improved the cooling of the car, the feel of it, and the durability. Talk of running kits though, this is another Porsche 911 GT3, this with a touring package, another GT3 variant with, well, unlike the other one, no large fixed rear wing. It's replaced, really, you can see it, a subtle automated pop-up spoiler. So a slightly different offering, and you could just see, well, from pretty much a baseline of a similar car to the different kits on board can transform what you've got underneath you.
Yeah, I must say for what we like to call day-to-day use, pretty extravagant day use, but the touring package is very, very elegant indeed. The Porsche 911 GT3 underneath does all the rest, but I think that's a very, very nice touch on that.
Yeah, it's got that nice stealth look about it as well, with a 4-litre flat-six naturally aspirated car making its way up. Right, we have this now. This is the Aston Martin Valkyrie making its way up the hill. designed, of course, by the legendary Formula One designer Adrian Newey. Top speed of over 220 miles per hour. The V12 revving to over 11,000 RPM. It's as close as you can possibly get to an F1 car on the road as that makes its way across the line, setting off now, really laying down the rubber and the smoke. If you can see it through the smoke, you will see the Aston Martin DB12 Volant, which is making its way in a lovely, what are we calling that, maroon? Would you go with a maroon colour or a burgundy? Or
I prefer burgundy.
Yeah.
It makes me feel ready for lunch, but you know, an exquisite shape. And over the decades with Aston Martin, the Volante body shape, the open-top cars have been big sellers. Not all have a missing roof, though. A lot of them are the coupes, and yet another one blasts off to the start line. That's the Vantage S, I think it's...
Yes, it is 4-litre V8 return to 656 horsepower, which is a step up. Rear-wheel drive layout. It's got that 50-50 weight distribution for ultimate handling as the Vantage S speeds its way through the hay bales. Again, another sleek, stealthy design. It's certainly a common trend for new supercars, having that kind of understated look that would mean power right there.
Yeah, but also just those little trim lines on the bottom just say, I'm something a little bit special. I tell you what, I think a lot of the real supercar fans need to just close their eyes and guess by the sound alone what the car is that's coming up the hill with an Aston Martin roar. Very, very distinctive.
As it makes its way with the sun beating down on it, it's the latest range from Aston Martin, follows the likes of the Vanquish Volant, and we saw the Valkyrie earlier as well. This is another Porsche. We've got the 911 GT3 making its way up the hill now. This with the number 644 on the roof, a naturally aspirated 4-litre flat six with a slightly redesigned front splitter, the diffuser and the aero bars as well. It's got those nice swan neck mounts for the rear wing too.
Yeah, they came in a couple of years ago as Porsche keeps on upgrading its GT3 models. You can race GT3 pretty much anywhere in the world, but about once every 3 or 4 years the manufacturers go to their Evo, and then their Evo 2 version. Maybe more expensive, but maybe just that little bit quicker, and that is what it's all about, going faster.
That's the sound of a McLaren 765 LT 4-litre twin-turbo V8 engine, 80 kilograms lighter than the 720S, with a lowered ride height as well, packing even more of a punch.
Even meaner rear wing, just absolutely fantastic. 765 LTs for long tail. Of course, that was something that a lot of cars, when they went to race at Le Mans, you needed the long tail for those long straights to get the aerodynamic balance. And balance is really what McLaren is all about. We've seen this car already once today, and there is no hanging around, and you certainly can't miss it in orange and grey.
No, this one is the 750S Coupe. Again, with that papaya, I think we've got to call it, with the McLaren papaya colour, celebrating 2024 F1 champions as it makes its way under the trees and past the finish.
And providing they get it to the top of the hill in one piece, it's yours for £250,000. And then the extras can be added, but that is such a dynamic run, possibly the best run of the day so far.
Yeah, most powerful and lightest full production supercar to date from McLaren, just finishing its run up the hill as well. Now from Lamborghini, another offering here. This looks like it's the Sesto Elemento making its way up the hill. It is indeed, with again another stealthy look to its name, 5.2 litres in that with a V10 engine.
And the sixth element, the Sesto Elemento, is 6, if you remember your periodical table. That is carbon, and that is why this is all in carbon bodywork. So you've done a little bit of a revision, just too late for your GCSEs, sorry.
Yeah, it's come a few years too late, I think. Originally planned to build just 20 of these, but eventually they built only 9, and they were, at the time, the most expensive model Lamborghini has ever built. So the hard work and dedication that has gone in to this machine, being given the chance to head up the hill, is a spectacle indeed.
Now the Gordon Murray display commences. Gordon Murray Automotive, this is the T50 PS4 and just think smaller, lighter, louder, yeah, ticking all those boxes, and so dynamic. You can see the Gordon Murray Automotive crest on the side to mimic the Jerry Judah sculpture in front of the house, but with all the styling cues that Gordon has assembled from over the years. But talk to any driver on board these cars, the lucky ones who tried them, and they go, just wow, it's pure.
Celebrating 60 years of Gordon Murray design and really becoming synonymous for having a fan at the rear end of his car, 40 centimetre rear fan on the back of that with the active aero as well, the central driving position too. Oh, and the sound as it makes its way past the flint wall.
Just to explain the relevance of the fan, in 1978, the Brabham that Gordon Murray designed, he changed it. He put a fan on the back to suck the car down onto the ground. It was used once and once only for victory at the Swedish Grand Prix. The team decided to step down and not race with it again, but it was all about producing downforce. And don't forget, we've had the McMurtry Spearling up the hill the last few years, and they too use the fan to suck the car down. Now this is the more extreme version. You have to run rather faster to keep up with this one, Harry.
You certainly do. This one paying homage to Niki Lauda as well. Again, with that rear fan sucking everything out of it and keeping it planted. Dario Franchitti at the wheel of that. Delivers intense ground effect, that fan. Gives it that huge track stability. This one with a rather large delta wing on the back. The active front splitters and adjustable diffuser as well, with a 3.9 litre naturally aspirated V12.
And one of the hardest things to actually explain is just how narrow the hill is when you get to the top. You're sitting down low, the straw bales either side are up above your head, and you're going at pace, but nobody better than Dario Franchitti, Indy 500 winner, multiple champion across various championships, but also a development driver, so he knows this car better than anyone.
He certainly does. Every year at pretty much any Goodwood event, you will see this car, and Dario Franchitti won't be too far away from getting into the driver's seat. I actually bumped into him earlier as he was on his way to get in and get ready. But what a run, the supercars up the hill, a real veritable feast of machinery, enjoying the sunshine as it heads further into this afternoon, and still a lot more coming your way as well for the day. And don't worry, you'll get another chance to see some supercars in action if you're here at the track, making your way around, looking at the various things on offer, the Cartier lawn, the beautiful things that are going on at the Future Lab. So much to enjoy here at Goodwood. But for the supercars running up the hill, it was busy. A huge variety on offer here, and so many celebrations, with McLaren kicking things off for us.
Yeah, that was the exquisite Solus single-seat car, effectively a track day car, but the cars that follow every shape and size, and almost everyone quicker than they were the year before, such as the acceleration of the supercar world.
And global dynamic debuts, the Ferrari F80, celebrating 80 years of Ferrari, really an absolute trendsetter consistently for the Ferrari brand.
And they're very special track specialised cars out on the hill today, celebrating so many anniversaries. But Ferrari, in many ways now, they're putting the engine back in front of the driver in some of their cars, which I like. And Singer were here with two very, very special reimagined Porsche 911s.
Yeah, celebrating 10 years at the Festival of Speed, but paying homage as well with the likes of Chimera to the Lancia rally cars, with their Evo prototype striking in its livery, and then to something more maybe elegant, more subtle as well, making its way up the hill and quickly transitioning to some sportier items. This is just what you get with the supercar run, a complete array of machines. Aston Martin out in full force as well, the Vantage S on display for them, with the beautiful DB12 laying down the rubber and the smoke. Gordon Murray and the T50 on show as well. Dario Franchitti in the other car, but the supercar loving the run out.
Francis, there's absolutely no mistaking a Pagani, but this one is very special. You were saying it's just gone into production.
Yes, so this is the Pagani Utopia Roadster, which started production this year, and follows on from the Utopia Coupe. But you can see obviously it's got the removable roof section, and you also have 900 horsepower in the engine as well. So it's quite a beast. But I mean, to look at it. It's perfect for days like this, and so far the clients are really enjoying the cars, and it's just really nice to be here and show it to more people, and just have a good time over the weekend, really.
I can imagine a very tight cambered hill climb in Sussex is probably not the ideal place for this.
The hill climb itself is definitely a bit of a challenge, but the car does show itself off really well. The traction, the performance, it communicates very nicely, and Pirelli have done a great job with the tyre for the car, the Trofeo RS. So actually, it's really surprisingly you get a lot of confidence from the car coming up the hill climb. But it's probably equally, suited in an environment of Tuscan hills and a beautiful weekend drive. But it's a very diverse machine, very elegant. But underneath, it's a bit of a monster as well. So it's kind of a Jekyll and Hyde. But it's an amazing car.
Francis, you're a lucky man. Thank you for bringing it.
Oh, you're welcome. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Thank you very much.
Raffaele, this is the car that we've all been waiting to see. Head of development drivers of anyone, you can tell us what's it like behind the steering wheel.
I wanted to see as well, after 5 years or more of development, inside of this car there's more a car. There's a lot of company knowledge, there's information that belongs to every department, especially from endurance like 499P, which arrived to the third win in Le Mans in a row, coming from the F1 like battery, cells and MGK, MGH. So all is now capable inside of the company. That's why the importance of this car for us.
Well, look, if you open the door and then everyone can see inside, because it is very special. And when you're developing a car like this, how much focus goes on what it's like to drive for an everyday customer?
This is the most important thing for every Ferrari, not just to push the car on the track, where we expect that this type of archetypes with two electric engine on the front, V6 on the rear, can really be very fast because it's lightweight and a huge aerodynamics, active and passive, installed on the car, but also to drive the car on the normal road, enjoy the cavalcade, track days, events on the normal road. 1,200 horsepower, has to be safe, first of all.
Now, you said you've been developing this for 5 years. It must be amazing to finally let everyone see it.
We start from the scratch, and a lot of discussion to decide what was the best archetypes, especially on the powertrain, V6, V12, V8, turbocharged hybridization. At the end, this is the result. The V6, 120 degrees with the hot turbo on the front, electrified turbo, that belongs to racing directly, and the spin-off immediately after with the 499P. The one was a pure racing car, only focused on performance and win titles. This is for driving enjoyments. That's why the cabin is larger for a second occupant.
Amazing. Raffaele, thank you.
You're welcome. So nice.
Marino, I always love seeing you at the Festival of Speed because you're a great bloke, but also you keep bringing really cool singer cars. What's this one?
Well, they keep letting me bring cool singer cars. So this is a restoration that we've done for a client called the Carrera Coupe for us. It's the turbo body, which you've seen before, but with a normally aspirated engine. And one of my favourite things is the pop-up headlights, which we'll definitely be showing off this weekend. It is that thing from the 80s where you would then have a turbo-bodied car without the turbo engine, and it's just it's very difficult to pick out what my favourite is of Rob's work, but this is right up there at the moment, and it's huge fun to drive. I just came up actually in the DLST, designing lightweight study turbo. Maz was up in this, and it's cool to be back here. It's always so cool to be back at Goodwood. I've been running around, but having fun while doing it.
I've got to ask, what do the Singer customers do with them? Do they drive them a lot, or do they sit in garages? Are they sort of museum pieces?
We have from a car that was finished, sealed in a glass box and put on a super yacht, to guys that just do tens and hundreds of thousands of miles. There's no real typical customer, and that's what I love about it, but it's a Porsche underneath at the end of the day, so it has to be very usable.
Is it your brother with the super yacht?
No, I wish it was, because then we could get away from this heat and get a holiday.
Cheers, Marino.
Thank you.
In Formula One, but he's been doing some playing with some rallying today, Alice.
These are racing drivers, aren't they, Ben? Whether they're disciplines in Formula One or it's on two wheels. I mean, he looks pretty handy behind one of these rally cars up at our rally stage, one of the Ford rally cars he's behind, kicking dust up, but looks like he's pretty handy in that aspect of motorsport.
He was very successful in German touring cars as well in the past, so yes, he's been good in all forms of racing, and let's hope F1 continues to go well for him. So that's part of the aspect of Formula One, and of course one of the major parts of it is celebrating Gordon Murray and that lovely aspect in front of the Goodwood House. We've got the schedule for the rest of the day, and as I mentioned, we've got the F1 75 Prologue Pioneers, Innovators and Underdogs coming up next. The GMA, the Gordon Murray Central Feature Moment, is coming up after that. Another of the manufacturer runs, then Batch 5 for the first glance. Further down, watch out for the World Superbikes, for the Colin McRae celebration, and of course on that balcony we'll be celebrating Derek Bell, and we've got a supercar run at 4:35 p.m. And then carrying on through to the latter stages, we've got another gas competition BMX high jump at 5:30. Meanwhile, the manufacturer for their final run will be out at 5:35 p.m. So that's what we're all looking forward to, and it is very warm, I have to say. People who've been here for since earlier on, and we've been nipping out and back in, and it is very, very warm out there, isn't it?
It is. John's here, Watson's here as well. He's got his hat on. He looks nice and calm in this commentary box up here. It's quite warm up in the commentary box. Have you been wandering around outside at all, John?
I certainly have. I mean, it's absolutely heaving outside, and it's really warm. I tell you what, this summer of 2025, reminds me way back in 1976, when it was one of those most glorious summers, the most memorable summer I've ever had. I lived down in this area, just outside the wonderful seaside resort of Bognor Regis. Go swim in the sea off Pagan Beach. It was like swimming in the Mediterranean, and the sun never seemed to go out for about a month. It was just magnificent. And right now, it's exactly the same here at Goodwood.
Okay, well, it is a remarkable day, and we are having a lovely chance to have a look at some of the cars that will be coming out, and some of the very, very early machinery as well, as we're looking at one of the Maseratis here, the 250F. That's the number 305 that we're looking at there. And actually, that's the Maserati 8CM, that one. That's the earlier one. That's from 1933. And this one was originally owned by Raymond Summer, and it was one of the first true great 8C monopostos. This was one of the very early great cars before Formula One World Championship actually happened. But of course, Grand Prix were still an aspect in the 1930s. Bugatti were a part of that as well, weren't they?
Well, these cars are maybe described broadly as being monopostos. And if you think back to the pre-war days, when you go back to the days of the Silver Arrows, the Mercedes and the Auto Unions, the Bugatti, the Maserati and some Alfa Romeos, not all of them, ran smaller displacement engines, and they were sort of called monoposto. But they were wonderful race cars, and they opened up the opportunity for the individual, the private entrant, or an entrant who had a bit of money and put his chosen driver into. I think that behind is one of those glorious ERAs we're just looking at. So these cars these are real race cars. They're not Grand Prix cars. They're not even Formula One cars. They're monoposto. But they are absolutely amazing cars to drive. And I've been fortunate enough on occasions to drive some of them, not least of all an ERA with that pre-selector gearbox. And you need to learn how to drive a pre-selector gearbox. The engine in the ERA is outstanding, absolutely amazing. But the suspension is somewhat more rudimentary. And I went over a dip in the racetrack I was driving on. I thought it was going to come out of the car. It almost threw me out of the car onto the racetrack.
ERA was a very important British manufacturer, of course. Peter Bertham was one of the engine specialists, and Raymond Mays, he was part of it, a racer in the 1920s and 30s with Humphrey Cook, who provided the investment, and it was a very successful in its category, very successful in the mid-1930s in particular. So lovely to see. So we have this real combination of machinery here from the 1930s, before Formula One actually happened as Formula One. It was called Grand Prix Racing, of course. At the moment, you're looking at the number 309, which is the Maserati 8 CTF, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a 3-litre straight 8 supercharged, as the drivers wait on the side of the track to head up the hill. But we're not only going to be seeing the pre-wars, we're also going to be seeing the post-wars as well. Those pioneers, John, that after the war, the race cars were sort of pushed back out of the sheds and onto the track.
Well, just looking at one of the most unique, the unique Ferguson. This is a 4-wheel drive Formula One car, 1.5-litre Coventry Climax engine in Grand Prix form, 2.5-litre Coventry Climax engine in what they call the Intercontinental Formula. And this car was successful with Sterling Moss at Oulton Park winning there. Then it went into hill climbing. Peter Westbury won his championships in this car. And it's now returned, I believe, to Stuart Rolt, the son of the originator of the Ferguson 4-wheel drive, as we look at Damon Hill having a little chat to the owner, I think, of the Ferguson. So, yeah, Damon, listen to what he's saying.
Well, it's rather lovely that we're going to be seeing him back out again. We saw him earlier on. But as you say, 4-wheel drive Formula One system. Lovely that Ferguson created that idea in the late 1940s. And as you say, that victory that Sterling did have, there was potential as well at some of the other events. But 4-wheel drive in the end, John, didn't quite work out for Formula One at the time, did it?
No, quite simply because the gain of aerodynamics was much greater than the gain of 4-wheel drive. And of course, 4-wheel drive having a differential in the front of the car as well as one at the back, extra weight, particularly in a 1.5-litre Formula car. So maybe 150 horsepower from the 1.5-litre Coventry Climax engine. and another maybe 50 or 60 pounds of weight with the additional mechanics, it made it non-competitive against the likes of the VRM. There's a car. Now that is a car. Stunning, stunning. Alberto Ascari won 2 World Championships with one of these cars. I think he won 9 races in a row over 2 seasons. And he was untouchable when he raced this car.
Absolutely. This is the Ferrari 500 625, and at that period it was an absolutely crucial machine, wasn't it?
It was, and it dominated. Well, Ferrari pretty much dominated, didn't they? The 1952 World Championship, winning every round except the Indianapolis 500. So not just one of the pioneer cars in Formula One, but one of the champions as well.
Yeah, and as you say, for Fangio. But there, to see the Tyrrell, one of the early Tyrrells here, that we're going to see a few of the different Tyrrells that are competing. But of course, for Tyrrell, John, when Jackie Stewart got that gig and he chose to race with Tyrrell, it was incredibly successful. This was the first actual Tyrrell, because they ran the March initially, but this was the Tyrrell Cosworth 001.
Initially, actually, they ran the Matra.
Yes.
And then, because Matra then withdrew, Tyrrell didn't have his own car in process. So they went to Robin Herd and Max Mosley and said, how much do you want for a Formula One car? So Ken Tyrrell paid his money, got a Formula One car for Jackie Stewart and Francois Sever. And in the process, through the 70 season, this car was created. And Derek Gardner was the designer. And I mean, this was a stellar car. And it won Jackie a World Championship in 1971, and then his final World Championship in 1973. But interestingly, in this configuration, look how close the rear wing is over the engine and over the gearbox. In 73, somebody told, I think, Derek Gardner, take your rear wing, hang it out behind the car, you'll get a lot more downforce, a lot more grip, and a lot more performance. And I think that's what they did in the South African Grand Prix 73, and it transformed the car.
Absolutely, yeah, of course. Further back and the further higher it went. There were limitations by then, of course. In the late 1960s and into the early 70s, they did limit some of the stuff you could do with the wings, didn't they?
Yes, a lot of the wings from the late 60s, such as Lotus had, fitted to the Lotus 49, were sort of like aero wings, and eventually those were banned, largely because of what happened in the Spanish Grand Prix at Montjuïc Park, and Graham Hill and Jochen Rindt had wing failures at the quickest part of the racetrack. And therefore they were decided that's too much, we're going to do away with those wings.
Well, let's look into a bit more of the history of Tyrrell. So we are getting ready for the first machinery to come up, and actually this is a slightly more recent one, of course. This is the Alpine, and in more current Formula One trim.
It is. Kush Miney is behind the wheel. Part of their junior academy, racing in Formula 2 as well.
And we are looking forward to the action from the Alpine.
For 70 years, we've had a single philosophy. Lightness is a force.
Okay, so we are about to see the Alpine coming up, the 2023 machine heading up onto the hill, and it's always lovely to see a Formula One car, whether it's a modern one or an old one. So we're going to get the real mix here, because this is a more modern version. We're going to see some of the oldest coming up in a little while.
And you only get this, of course, at Goodwood Festival of Speed, as Marcus takes it around the first section of track, and was a tricky season for Alpine for this car in 2023, but they did have some highlights, including that podium for Esteban Ocon in Monaco, Gasly as well at Zandvoort, so certainly showed flashes of potential, Ben.
Absolutely, yes. Now, they have had moments when it has come together. As we know now, Alpine, sometimes they get the odd result, but they haven't quite got the consistency that we would like to see, John, yet, have they?
It's been a difficult period for the team, and if you go back to the days of Benetton, which were the roots of the Alpine team, they won championships, won lots of races, but nothing stands still in Formula One. And looking forward to 26, this car will have an alternative power unit in it. It will not be the Renault-based unit, it will actually be a Mercedes-based unit.
Absolutely. So we're looking at some of the other Alpines now coming out, and of course it's a company that was originally created by Jean Redel in the mid-1950s, and they were very much into racing in the early days. But in more recent years, of course, we have seen some very different vehicles. The A110 was redeveloped, and that's basically the brand celebrating some 60 years now that it's been going. And so the A110R, this is what we're looking at right now. Very modern kind of sports car. This is the Ultime, so up at the very top level of what you can have for one of these Alpines.
I've been very fortunate to have a go in a whole host of Alpine's road cars. Certainly say they're nippy, nimble, a great car to take through those French country roads, John.
Alice, all the roads around this part of West Sussex are made for that Alpine. And there's nothing better than a small, nimble, powerful GT car like the Alpine to give you the real pleasure of driving on country roads. And all the roads around Goodwood, I know them very well and had great fun many years ago. And the Alpine would be a joy to drive, I can assure you.
Well, this is the A290 Rally, and of course the A290 emphasis is on the sort of Renault 5 that we were seeing earlier to a certain extent, but again, a rapid machine, front-wheel drive, electric, and this one is 0 to 60 in around 6.5 seconds, and they have obviously got plenty to play with going forwards with this.
Yeah, we saw actually the A290 made its debut on the hill last year. Obviously this is the Rally version, but still beautiful looking car, makes its way up to the top of the hill, and Alpine always play a big part, don't they, here, Ben, at Goodwood? Yeah. Always showcase their new cars and old as well.
Absolutely right, yeah. So seeing the next one heading up on the hill now, and I think this is the A390, the Electric Sport Fastback, and this has a tri-motor powertrain, so 1 front and 2 rear, and a real focus on the performance and agility that it has. Let's just see when it gets a wave. It's being held right. Let's watch it off the line. Yeah, it's pretty rapid as it accelerates away. It always impresses me how rapid some of these machines are. So there you are, the A390 on its way and sliding around already, isn't it?
It is, giving it some beans. All-wheel drive, standards, the torque vectoring for enhanced grip and handling, and certainly showcasing it up through the first part of the hill.
Yeah, absolutely. Aerodynamic elements involved in it as well. There's you can see around the bonnet area as well. They have a shark fin at the back as well, just to give them that little bit of extra downforce. So a really lovely machine, and this is the A390 from Alpine. Another introduction from this team or this manufacturers, I should say, which was originated back in those 1950s. So in fact, looking back, this is one of the early Alpines, and it's rather lovely to see. This one is from the 1970s, as we can see, and this was a road car. Lovely to see how they were very effective, and they managed to keep that trim, the size, very effectively in the modern world.
Yeah, but these cars in the early 70s dominated World Rally Championships. They were, again, the same principle of being small, light, nimble, and particularly things like Monte Carlo Rally and other classic rallies of the day. They were superb, and even on road rallies, some of them arrived over an island for the road rallying championships. And again, because of the nature, look, you can see this, just how small it is. Look at the negative camber as the car runs up over the bumps and curbs. So, I mean, a lovely, lovely... I nearly tried to buy one day, and before I got to the owner, it had been sold.
I can imagine that. Jean-Claude Androuet was European Rally Champion in 1970 in one of these. 1969 saw the Coupe des Alpes in France, so with a 1-2-3 result for that Alpine, that style of Alpine. So really lovely to see it. And well, we shall enjoy as we go through the rest of the whole season as to how it goes. Now we're looking at the latest Alpine. This is the Alpine Glow, as it's called. This is the sort of new aspect of Alpine competition. It's hydrogen combustion and a hydrogen-powered concept car, 3.5 litre V6 bi-turbo engine, and obviously very rapid. It's got some 740 horsepower. It can do all sorts of things. So that is what we're watching heading up the hill with the hydrogen power. And hydrogen, of course, is becoming a factor in the development of modern machinery. There's no doubt about it. So many different aspects to Alpine. It's lovely to see them involved in all these different areas, whether that's Formula One or hydrogen, and producing cars that people absolutely love to drive on the road as well. And for a manufacturer with such great history that went very quiet for a while, but then Renault kind of picked it back up again, and it's lovely to see it delivering so much new work. And this is a really fascinating machine that hopefully we will see more and more of over the next few years. So check the flag for that one, and the Alpine little display there has been fun to see. As we say, they always do support the Goodwood events extremely well, and we shall definitely enjoy seeing more and more of them over the course of the weekend here. So there we are, and we're waiting for those other F1 cars to get ready to head up in a little while. But in the meantime, everybody can always enjoy other opportunities here at Goodwood, whether it's going to look at certain stadiums, having a look at particular cars that are on display here. Some of them, of course, are modern cars, maybe a new road car that really tempts somebody, or maybe it's the historic vehicles where somebody is trying to get involved in maybe buying themselves an old car to go and play with as well.
We can maybe send John down to, he'll be getting stuck into maybe buying an old car, but there's certainly a nice breeze outside from our flags down out track side, but there's certainly something here for everyone at Goodwood, isn't there, John?
Well, I don't have to go very far from the commentary booth because just across the spectator. I don't have to go very far from the commentary booth because just across the access bridge into the main grounds of Goodwood House, there is the Porsche display. When I get there, I just stop because I've been a dyed-in-the-wool Porsche fan since 1955.
Wow.
And that was at the Tourist Trophy race at Dundrod in Northern Ireland. Saw Porsche for the first time, heard of Porsche for the first time, and it's been a long life love affair.
Oh, that's lovely, John. And you still have
Yes, I do. I've had one car I've owned now for 51 years.
Wow. Fantastic.
Almost as old as me.
No, that's lovely. That's so lovely that you've had that interest in the Porsche manufacturer from such an early age. That is great. And of course, it is hugely supported all the way through the world, not just here at Goodwood. It's been hugely successful. So everybody enjoying themselves. Yeah, that little bit of breeze is almost helping a touch because of the strong sunshine and the high temperature that we are having here today. Certainly has made the hill climb nice and dry. There hasn't been any major incidents. It looks like people are controlling things so far. Is that speaking too soon?
I hope there's no commentator's curse, but certainly you can see by just telling by the grass. People have ice creams. They have cold refreshments in their hands as well. It's always a treat, especially when the weather is so nice like this, and a mixture of fans out there, whether it's from sport cars, whether it's in Formula One as well. There's a whole host of fans that are making their way and giving us a nice wave and a big smile as well.
Absolutely.
But just on that theme, just walking backwards and forwards to our commentary booth, the number of other other languages that you're picking up as you walk through there are many race fans here from all over Europe, all over the world. And I mean, it's just they gravitate because this is such a major event where so many great cars are going to be in display, some of them for the first time in maybe many decades, and people want to come and see it. They want to maybe get close to it. They want to maybe have a photograph taken, listen to it, particularly some of those early 50s Formula One cars or the pre-war Grand Prix cars. we never hear the likes of that in the future, because the direction of travel with contemporary motor racing is away from that style of engineering, but they are just magnificent bits of engineering.
Yeah, and as you say, you get a unique collection here, don't you? You know, that you never, well, very rarely would you ever see a collection quite like you will see here at Goodwood.
Exactly, there, and we can also get to see some of these cars as well racing at Goodwood Members Meeting, Goodwood Revival as well. So if you've not had enough by the time you're here over the weekend, Goodwood Revival is in September as well, and also one of the highlight events of the year as we're underway for the start of our first batch of Formula One cars.
Yeah, the Maserati is heading up the hill, the 8CM, and this one from 1933. So, as we mentioned, this was before the F1 World Championship actually existed, but it was a time when Grand Prix racing was absolutely a thing in the 1930s, absolutely crucial, and it's a beautiful machine. Absolutely, it had great performance at its time, and Maserati went on to great success after the World Championship began as well. So the 8CM is the one that we are keeping an eye on from that 1930s, but also we've got a Bugatti Type 59, and Bugatti, a Frenchman who put that together, fantastic.
I mean, Bugatti, actually, he was Italian, but he lived in France,
yes,
and the whole Bugatti sort of legend, one of the things was that when he designed his engines was that there shouldn't be any gaskets between the faces of the metal blocks. But these are like the nearest thing you'll get to a piece of motorsport jewellery. The engine and the mechanics on these cars, absolutely, I mean, to look at them with the hood open. And, I mean, again, in this era, motor racing was all about the power unit, the engine, not so much about the chassis or the suspension. Look at the Maserati taking off there.
Yeah.
Or they can't they? Often actually just saw off our shot there that the Bugatti gave a bit of a waggle of its tail up through Moulcombe Corner. So even though these cars are quite old, very old in fact, the drivers that sit behind them, they're certainly giving it the full beans.
Well, you're sitting literally on top of the differential, and a prop shaft goes between your legs. And I mean, partly because of the nature of the design, you tended to sit quite high. But this is a straight 8 twin-cam Maserati engine. Maserati brothers built these cars, I mean, beautifully, again, engineered. Look at all the suspension components if you get a chance to look. The engineering in this era, I mean, for me, it just blows my mind.
This chassis, 3030, is one of only 3 of these 8 CTFs ever built, and the only one surviving in original condition. So with that straight 8, as you mentioned, John, it is working really, really well, and it's lovely to see it out there. It looks like we've got Damon Hill back out. We saw him getting ready to go, didn't we?
Yes, Damon Hill going from a straight 8 in the Maserati to a V8 1.5 litre engine in the BRM. Damon driving a car his father would have raced in period. And I mean, again, a V8 probably about 170, 180 horsepower. It would have developed over the course of the 1.5 litre formula, which came in 1961 until the end of 1965. Graham Hill won his World Championship in 1962. Arguably, it would have been in one of these cars, if not the very car that Damon is driving.
Yeah, absolutely. Apparently this car, he did drive to victory, Graham, in Dutch, German, Italian and South African Grand Prix. So it was one with great success. And we will be seeing a lot more of Damon Hill, obviously, over the course of the weekend to celebrate the title that he won in 1996. Right, next out, the Tyrrell. And as you were telling us, John, the early Tyrrell, but what a great team it was, and the development with Jackie Stewart, and the way that he was able to take 3 titles with Tyrrell.
Yeah, I mean, there were 3 key players in this Tyrrell Formula One car. One, Ken Tyrrell, one, Jackie Stewart, but the third was Walter Hayes, who was at Ford, and he was the person that effectively enabled Tyrrell to go ahead and create this car. And I mean, look, Jackie had Ford Cosworth engines, but he always had arguably the best Ford Cosworth engines. But the Tyrrell team, a small, tight unit based on Woking, just produced an outstanding 2-car team, one for Sir Jackie Stewart as he became, the other for Francois Sever, who joined the team in, I think, 1970. And I mean, an enormous success for Sir Jackie. Tragically, Francois Sever had his accident at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, that was so bitterly sad because Francois Sever was on target to become a real star himself. But the Shadow team, another one that has delivered brilliantly over the years, and we're seeing that heading out over up the hill now. George Fulmer's name from that time as well. And the Shadow team was another interesting one, wasn't it, John?
Yes, UOP was the American sponsor that came along. They funded the whole team. I mean, it was a very successful team in its initial runnings. Then it morphed itself into the Arrows team in the mid-70s. That caused a few legal issues. George Fulmer was certainly one of the drivers in 1973, and I don't know whether it was Peter Revson. Peter joined the team, I think, the Shadow team in 1974. But George Fulmer, of course, famous in America for his success in Can-Am racing and driving the Porsche 91710, which he, I think, ended up winning the Can-Am championship with.
Yeah, and then we're slightly back to something slightly different. A Cooper Climax that's waiting to go on the start line, a 2-litre 4-cylinder T43. Only 10 cars entered the 1958 Argentine Grand Prix, but we've worked Ferraris on the grid, and Fangio Maserati was pole. It wasn't easy for Stirling Moss to win, was it, John?
The reason Stirling won is because most teams, front-engine Formula One cars on that day, had to make a pit stop to change tyres. I think Stirling managed to go through the Grand Prix without making a pit stop. Now, the tyres on the rear of the Cooper were down to the cords, but it was just an illustration of the future is with the engine behind the driver, no longer ahead of the driver.
Yeah, that's what it was all about, the mid-engine developing in Formula One thanks to Cooper. This Cooper Climax T43, that was the beginning of the rear engine machinery, the mid-engine, however you want to call it, and it proved to be such a brilliant path in the Formula One design.
Yes, and of course, following Cooper then, Colin Chapman, who had built his Lotus 16, which is a front engine Coventry Climax engine, like a mini van wall, in fact. And Colin Chapman, once he saw the success that John Cooper was having with this concept, very quickly went back to the drawing board, created the Lotus 18, which in itself was a car that Stirling Moss had 2 outstanding victories, one at Monaco in 61, one at Nürburgring in 61.
Now here's a fascinating Tyrrell, P34, and I think it's Callum Lockie who's in it. He was certainly telling me he would be driving it today. The 6-wheeler, so 4 front wheels, 2 rear wheels. That was a really unusual machine.
I raced against this car in period, and it had certain strengths, but not on every racetrack. But here's a car that Stirling Moss would have raced in 1961 at Monaco and won, beat the Ferraris, the might of the Ferrari factory team, and again at Nürburgring in 61 in very challenging conditions, again against the might of Ferrari. 2 of the outstanding Grand Prix victories in the amazing Grand Prix career of Sir Stirling Moss.
And it shouldn't have really stood a chance, should it, John, against those cars? But I guess it was just Sir Stirling with his talent that got it to the front.
In Monaco, the horsepower disadvantage wasn't maybe quite so noticeable, but in the long Nürburgring, the North Schleife at Nürburgring, it was Stirling's talent, plus I think the weather conditions were a bit marginal, and also if I remember back to my childhood days, I think there's a choice of Dunlop tyres, and Stirling and the Rob Walker team opted to take the slightly softer of the 2 options, and they made it work. And that's the kind of sort of lateral thinking out of the box that you need sometimes to win. One of my favourites.
Go on then.
Alpha Tipa 158 or 159, straight 8, 1.5 litre supercharged. This car dominated Grand Prix racing in the first phase from 1950-51. Fangio, Farina, Fagioli, and even our own Reg Parnell raced at Silverstone, the first World Championship Grand Prix ever held, and I think Reg Parnell finished 3rd.
Absolutely, yes. It was a crucial part of the Alfa Romeo success and the origins, as you say, of Formula One, really, because Alfa Romeo taking on that first championship, that first title with Nino Farina becoming that first champion in 1950 using the Alfa 158, and it's lovely.
I think he's got a little bit of gear selection problems. He was looking down into the cockpit. Maybe he's managed to find the gear, but just coming through Moulcom, he slowed down a little bit. But these cars, look, when I was a child, one of the very first dinky toys I ever had was a model of this car, and it was a prized possession. And I've loved that car. I love the shape of it. I love the sound it makes. And it's, again, I go back to my maybe childhood roots. That is a proper Formula One Grand Prix car.
And I hope you've still got the toy.
I think it may have passed into other hands.
We'll let you off, John. We'll let you off.
Now, this is a slightly different version, again, John, because Lotus would try lots of different aspects, wouldn't they, of technology in order to make a car work. It didn't always work quite as they had planned.
No, what happened was Chapman had been involved in the IndyCar project with a gas turbine engine, and he thought maybe the Formula might work in Formula One, so it's a Pratt & Whitney gas turbine motor behind. But the difficulty with it was there's such a big delay on the throttle between off throttle and back on throttle. Had a lot of horsepower, was a really quick car. Even Emerson Fittipaldi raced one of these cars somewhere in 1970 or 71, but the principle of it was not actually as good as maybe on paper it looked.
Yeah, absolutely. A gas turbine was not something that ended up working in Formula One style, and even as you say, it had been developed from IndyCar, which wasn't quite the perfect thing, but always an interesting pattern to enjoy. But different cars from different eras, and going back into the 1970s, the lovely noise coming from this one.
Yeah, another Shadow. This is one of the later ones coming in the middle 70s. So the evolution of the car that we saw George Bullman ride, the black UOP sponsored car. And again, a car that was Tom Price was a man who would have been racing this car in that sort of middle 70s era.
Yeah, absolutely. Alan Jones also drove for Shadow, didn't he, at one stage? Won the Austrian Grand Prix. But this, this is the Lotus Ford 81 that we're seeing. So this is one of the other ones from that period. And the Lotus Ford 81, this was a car that brought them a different, not a big difference to the 80s, a bit simplified. Mario Andretti with De Angelis racing in that, and they had a new sponsorship as well, so that's why we see the livery change. They did have quite a lot of problems.
Debut as well, didn't
yeah, that's right. Nigel Mansell's debut. Yeah, that's right. So let's just see, heading up the hill next, the Wolf. Okay, so the Wolf F1 car. This was the we saw first race of 1977 was with a Wolf. Originally, the all-new Wolf. This one, the 369 that we're looking at right now, this is the WR4 from 1977, as I mentioned, and it was a time when the Wolf car did produce some decent results. They took the 100th Cosworth-powered win, apparently, with that.
The first Grand Prix in 1977 was in Argentina. Judy Scheckter, I think, started about 12th on the grid, and because of other cars having reliability issues, Judy just kept running. He ended up winning this car's maiden Grand Prix 1977 in Argentina.
Okay, well, pretty impressive. I think they were second overall in the year, weren't they? They were well up there. So the Wolf was a very important one as well. So, heading up.
This is the Hesketh.
Oh yes, of course, the Hesketh. Yeah, and that was a big part of James Hunt's career, wasn't it?
Yes. Also, this car was raced by, sadly, just passed recently, Rupert Keegan, and appropriately for Rupert, was sponsored by Penthouse magazine. So Rupert enjoyed success. I think he may have had a fairly big shunt in Canada towards the end of the year, but certainly he was able to get his foothold into Formula One in this car.
Absolutely, yeah, and running with that Hesketh team and then making the switch to McLaren at just the right moment. With the 1974 Hesketh, he did have some important results with as well, so that was extremely important. Now we're on to something a little bit more modern, the Haas, which is due to head up the hill, and of course now we are looking at the more current theme of Formula One.
We are a bit more, and I can just say how the cars have changed. Would you have thought back in the day, John, that you'd be sitting here commentating on a modern day Formula One car and it was going to look like that?
Well, when you look at that car with a halo, you know, all around the driver cockpit, which has proven to be a very, very beneficial safety device. But the era that I came from, you know, the top of the monocoque would have come parallel to your pelvis. There, the driver is so embedded into the cockpit he can barely see left, right, let alone straight ahead of him. So this is all the drive that's taken place over the last, since 1994 primarily. to enhance and improve the level of driver safety, and going hand in hand as circuit safety has also moved forward at the same pace.
Certainly has, and this car, the 1.6 litre V6 turbocharged hybrid from 2023, this Haas was quick in qualifying but just couldn't convert it into having a strong showing during the races. Could they, Ben? They had plenty of top 10 starts, but just weren't able to hang on in there in the top 10 in the races.
No, absolutely. That was a big downside. And I think that they really worked then on trying to improve the race pace as opposed to the qualifying pace. Something to do with the way they were wearing the tyres out so quickly in the races just meant they weren't able to put in that long race distance at a decent pace. But it's something they've definitely got better at in Formula One, I believe.
Well, the team certainly progressed, particularly this year, but the difficulty is if you go down the route of preparing your car for the race, you sacrifice qualifying, and consequently, if you start towards the rear of a field, to make progress up through the field is extremely difficult.
Yeah, and we got them both going out here today, which is rather fun to see. So if you are a Haas fan, then it's a lovely opportunity to see the machinery in action. They are on fully wet tyres too.
Just for safety, but I think a strong showing, and we're going to have Ollie Behrman and Esteban Ocon over the weekend that will be getting behind the wheel, both getting behind the wheel of Haas machinery, and Ollie Behrman, a fan favourite, and as he should be, so the rookie having his first year in Formula One, John, is pretty impressive so far.
Yes, I mean, a very strong showing indeed. And you have to think what's going to happen maybe in 2 or 3 years' time. If the offers come, will he be able to make that step upwards into a team that's maybe more of a front-running team?
Yeah, we shall see how it all develops, but it is a great time. Esteban Ocon there, as you say, this year. Whether they will keep scoring those crucial points, but how wonderful it is to see cars from just the last couple of years in Formula One showing us what they could do up the hill, and the sound of them as well, which we might be used to hearing on the telly, but then experiencing it standing right next to when it's going up the hill. That is a great experience.
And something back all the way back into 1988 with the Eurobrunn Ford being taken up the hill.
Yeah, another Cosworth or a Ford-packed car. Teams in sort of that era, there's quite a large number of entrants. You know, right now we've seen maybe a maximum of 20 cars on the Grand Prix field for a number of years, but back in the 80s and into the early 90s, individual teams, they could go and buy an engine, get an engineer to design a chassis, get rudimentary aerodynamics. These are not the kind of current Formula One aerodynamics, and you could be at the races.
And they've got the helmet to go with this one as well, haven't they, chaps? This is the Benetton Ford, the B191, and they pulled off quite a masterstroke, didn't they? Signing, what was that chap's name? Michael Schumacher, was it?
Well, it was what might call a fait accompli. Michael Schumacher had competed in the Belgian Grand Prix, had really sort of lit the paddock up with his performance, and 2 people in the paddock went, wow, we want that guy in a team. So poor Eddie Jordan, who was the entrant for Michael Schumacher in Belgium, found himself without a driver about an hour after the race had finished, and he had gone to Benetton, courtesy of Bernie Ecclestone, Tom Walkinshaw in fairness, and Flavio Briatore.
And then the Racing Bulls, of course, they've been key parts so far this year. We were just, funny enough, we were looking at Liam Lawson going out in a rally car earlier on today, but he had a good result recently, not far away in Austria. He had a good 6th place finish, but we shall see. They have definitely had some good qualifying, and again, when we talked about rookies, Isaac Hadjar's been doing a great job with that team so far this year, and who knows, maybe he's going to get a chance.
Yes, and of course the headline news this week is that the team principal of this team is now going to become the team principal of Red Bull Racing.
And Marina, she is out behind the wheel of her Benetton Ford B192. She was out last weekend in the historic displays at the British Grand Prix. So we were saying, hang on, I recognise this car, and she was taking it round, and she's very proud owner of this car. And Benetton and Michael Schumacher were the best of the rest back in 1992, but it took points in every race that year, with Schumacher and his teammate Martin Brundle finishing on the podium 13 times, John.
David Coulthard, familiar helmet with a Scottish saltire on the top of the helmet, the blue and white. David, a man for all seasons when it comes to Red Bulls, and he's going to give us one of the, phenomenal donuts that he can do. He is the donut specialist. And he's developed the skill in doing donuts probably better than any either current or former Formula One driver I've ever seen.
Yeah, no, he's done so many displays over the years, and he's so effective at it.
I saw a video online, he was actually coaching one of the Red Bull junior drivers who had to do some displays, I think, in Bulgaria, and he was coaching the junior driver on how to do donuts in a Formula One car. So certainly he is an expert, and this car was an expert of success, wasn't it, Ben?
Yeah.
In 2012.
It was indeed. So very, very impressive how they managed to do what they did. Meanwhile, we're moving on to one of the earlier machines here. So the Arrows, the A8 from 1985. Thierry Boutsen was actually, well, shall see.
It's Mark Suro driving
yes,
the car currently.
Yes. Okay, so Mark, yes, of course, it's his famous helmet, isn't it, John? Yeah, Mark Suro, lovely to see him. We've got him listed on there as well. And yeah, he had his own involvement at that time. The Arrows team up and down a bit over the years, wasn't it?
Yes, ironically, Mark Suro, in the middle 85 part of the year, he was driving for Brabham with the same engine that is in this Arrows Formula One car. Again, the difficulty would have been, we're coming into an era of when big funding was coming into Formula One, and Arrows, while they were well funded, they didn't have quite the budgets of some of the Ferraris, the McLarens, the Williams and other top teams.
Julien Majou now is out in his Maserati Tipo 26M, and we often see him out on this, don't we, at Goodwood events regularly. Been up the hill here before.
Just before he left the grid, he was actually pumping up the fuel pressure. There's a lever in the cockpit to pump up the fuel pressure to ensure that Julien is outstanding in these historic cars, that he gets maximum attack off the line. Look at that, smoke coming off the inside wheel. Julien, of course, his business is selling race tires to customers, so he doesn't mind burning a bit of rubber himself.
Yeah, exactly. 2.5 litre straight 8 supercharged engine that he is putting to the test, as well as those tyres. He's going to head up past our commentary box window through Moulcombe Corner, tack grandstand on his right-hand side, tickles the inside grass there, and not sideways as I thought it was going to be, but I'd say sideways enough when you're amongst those hay bales either side.
Yeah, well, he always does a fantastic job, Julien Majou, as you say. And it's a very, very early machine from that 1926 into the 1930s period. Only 11 were built.
Again, burning rubber as he comes up through the long right-hander alongside the bales. And Julien is always an exuberant driver, but very exciting to watch.
The ERA as well, as we mentioned, the British-built single-seater racer from the 1930s, and although it wasn't the full-spec Grand Prix racing spec of like Auto Union and Mercedes at the time, it was a class winner very often.
You could have a 1.5 litre ERA or a 2 litre ERA, so there were a number of, I think, about 14, 13 ever builds. The most famous were Romulus and Remus, which were, I think both the cars were owned by Prince Bira of Siam, and of course they're still racing today to my knowledge.
Yeah, absolutely. And so much history to these machines. So many of them have been kept running over the years, which is lovely, as we go into cars that were a little bit lower then, because pre-war the cars were a little bit taller, but then they realised post-war, try not to go on the grass.
Ran a little bit quick coming into Moulcombe, and I think struggled to find a gear just to get control back, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. Of course, four-wheel drive, what you need to do is just plant the throttle and have those two front wheels drag you out of the corner.
That's perfect, he went on the grass. Four-wheel drive, right?
Absolutely, yeah, no problem at all. Let's have another look at this, guys, and see what we think.
I caught the apex, and then just the car just ran a little bit loose. And hold on. He's keeping it in a straight line, and he's able to get back onto the tarmac.
Very sensible. Don't yank the steering wheel when you're off on the grass. Okay, so now we're looking a bit into the Gordon Murray celebration here, because we're seeing one of the very early cars that he made, which is rather lovely, and we are celebrating 60 years of him getting into the design of all sorts of cars. And he grew up in South Africa, and that was one of the very first machines that he created. And you're actually looking at a real collection here of the Gordon Murray machinery over the years that has been
a real mix of BT44 amongst them. Then the little Rocket, which was a tandem, basically it was a road car. So, and in fact, you can just see now going into the Cadenet Ford, which Gordon penciled for Alan de Cadenet, sponsored by Duckham's, and it was a real small, low-key effort going to Le Mans 1972. Wow, what a result that team gained.
Well, they are making their way up towards the celebration area. There we are, celebrating Gordon Murray, the background, the amazing heritage of machinery that he has worked on and designed. And of course, we will be celebrating him, the man born in 1946 and grew up in South Africa, but born to Scottish immigrant parents, and then started to build his career here in the UK. And there we are, there's the celebration period going on, just to really make the most of the fact that he has been in the world of revolutionary design for 60 years.
And I think you talk about innovation. Gordon Murray, for me, has been one of the most innovative Formula One, not just in Formula One, but outside of Formula One as well. And some of the creations, first of all, the BT42, that triangular shape, then 46, the fan car, onwards and ending up with the McLaren F1 road car, which is now considered to be the most iconic car in the world to own. Even challenging a Ferrari GTO Berlinetta as the car you'd most like to have in your garage.
Yeah, and this display is wonderful. You've got one of the Brabham's BT52 at the lower side there, and then up there you've got the Gordon Murray T50. That is what's on display, and all part of this wonderful celebration for Gordon Murray and this remarkable collection of cars that we can enjoy over the course of the weekend. Some of them are the most special of all, and as you say, those Formula One cars from the Brabham period, also into McLaren that he became part of as well, and then designing that supercar, that road car that wasn't even planned to race at Le Mans until people started to say, well, why can't we take this to Le Mans?
I think the story goes that when people came to McLaren and said, let's go racing, Ron Dennis, who was that time the MD of the company, of the group, no, we don't do any of that. But customers persuaded McLaren that they must develop a racing version of the McLaren F1, which they did, and of course they won Le Mans 1995 with the car. I mean, a phenomenal effort.
Yeah, the first time they'd actually run them at Le Mans, and they won. I mean, that was absolutely incredible. And of course, we will talk more about that. And JJ Leto's here this weekend. He was a key part of that win for McLaren at Le Mans.
His nighttime drive in the rain that year was absolutely stellar.
It was absolutely amazing, and funnily enough, it was also an event that Derek Bell might have been on for a win himself with his brother, with his son,
yes.
With his son Justin.
Well, and in fact, Derek likewise had an amazing nighttime stint, and sharing with Justin, who's also here because Justin's over here to be a part of the celebration that we're going to see tomorrow for Derek, and so they shared father and son. We don't see too many of those partnerships and headline motorsport events. In the Harrods sponsored McLaren came second. Could have been a win, but if and or could have been.
They had a mechanical problem, actually. That's what it was, because they had the lead. Yeah, they had a mechanical problem with it, and that's basically what cost them the win. But Derek still says it's actually, even though it wasn't one of his 5 wins at Le Mans, it's still one of the most biggest events for him.
It's the one that got away.
Yes. But to do it with his son, and I raced against Justin when I was a lad, not at your level. I was very much a junior racer, but it was lovely to see him then getting that chance to race at Le Mans with his dad. So let's just have a look at some of the highlights here, John. We've been enjoying watching some famous drivers, but some absolutely amazing machines from so many different periods of Formula One.
Well, we're looking at modern contemporary Formula One cars. And of course, there'll be children here saying, oh, Mom, look at that, Dad, look at that, I want one of those. I did that in the 50s when I saw the Formula One cars, the front-engine Formula One cars, all the great engines, manufacturers. And of course, that's what gave me the inspiration and desire to be a Grand Prix driver. Looking back at the coupe of this car driven by Sterling Moss in the Argentine Grand Prix 1958, reset the future of Formula One with a rear-engine Grand Prix win.
Yeah, absolutely superb. And here we are celebrating 75 years since the Formula One World Drivers' Championship began in 1950, and all these changes in designs, in the rules, of course, was all a major part of it as well. It has developed Formula One massively over the years. And there we were just talking about Gordon Murray a moment ago. Of course, he was brought into Formula One effectively by Bernie Ecclestone in his early career. So celebration all the way through. And we're seeing the Red Bull as well. David Coulthard, lovely to see him back out and playing once again in one of the top teams in Formula One.
Damon, very fitting this weekend, 75 years of the Formula One World Championship. Have you ever seen so many Formula One cars in one place?
No, it's gone. Everyone's gone mad, hasn't it? I mean, it's unbelievable. This is right up there with all the stuff that's been going on in Formula One this year to celebrate 75 years. So yeah, lots and lots of cars going back through the generations. And this one's from, well, this is amazing. This one is called Old Faithful. It's got 27,000 miles of Grand Prix on it. It's the longest racing car that there is in Formula One. 4 seasons, 61, 62. My dad won in 62, won the World Championship, and then 63 and 64 it raced. So it's just unbelievable, and it's still going strong.
When you jump into one of your father's cars like this, can you see why it was successful in period, even on something like the hill climb?
Well, I mean, it's very difficult to compare. I've driven a few cars of this era, but this has got such a nice engine, and I wouldn't say the gearbox is easy, but the driving of it is exciting. I mean, it's a very nimble, fast car. It's like when I used to race Formula Ford, we had skinny little tyres, but we had no power. But these have got power, and they're really quite fast. It's like riding a very fast motorbike, actually. It's pretty impressive.
You mentioned motorbikes. This morning, a certain Johnny Herbert was saying how great you were on them.
Well, how would he know? He never even raced me. What are you talking about? Anyway, no, but he's right. I was great.
I was about to say ever modest. Damon, thank you.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
power of dreams. How we move you.
Which way is it going to go? In the Harewood Trophy, all three fighting. Atkinson up the inside, number one, but watch out!
It's what sets you apart in the moment of truth. It's the unstoppable force that carries you forward. It's the sharp focus that turns doubt into action. It's the inner voice reminding you that you are designed to win. Tag Heuer.
100% electric.
So busy here today at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and it's only day one ahead of the weekend, and so much still to come. We'll be having a look at what Hyundai have got on offer coming up in a few moments, celebrating 10 years of their end performance division. That'll be on the way, and more supercar action still to come as well. A little later on, we'll have some first glance looks at the latest from the brands and manufacturers that come to Goodwood each and every year to showcase their latest machinery. And Alice Powell is up with me, Harry Benjamin, in the commentary box. And Alice, I mean, for day one, the sun's shining. Goodwood always delivers, doesn't it?
It does, every single time, and especially even more so when the weather is like it is, as we've got our previous run coming back down the hill. So when they go back up, of course, they've got to come back down. But I think that gives the people on the side, this fantastic crowd we've got here over the course of the weekend, another glance as I can see out the commentary box window. People again have their cameras up to take photos, and it's always a fantastic event with some incredible cars and, Harry, incredible launches as well.
Yeah, certainly are. While we get ready for the next one, earlier on we had the brilliant red arrows flying over Goodwood Estate there with the beautiful colours, the red, white and blue dye. And I mean, Alice, we enjoyed about 20 minutes of this, didn't we? It almost goes in the blink of an eye, really, doesn't it? But how precise they make it look easy.
I tell you what, they do. I've been in a T2 Hawk before, and I thought, yeah, this seems really cool. You're in a jet. I have no idea how they do this, but I was given the opportunity to take control of the Hawk, and we had to do a backflip. It was me, Jamie Chadwick at the time, each in our own Hawk, And I think I made myself sick with my own flying, but the G-forces and the way that they angle, the way that they turn, and I almost, when I was doing these flips, I get lost of where I am. Obviously I know I'm in the sky, but you have no sense of how high, how low you are. So every time I see this here at Goodwood, it amazes me at how incredible and how precise and hugely talented they are.
Oh, wow. Brilliant. The Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, formed back in 1964. Well, that was just a little earlier on in the day. A jam-packed day here at Goodwood, where we really are celebrating Formula One and 75 years at the pinnacle of motorsport. It's about the drivers, the teams and the innovators who push the boundaries, like Gordon Murray there in the central display, paying homage to the legendary designer. But from cars all the way back from the Alfa Romeo 158 in 1950, Giuseppe Farina piloting that to Grand Prix victory, a 1-2-3 lockout at Silverstone 75 years ago for the Alphas, to today's cutting-edge machines and the static displays as well. In the F1 paddock, we've got the latest machinery from McLaren. We'll be celebrating their 2024 Constructors title and well on the way to making that back-to-back titles, as they are some 200 plus points clear in the Formula One Constructors Championship. But we'll be celebrating all of that and more. We've got an array of drivers here as well. And actually in a couple of hours, we will be having a special moment up on the balcony with Derek Bell, so we can reflect on his career so far.
I lived 5-6 miles away due south of here, and I lived on a farm, and aged 9 I drove tractors and jeeps and anything that had a motor in it. Goodwood I could hear in the background, and if I was out hoeing sugar beet on the farm, we had 600 acres there, I could hear the cars going around Goodwood. In those days there were no sound restrictions, and Formula Ones would be testing here. It was wonderful. But I remember it very vividly. And then, of course, I came here for my first race. Flag dropped and off I went. And then I got the drive, obviously, with John Wyer with the 917, and that was really the beginning of my career. When we went there with the Mirage, and it was an amazing experience, but of course there's no way we could win. All we could do is drag this poor old car back. It had things broken on it all over the place, and we staggered home and we won the race, of course, in 75. Somebody said to me, I've heard that Porsche are short of a driver. They've got 3 drivers for 2 cars and they need another one. Can you imagine this? So I phoned up Manfred Yanker, the team manager, and said, hey Manfred, I was driving for somebody else, for Steve O'Rourke, that's right, bless his heart. And so I phoned up Manfred Yanker and said, yesterday I heard that you're still short of a driver. You know, would you consider me? And he said, Derek, he said, that would be wonderful. I said, well, I'm not sure I can do it. He said, no, you must come. He said, now you will drive with Jackie Hicks. Now I have the 2 best sports car drivers in the world. And I went, bloody hell. This is pretty special. And so I then had to speak to Steve O'Rourke, and I went up to London to his office, a lovely guy, and he said, Derek, you've got to do it. You know, you could win Le Mans in that car. So we did. And that was it, really. and to work with a team like Porsche, all the things we did, it was just wonderful to be part of that team. I mean, I was the luckiest guy in the world to be with great teammates, great teams, great team owners, great team managers, and have a wonderful family that supported me.
Derek Bell, what a man, what a legend, the racing driver, the 5-time Le Mans winner, 3 times a Daytona 24-hour and World Sports Car champion, twice over, racing with the likes of Ferrari and McLaren in Formula One, described as one of the most liked drivers of his generation. We will be having our balcony moment for Derek Bell in a couple of hours' time. Of course, at the beautiful Goodwood House overlooking the magnificent Gordon Murray display feature right in the central part. A little bit of the wind picking up as well by the looks of some of the flags. That'll be a welcomed bit of breeze, I think, because there is so much walking around to do here. There is so much to see.
There is so much to see, so much to do, so much to learn as well. Plenty of fantastic food stalls that I've been wandering around in.
What did you grab for lunch? Anything good?
Yeah, I was unhealthy. I thought, you know what, I need the fuel in this this hot weather, but an ice cream, maybe 2.
I think so. I think an ice cream is absolutely a necessity in these conditions, and it's supposed to be like this all weekend long. So if you're lucky enough to join us all weekend long, then well, be prepared for that. But as we've been saying all throughout this weekend, lots of celebrations across this weekend, the likes of Formula One for 75 years, but the celebrations continue above and beyond.
A new perspective on high-performance EVs. Every move calculated. Every moment controlled. This is performance redefined. Ioniq 6N. Driving still matters.
Well, earlier on today and right now we are about to witness a big moment for the Korean brand Hyundai, making a statement, not just a whisper. Innovation, design and pure performance coming to their division, powered by their N Performance brand as well. We will be guiding you through all the latest looks at what Hyundai have brought with us, and up with myself and Alice in the commentary box from Hyundai is Jack Yoon Yo. Jack Yoon, thank you so much for joining us. Tell us a little bit about what we're looking at now, what we're expecting from Hyundai.
Right, so thanks for having us. This is the 2014 i20 WRC car. This is our first rally car since we returned to WRC in 2014. It's been driven by Thierry Neuville, who's the driver champion of WRC last year. And he's actually been driven for us all the way since 2014 till now. And there's a lot of stories made in between. And this car, it's obviously last year's car. This is the i20 and Rally 1 hybrid. So it's one of the hybrid era cars. It's a 500 horsepower car powered by a 4-cylinder engine with a hybrid powertrain. And of course, now we have the really cool car, the RN24. So this is really interesting because it combines our 10-year experience in WRC with our newfound capabilities in electric powertrain. So it's literally a rally car with a battery and motor
spin on that.
I would get dizzy. I wouldn't know which direction I was facing by the end of that.
But clearly you can see the power that comes from the electric powertrain, can't you? Just that instant torque, really powering this new generation of cars, and Hyundai with that N Performance division as well, really creating some exciting advances in performance.
We try a lot of new things here, and this is actually the Ioniq 6N that we just launched 2 hours ago. So it really shows what we're trying to do in the electric high-performance space. We're really interested in where this direction will go, not in terms of speed and numbers, but we're really interested in how fun these cars can drive.
Still having a bit of fun, the Ioniq 6N, a sporty EV sedan debuting here at Goodwood. I mean, how important is this for a brand like Hyundai to be here at Goodwood and to be doing this run up the hill?
For us, it's extra special to be here at Goodwood because obviously it's a lot far away for us to come here. And the reason for that is to show off all these really amazing cars, not only on the stand, but to have this very unique dynamic debut that's unique here in Goodwood. And what we see here now is the Ioniq 6N Drift spec. So this is so we modified our own Ioniq 6N that's just launched, and the reason is when we see, as car enthusiasts, when we see a new car, we really see what we can do with it, how we can modify it, how we can drive it, what kind of fun we could have. And that's the kind of potential we want to show with these special vehicles.
And actually it's really interesting because you've developed the NE shift technology. So that was in the Ioniq 5, and that's now through every driving mode in the Ioniq 6N.
The NE shift is really interesting. So just to go through it, it's a virtual gear shift that we call NE shift, and we simulate gear shifting with the electric motors by cutting power in between the gears, virtual gears. And the reason why we do that is because we wanted to find new ways where we can utilize new technologies and really focus on how we can make the driving experience as fun as possible.
I think that's a bit of fun, isn't it? Right outside the house, losing it almost in the smoke. The agility of this drift Hyundai, almost losing it in the smoke. I mean, this is really kind of celebrating Hyundai moving in the new division. There's so much competition now, isn't there, from other brands? You've constantly got to be moving forwards.
There's a lot of competition nowadays, and there will be more in the future. And we really want to make our mark where how fun these electric cars can be. In the electric era, it's actually a little bit simpler to make fast cars, big numbers, big horsepower, but as many things that we love, they can't be really measured in terms of numbers. You know, music and those kind of passion is not really quantifiable, and that's the kind of culture that we want to capture and transfer into the electric era.
And coming over from the Ioniq 5N, what would you say the main difference is? Because you talked about how when you launch a new car, things develop. What's slightly different to the car that we've previously seen to this fantastic one that's launched today?
So, since we were here with the Ioniq 5N 2 years ago, there's been a really significant advancement in terms of software technology. So in terms of raw numbers, it would look like an incremental step, but in terms of software development, the advancement is quite big. So we are allowing our NE shift to work with our drift modes, and the drift mode in particular with this car, what we did that's new is we can individually control initiation, angle, and wheel spin, and those are modes that you can toggle on the screen. And the reason for that is that we want to help you your drift skills. So when you're new, you kind of have a lot of assistance, kind of like a driving simulator or race simulator.
So it is literally helping you develop your drifting skills. Well, we need to go and have a go in that, don't we?
I think so. I think we can have
You've probably got a bit more skill to develop than me.
Well, I mean, you are the racing driver, I would hope so. But it's just showcases the different options that Hyundai are stepping forward. And also, the crossover technology drifting down into, your standard road-going car, but also Hyundai operating now at the top end of elite motorsport as they embark with the Genesis brand too and moving forward there.
That as well. We're doing a lot of investment in motorsports. We're actually successful in WRC and also in TCR racing, where we are quite dominant in the Nürburgring 24 as well.
Well, we have been enjoying celebrating Hyundai and their debut of several cars, which you'll be able to have a look at on the Hyundai stand as well, and check out all the latest offerings. We'll continue to see what comes up the hill next, but for now, Jacquinho from Hyundai, thank you very much for joining us. We'll let you get back to work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, continuing up the hill as we are making our way into some of the first glances that we'll see. Just making its way up the hill, it was the Puma Gen E. We've also been celebrating all things Honda as well this weekend. Another tribute to the Honda Civic and the various iterations that we have of that. And on the start line now, we have got a Porsche Taycan Turbo S making its way up the hill. And just hearing it screech and roar, Porsche continuing to lay down the benchmark for this one as it continues to head up the hill. And electric power making its way up the experimental run here. We'll have the first glances a little bit after this, making its way past the flint wall. The Porsche looking sublime. Of course, do check it out on the Porsche stand as well if you're able to get there. There's so much to see here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed as it comes across the line. Now, how about this from McLaren, the GTS. McLaren out in force this weekend with debuts of new cars. This is the 2025 McLaren GTS, getting up to speeds of over 200 miles per hour with an acceleration from 0 to 62 in 3.2 seconds. 4-litre V8, that coupe body style, making it lightweight as well. Horsepower with a combined electric motor for 467 kilowatts, powering it up past the flint wall. And again, McLaren here celebrating their 2024 Formula One Constructors' Championship with a deluge of new cars making their way up the hill, and Goodwood being the location for these dynamic debuts, and also just to pay homage to those that have got us to where we are as well, as he eases off the power and makes his way through the hay bales. Renault 5, we've seen a lot of the Renault action so far this weekend, and this again, we talk about paying homage to the past. Renault very much bringing it into the future. This Renault 5 offering 3 front-wheel drive motor options, 95 horsepower, 121 horsepower and 150 horsepower. Really is a lovely car to go about town with. To talk you through more of this alongside myself, Harry Benjamin, we've got James Hayden and also automotive journalist James Batchelor. Welcome to the commentary box, James.
Hello, welcome, thank you.
I mean, this Renault 5 that we're watching here, it's really made waves, hasn't it, in the automotive world?
Absolutely. I mean, Renault really found their mojo. They're back to producing really desirable cars, and this is the EV of the moment. Everyone is talking about it. Renault dealers have got customers queuing up in their showrooms to have a go in one, and why wouldn't you? I mean, just look at it. It really is a wonderful flashback to the days of the 1970s original Renault 5.
Yeah, as it crosses the line, that Renault 5, 0 to 62 in about 7 to 8 seconds. Comes in a 40 kilowatt battery, or indeed a 52 kilowatt battery. Now this from Lotus, the Emira. Lotus really coming back with some stunning, sort of striking cars to their lineup.
Absolutely. I mean, they're really developing their electric range of cars at the moment. But this isn't electric. This is proper turbo petrol power. This is the Turbo SE 2-litre, which utilises a Mercedes AMG 2-litre 4-cylinder turbocharged petrol engine. It goes very well indeed.
It certainly does. Ferrari here as well. We've seen the likes of the F80. This is the 296 GTS making its way roof down at the top. Rather nice car to go about with the sunshine.
Absolutely, and it's got a metal folding roof on this, which just makes it look a little bit more impressive when you're folding it down in the traffic jam, the inevitable traffic jam, of course. But looking absolutely stunning with its tan leather interior.
Yeah, I think hybrid as well, mid-mounted 3-litre twin-turbo V6 with 167 horsepower from the electric motor, giving it a combined 830 horsepower.
Yeah, the only V6, one of the only V6s in the lineup of Ferraris. Of course, they've still got V8 power hybrids, and of course the wonderful naturally aspirated V12s higher up in the range.
I mean, there is just still something about a Ferrari which makes you stop and sit up, isn't it? No matter what model, no matter where you are, it just has the history, the heritage, every time.
Yeah, I mean, they've always been the car to be seen in, no more so than now. But something quite different on the starting line now, haven't we?
Yeah, well, we've just been talking with Hyundai, and now we have the Ioniq 9, which is making its way past the start line. Now, this has actually been quite highly anticipated. This is from their SUV lineup, and this is to keep them competing with their major rivals as well. In America, we know they do these big SUVs that actually aren't available here in the UK. So this is something that we're going to be seeing on our roads more and more.
Yeah, and it's yet another big electric SUV. You can have it as a 6-seater, as a 7-seater, and it's just Hyundai really flexing their muscles in the electric car space. Not only are they producing smaller models, but they're also targeting the likes of more premium brands such as Range Rover, Volvo, BMW, particularly with this Ioniq 9 SUV.
But it's the small details, isn't it? It's everything down to the headlight display. The interior just stands it out on the road, doesn't it? I mean, I've sat in, I think, the Santa Fe as well, which is pretty plush. The interior of all of these Hyundais, you get a lot of bang for your buck.
You really do, and with these new electric cars, because they're designed to be bespoke electric cars, they haven't got things like transmission tunnels and running down the centre of the car. There's a huge amount of space inside these cars, hugely practical.
No wing mirrors either.
No wing mirrors.
They're cameras.
It's all digital, Harry. It's all digital.
There is. Yeah. Well, I do miss sometimes a button, a nice solid button. That's
So do
one
I.
thing that I would like a bit more.
So do I. Fear that you and I are pretty old-fashioned, though.
Yeah. Look, I do like. Don't get me wrong. I love a big digital display, which you can easily get from any Hyundai these days. But just a couple more buttons from across the board, that would be quite nice. Oh, listen to the sound of that. It's the unmistakable look of an Alpine with the base of an A110 that's being run by DTO Motorsport. And I've actually had the pleasure of running around in an Alpine A110 recently, and look, they do go. They
really do. And the key to an Alpine, particularly the A110 in this S derivative, is lightweight. This car weighs just over 1,000 kilograms, and you can get even lighter than that, but proper sports car, that is. Fantastic.
It certainly is. And again, we're just seeing a huge amount of variety here. We go to, again, the Porsche. This the Macan making its way up the hill now. Of course, we talk about SUVs and going from sports car, supercar brands. Porsche were really the first to step into that foray.
They really were. They really were the first brand sports car brand to develop an SUV, and but they are sort of rapidly trying to catch up with everybody else in developing electric SUVs. This, of course, the Macan, the smaller SUV in their range. But talking about electric Porsches, I mean, we've got the Taycan Taycan Sports Turismo. It's such a mouthful, all of these names, they really are. But very quick car, this. And you can just about call it an estate car, I think you can, but...
Getting a little bit out of shape.
I think the sun's getting to the driver there, but yes.
That was tight, and then slam on the brakes in time for the Flint wall. Certainly pushing, not sparing anything. And yeah, I think you can get away. I think you can call that.
Backed off a little bit though when he noticed.
Yes, I think maybe that was a slight wake-up call, but the Taycan Turbo S powering its way up the hill to the finish line. Takes the checkered flag as well. Again, another stunning new car on display from Porsche. They've got a wonderful stand as well, which really has everything from the early Porsches to what they are producing now with their all-electric range. I mean, we talked a lot about, we saw the Renault 5 earlier, and how Renault are really trying to reposition themselves and reimagine themselves, because we've seen a huge amount of competition, not only from traditional European brands, but from further afield, the Far East as well, really starting to put the likes of Renault under pressure, so they've got to keep delivering.
Yeah, and this is one of their latest cars. They're trying to really sort of push the envelope in terms of desirability. This is the Rafale, that comes as a hybrid and as a plug-in hybrid with 300 horsepower. I mean, it looks absolutely fantastic. It is, of course, a coupe SUV. Renault are really trying to make a bit of an appearance in this very desirable and growing sector. But this is their flagship SUV. They've got quite a large SUV range here in the UK, but this Rafale sits right at the very top, and rightly so, because this is a proper Audi and BMW rival from the storied French firm.
And certainly trying to make their mark once more. Of course, we'll see the sportier versions in the form of the Alpines here, the Renault Sport brand. But Renault very much producing those cars that you will see on the road in everyday life. Now, what have we got here? This looks like
suspiciously like a Jaguar XJS.
Yes, I think it is. And then we'll go from a Renault SUV of today to something of old.
Yes, and this is the more kind of the convertible version with its kind of part fixed roof and little open panel there. You can see the driver is rather tall, actually. His head's just bobbing out of the top there, isn't it?
That's the problem I have most of the time. Anything where a roof comes off.
Well, I haven't seen that. You're sitting down at the moment, but you look sort of normal height. But I've been told you are.
It's all in the legs.
It's all in the legs, of course it is. But yes, this beautiful Jaguar making its graceful way, as any Jaguar should, down to Moulcombe. And the XJS really is a timeless design, isn't it? It's got its 4 headlamps there, more the US specification, but such an elegant way to spend a Thursday afternoon, don't you think?
Well, I think, yeah. So a Thursday afternoon in the sun, well, that is a Sunday drive, isn't it? With the rooftop down, the sunshine glinting off of that beautiful Jaguar as we just lose it going into the trees, and it will reappear passing the Flint wall.
It's lovely to see some of the heritage of Jaguar, because of course over on the JLR stand they've got the new Jaguar Type 00, which is of course the future that Jaguar is going to be heading towards, an all-electric future, very much ripping up the history books, but it's nice to see some of their heritage here, really.
No, it certainly is, and we really are getting a quite the collection going up the hill. There is something for everyone making its way up the hill, and this something slightly new as well.
Yes, I can't quite see. It looks grey and suspiciously like an electric car.
I thought it might have been an X-Peng, or perhaps,
you're right, it is an X-Peng.
I think it's one of the X-Pengs, which again we talk about how the Far East are really upping their game when it comes to that electric car market. They're not the only ones either. We've got the likes of JQ here as well, as it heads off on its way.
No, it's an IM actually.
It's an MG, but
IM6, yes.
Again, this is one of the things that we'll see though, isn't it, that there is these electric cars, they have a certain look to them now that we're seeing.
Well, there is, because there's only certain, so much you can do in terms of styling and packaging, because a lot of electric cars, of course, have got the same kind of packaging formats. But this new MG IM6, this is MG are going to be revealing a new range of more premium models arriving to the UK. This MG IM6, of course, a coupe SUV. It's going to be joined by a saloon car. And MG are really developing their range here in the UK. Of course, a 100-year-old brand. They celebrated 100 years here at the Festival of Speed last year. Yes, MG are really facing some new competition from a flood of other Chinese brands that are arriving in the UK, seemingly every single week. Yes, so across the finish line, brand new IM6 from MG.
Yeah, looking sleek, and then this. So now I have actually sat in this. I've been round the Goodwood motor circuit in this, the MG Cyberster. I actually drove it, but I think I was a bit tall for it, because I had a problem with the roof at one point.
Yes, and of course it's got these fabulous scissor doors, and this car really made a huge headlines last year here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed because, of course, it's MG returning to their two-seater roadster origins.
It certainly is, the MG Cyberster making its way up the hill, and I mean just iconic designs wherever you look, with this beast making its way up the hill.
So this is the Praga, which unsurprisingly is a track-focused weapon, as you can see. Huge wings, look at all of that aerodynamic accoutrements on it to try and push the air down push the car down on the road. But this is quite a machine.
The Praga making its way past the flint wall, giving us a flash of the lights as well as it weaves its way through the hay bales.
Through the dust, actually,
yes. Bit of dust kicked up from the car beforehand, up and over the crest. And again, just absolutely stuck to the floor, planted, sleek lines. The Lotus there making its way up there at the moment as well. And again, very similar to what we saw with the Hyundai of earlier. They've gotten rid of the wing mirrors, and we're going digital.
We're going digital, all in the sake of aerodynamics. I mean, Audi fit these digital door mirrors to their new Audi A6 e-tron, and it can give you an extra 4 miles of range, amazingly. So those big, clunky, old-fashioned traditional door mirrors you and I like cost you range.
Wow, well, this is loud and proud, extreme from Ford. Seeing the roll cage roll its way through each corner as the bodywork slams down under braking, and round it goes. And enjoy that in front of the house. Incredible display, making its way through as soon as you put your foot to the floor. Instant acceleration from this. Absolute beauty.
Hard on the brakes into Malcolm and really hanging the tail out, leaning over is what you'd expect, but this is just one of a whole lineup of fantastically extreme Fords in the Cathedral paddock that we've got. I mean, there's the Ford super vans, and F-150s and all sorts of outrageous Fords over in the Cathedral paddock. So you must head over there and take a look.
Yeah, absolutely. A smorgasbord to take a look at here on this Thursday experimental batch that we are currently looking at. Car brands that are bringing something new, bringing something extreme to the market, or just want to show off their prototype designs, or indeed remember those of old that have got us to where we are right now. We've seen some absolute beauties and feats of design making their way up the hill here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And just the sheer amount of work that goes into the rear. You can see every single bit of that roll cage and the roll bar and the suspension all connected.
Real incredible feats of engineering, those cars, and you can really get up close in the paddock and take a look and be impressed at and marvel at the sheer engineering these cars have.
It all kicked off with a celebration of all things Hyundai, everything from their latest rally cars and celebrating their N performance division. Hyundai here pushing the boundaries of what's possible with their cars, top level of motorsport all the way down into their everyday road car use. The Korean brand here on form with some extreme examples, from rallying to drifting, converting an Ioniq 6 into the ultimate drift spec car. You don't see that every day. Couple of donuts outside the Goodwood house. Sleek, stealthy design with the front bumper modded as well to give it that full drift appeal. The headlamp slits for the Hyundai Ioniq 6 drift. And then to the McLarens, the GTSs, and to something that we might start to see more and more down in our local towns and cities, the Renault 5 here, turning heads everywhere you look. So too, always turning heads, the Ferrari 296 makes its way up the hill. Praga continues to impress in the Thursday experimental run. Alpine back with their A110S derivative, showing just how much they are pushing performance across all the brands here at Goodwood's.
So it's always about reuniting cars with drivers and vice versa. It must be lovely getting back into that car.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very special car for me. It's the car I firstly joined Hyundai in 2014 in the WRC Championship. But this special chassis is the one I won my first WRC event with. So we have great memories. It was back in 2014 in Rally Germany. And yeah, I'm really pleased to be back in that car. It's the first time since, so it's a lovely event today.
And tell us, last year, finally got that title. You've been so loyal to Hyundai. I mean, just talk us through that, because it must have been incredible to finally do it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a long journey, definitely, and we tried really hard to get that first driver's title, despite having some manufacturer's title with Hyundai, which was already a great achievement. We were always chasing that, driver's title. Last year, everything came together. Everything worked well. We were leading the championship from the very first round in Monte Carlo with a great victory until the very end of the season, with some ups and downs, but generally very good feeling in the car, good performance from the team, and I think it was a strong year, and that will always stay in our memories.
Look, we're not halfway through the season yet, but how are things looking this year?
It kicked off a bit more difficult, obviously, with the new tyre manufacturers joining the WRC, so I struggled a bit with the confidence in the first rounds. Nevertheless, we got a couple of podiums, a couple of punctures as well, obviously, which cost us some great results and probably a victory on the last round. But we are fifth in the championship now. We're half through the season and everything is still open. So it's time to catch back now.
Well, look, enjoy the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Terry, I was thinking it must be quite weird driving a car without any bodywork, but then you jumped out and you're usually standing on the car while it's doing donuts.
Exactly. Absolutely no difference at all. So yeah, no windscreen, that's kind of what I do with some of my cars. So yeah, just a normal day for me.
Look, electric power in here, you've obviously got this instant power, because the donuts, I've seen you do donuts, but it was so fast. I mean, it was like whipping you round.
Yeah, it's fully electric, obviously. It's based on the World Rally car, but I've got like 7 or 8 different settings for power, and then I've got different settings so where I put the power. So I've got a drift mode if I want to make it go sideways, all the way up to snow. I've got gravel, tarmac, and that allows me to do, it's very, very hooligan, Terry Grant style, drive it crazy, and it's really a lovely car to drive. I know it looks strange, but actually strange is always good, and certainly here at the festival, definitely strange is good.
You've been up the hill on 2 wheels. What else have you got in your pocket?
Yeah, of course. I've got 11 of my fleet of cars down here, so very different. I want to try and do some different things each time we go out. I've got Lee on the bike coming again with me to help out. So, and then also I'm gonna, now I've driven this and got my head around it, I'm going to use this in some of my shows as well. So for sure there's going to be lots of donuts, lots of smoke, lots of noise, and loads of craziness like normal.
Terry, thank you so much. I'm so glad I don't pay for your tyres.
Thank you, mate. Thanks.
Show off. Damon?
Martin?
What are you doing here? Hello, Leah. Right, you two, get off my track.
Well, still the heat beating down here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. It is very hot. If you are here, I think it's approaching 30 degrees. So do make sure you're able to seek out that shade. You're able to get plenty of water, stay hydrated in that sun cream, because it is very, very hot. And while there is so much to do and see here, do make sure if you're here, you are looking after yourselves. It's Harry Benjamin, James Batchelor and James Hayden up with you in the commentary box for the next session, which we're looking forward to. Hopefully soon we'll be getting a look at some of the first glance, the new classics and road bikes that are on offer from a collection of brands across the weekend. James, I mean, this is your first time up in the commentary box with us, isn't it? How are you enjoying your Goodwood experience so far? It feels like it really is sort of central to a lot of brands, isn't it?
It really is. It really is, and you do get the sense that the Goodwood Festival of Speed is the gem of the motor industry calendar. The number of cars that have been revealed here today, which you'll be able to see all over the weekend, is quite staggering, really. And they are cars right across the board, from some brands with the biggest legacies and histories in the business to some unfamiliar names to some of us. Huge flurry of new Chinese brands.
Well, I'm going to have to start calling you something different, because we've got two Jameses alongside me. James Hayden, of course, on the bikes, kicks us off.
Yeah, indeed, and we're starting off with this brand new. It's the first time we've seen this. The 2025 BMW R12 GS, and it's a typical BMW. And it's a big air-cooled Boxer twin-cylinder, 107 brake horsepower, and yeah, BMW really kicked off this sort of adventure bike, big tradie class back in 1980 with the R80 when the GS first started. And this has got a lovely kind of mix of that retro cool. It's got hints of the old original bike, but yeah, it's also absolutely contemporary, whether it be the full electronic system, different riding modes, fly-by-wire throttle. It'll still do 0 to 60 in 4.1. It does 125 miles an hour, but it's also a bike that you can kind of take anywhere, do anything on, and I really love that mix of styling. I think they've got it absolutely spot on.
You could have a nice relaxed ride on it, but if you want to give it some welly, it's right there for you.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to take it down to your favourite track or whatever, you'll take it down a little muddy lane, it'll lap it up. It's it's a great bike, and obviously the GSs over the years have become a huge sales success.
They certainly have, as it crosses the line. And, well, we go to something slightly different, James.
Yeah, this is super cool. So Royal Enfield they've got 4 custom motorcycles, all built off their 650 shotgun platform. And this is the Samurai. And what a thing. If you get a chance to come and have a look at this thing, it's absolutely superb. It's got a full billet swinging arm. It's got this amazing billeted sort of front wheel as well with inboard discs. It's got a big drag rear wheel tyre on it, and it's actually being ridden by the builder Aikawa-san from Japan. He's come from Yokohama, and it really is a lovely sort of thing. And their 4 specials that they've done are all so different. This is a Sure Shot custom modified bike, and all handmade frame, just the machining on it. And when you look at it, it really is. It's amazing they managed to make 4 motorcycles out of the same base motorcycle have such different feels and flavours.
It's amazing, isn't it? It's so easy to get wrapped up in the four-wheeled nature that we get here, but Goodwood's so important for the bike manufacturers as well.
Yeah, very much. It's lovely to see some really sort of unique things. Now we're looking at one of the electric motorcycles. This is the Alpinista, and this Alpinista, they were kind of a breakaway from Harley Davidson. This is slots in. They got 3 models in this S2 range. It slots in between the Delmar Street Tracker and their sort of Mulholland Cruiser. The one standout figure about this motorcycle, it's got 194 pounds of torque, which for a motorcycle is an incredible amount. Does 0 to 60 in 3 seconds, top speed of 100 miles an hour, but it's obviously being electric, it's got about 120 mile range, they say in city, and about a 70 mile range out on the highway. And it's it's obviously sort of rapid. It's got fully adjustable Shure suspension, 17-inch wheels. They've kind of made it more aggressive with the handlebar setup and where the positioning is on the motorcycle. And but it's a belt driven, so and it's capable of level 1 and 2 charging, traction control, anti-lock brakes, different riding modes. So all your normal sort of stuff, and it's got a nice sort of balanced sort of look to it, and obviously being hustled along very nicely at the moment. This is being ridden by Del Monte, so giving it a good run up the hill.
Well, from 2 we go to 4, and we've got another Alpine ready to make its way up the hill, and this the Alpine A110, and about to head up. There's so many variations on that Alpine are coming out with at the moment.
There absolutely is, and this is the ultimate. I mean that quite literally, because this is the Ultime, and built to celebrate Alpine's 70th anniversary. They've recently unveiled a brand new electric SUV, the A390, which you can see here this weekend, and I'm sure we may be seeing it in the first glance shortly, but that's very much where Alpine is going. But this car is very much what the brand is rooted in, which is small, lightweight, hugely agile cars, and it just looks absolutely sensational sitting there bathing in the sun.
Yeah, this is actually, well, you talk about lightweight, 34 kilograms lighter than the A110S, this one. Very much the pinnacle of the A110 lineup that we're looking at right now. Of course, it's got that rally-inspired agility and the bespoke craftsmanship as well. And Alpine, as you say, celebrating 70 years of the brand as it takes off from the start-finish line. The 1.8 litre turbocharged 4-cylinder engine powering it along, boosted to about 345 horsepower. Clips the grass slightly, already pushing.
And you can see this car's bedecked in all kinds of aggressive aerodynamic parts. It's got a huge number of carbon fibre bonnet, roof, and etc. But from Alpine's current to its future, which is this A290 Rally. This was only unveiled last week, actually, but Alpine have brought it here to the Festival of Speed this weekend. Of course, the Alpine A290 is Alpine's version of the brand new Renault 5, but this really is the wick turned up and taking Alpine back to its rallying heritage.
This, I mean, I've got to say, I do like a bit of this. It is just so striking. Of course, on that Renault 5 baseline front-wheel drive EV for the regular A290. This with that rally spec, paying homage to Alpine's roots from rallying to the modern day. Fully electric suddenly makes its way past the flint wall.
And it's got those very distinctive LED lights at the front, which I think look absolutely incredible. But it's followed pretty quickly, actually. It's not on the screens yet, but the A390 has just hurtled past us round Moulcombe. And the A390 is the new electric SUV. Has quite a lot of design cues from the A110, which we just saw, the orange car, a few moments ago. But this is Alpine very much developing their range. The Renault Group are developing Alpine into a proper premium performance brand, and this is going to take on the likes of Porsche, the Porsche Macan Electric.
Yeah, this is their first step into taking on those. We just saw a brief glimpse of the BMW M3 CS Touring, and lining up on the start straight now is one of the other BMWs. I believe that's the M2 CS. It is again a limited run production. Wheels screeching as it takes off. Got a bit of an increased engine power output, about 530 horsepower this.
Yeah, so up 82 horsepower on the old M2 CS, 0 to 60 in about 3.8 seconds. This gets the M driver's pack as standard, so the top speed is, get this, 188 miles an hour. I don't think he's going to be doing quite that down into Moulcombe, but he is definitely pushing on somewhat, that's for sure.
He certainly is. Right, we go to something brand new from brand and from manufacturer. The Xpeng G6 makes its way up the hill. Really tech heavy this. It's basically a bit of a competitor to something like the Tesla Model Y that we've become quite used to seeing on our roads. Now it's got that SUV sleek coupe styling to it, but certainly Xpeng, another Chinese brand that is coming to deliver more options here in Europe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it comes in two variations, a standard range and a long range, and a huge amount of tech, a lot of AI. There are two letters which we are increasingly using in the car industry at the moment.
We certainly are, and the other Xpeng, the P7 Plus, this really is being described as an AI-defined vehicle.
Yes.
With cutting-edge technology. I suppose that's to help with safety and ease of driving, isn't it?
Well, it is, and safety and ease of driving, but also I'm not entirely sure what an AI-defined vehicle is yet, but that's my homework for tonight.
Well, on this one it has. You can see, if you look on the windscreen, you can see a few things. That's some of the LiDAR. A lot of sensors. Yes. You can see the GPS and the LiDAR systems that Xpeng is deploying. It's AI Hawk, vision-only driver assist system. Processes data from the cameras, from the radar, and ultrasonic via twin NVIDIA Orin X chips. So it really offers that advanced system there for the most futuristic driving brought now, but also gives you decent range, mixture of long range performance and advanced AI powered driving.
Absolutely, and turning to something quite different now, the MG, I believe that's the EX4.
Yes, the EX4 concept.
Yes, so this very much, we saw this 2 years ago, but it really had a great outing last year at the 100th birthday celebrations of MG. This is sort of a modern take on that fabulous MG 6R4 from the 1980s, of course brought bang up to date into the electric era.
Absolutely, and makes its way up the hill now. On the start line, taking off, is the unmistakable look of a Land Rover Defender. This is the Trophy Edition, another new special edition Land Rover that is here along. We've got the Octa Black here as well, making its debut here at Goodwood. But Land Rover Defender, I mean, with different baselines as well, you can get the slightly shorter version or the long version. Certainly these are statement pieces on the road.
They really are, and this car is called the Trophy Edition, but it essentially is a bit of a very reminiscent flashback to the days of like the Goodwood Trophy and those huge expeditions that Land Rover used to take, used to compete in. But this is very much a special edition. It's got that matte yellow. It's called Sand Glow Yellow. It also comes in green if you think the yellow is a bit too bright for you, but plenty of black trim, huge black 20-inch wheels, and lots of special bits and bobs on it as well.
I could very much get on board with the yellow. I think that's what I'll be ordering mine in for sure. From something slightly smaller now, from Mini, the John Cooper Works. This is the first ever all-electric Mini John Cooper Works. Mini really taking that, the John Cooper Works legendary original, and again, like so many brands that we're seeing, are breathing new life into it.
Absolutely, and Mini are very much embracing all power forms at the moment, so you can get this Mini John Cooper Works as an electric, which is the car we see in front of us, but there's also the petrol version. Looks similar, but has completely different mechanicals as you'd expect. But this is a pretty potent machine, 255 brake horsepower, and yet it still has a 250-mile range. It's slightly heavier than the petrol, but it is quicker than the petrol. So there we are.
Dynamic with that sport agility as well. A direct steering feel as we get another look at the Renault 5, which we didn't see actually too long ago. It's getting a good run out, the Renault 5.
It really is. I mean, I to be honest, I don't mind having a look at the Renault 5 because I think the design is absolutely sensational. But we saw the Alpine A290 Rally earlier on. This is the more kind of normal version, the Renault 5, and comes in two battery options. 48 kilowatts, 52 kilowatt hours as well. Do you know the standard colour of this car? Huh?
Is it the one we're looking at?
No, it's pop green.
Oh.
So you know how these days when cars always come in grey, white and black? Well, Renault have very much embraced colour. So the standard colour is green. This yellow costs about £800 to £1,200 depending on the trim. But paired with that black roof and the red detailing, it really does stand out.
It really does, doesn't it? It offers 3 front-wheel drive motor options as well. 95 horsepower, 121 and 150 horsepower. It feels like it's very much your perfect around about town car for the Renault 5. Again, it's being followed by the Renault 4, which is also out there, and if you're hearing some tyre screeching, that would be the Rolls-Royce Ghost Series 2 that's making its way up there. We are looking at the Ioniq 6N Performance from Hyundai, so not quite the drift one that we saw a few moments ago. This one a little bit more conventional, but still packs a punch.
Yes, it's also got conventional door mirrors, Harry, as well.
Oh, yes.
But yes, so this car's had its world debut here this weekend at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. The next development in Hyundai's N range, it's got huge developments in terms of its drift mode, the fabulous, hugely clever virtual gearbox as well, which we first saw on the Ioniq 5N, but this is the next step of that. Also, a huge amount of sound generation as well. And I can promise you, I've taken a few people out in the Ioniq 5N, put it into the petrol engine mode, and people really do not know it's an electric car anymore. It's good.
As it crosses the line in the blink of an eye, one of a huge fleet of Hyundais that are on offer here. Ford fighting back in this ever competitive market. Now this really, this is the Puma, isn't it? And really, I mean, my first car was a Ford Fiesta. Sadly, long gone is the Ford Fiesta now, but this really has the DNA of that moving forward into the future.
Absolutely. The Fiesta, unfortunately, is no longer in this world, but very much replaced by the Puma, and same platform and everything, but the Puma Gen E, which is what we're looking at here, it's the all-electric version. It becomes Ford's 4th pure electric car in their model range, of course, alongside the Mustang Mach-E, the Explorer and the Capri. But this is the more entry-level version with a 43 kilowatt-hour battery up to around 230 odd miles and 165 brake horsepower for yours for around £30,000.
Yeah, perfect for some city driving. Now this from JQ, actually saw the debut of this last year, making its way up the hill. The JQ7, new compact SUV, looking like some of its competitors. It certainly has got a bit of I'm going to say a bit of Range Rover
Go on,
about
say
it.
it,
I'm
yes.
going to say it.
Well, I don't blame you. To me, it reminds me of a Range Rover Velar and a Evoque from the back. But anyway, let's not talk about Range Rover. Let's talk about JQ. And this is a brand that's come from the powerhouse that is Chery, an absolutely enormous Chinese car manufacturer. JQ and Omoda, they're their two brands here in the UK. The JQ brand is the slightly more premium version. The Omoda brand is slightly sportier, I suppose you could say. But this, comes in petrol and petrol hybrid versions, and it's certainly got the look, hasn't it?
Certainly has. Boxy but rugged as well with its design, but a very spacious interior. So certainly a comfortable place to be for a long journey, and that striking front grille as well. We've seen the rise of striking front grilles from across different manufacturers, and JQ opting to go that way as well. And you would certainly take a second look at that if you were passing it on the motorway.
Of course, and a lot of these Chinese brands, very value for money. The pricing is very keen, so you can have the look of something that looks very upmarket for something that doesn't cost a huge amount of money either.
Being chased by GR Yaris with the aero package on it right at the end of that one, making its way up the hill next in a rather striking yellow, looking incredibly sporty as well. This the Xiaomi.
Yep. I'm not entirely sure how you pronounce it.
You're the
Let's
automotive
go with
journalist.
That. Well, don't trust anything that I say, that's for sure. But it is he's rapid, that's for sure. Absolutely hurtling its way up to the Flint wall. But this is it stopped? Is it going to do a bit of a burnout, entertain the crowds?
It has just stopped.
The red flag is out.
Is it just going to put on a bit of a show for us as it comes under the trees, or we've got a marshal out on track who is just doing a bit of sweeping to get some hay that has detached itself from the hay bale. So I would imagine that would be the reason for its stoppage. And we're getting some expert sweeping here. Good technique there, strong, powerful, finishes it off with a little jump, and it raises the brush high, expertly handed over.
Has he gone down for a bow? No, he hasn't.
Not quite. The finish wasn't quite there for him, but that's a solid 8 out of 10, I think. Oh, it's a wing mirror he's picked up as well.
Those pesky door mirrors, eh?
Why would you have a wing mirror when you can have a camera?
Well, you have a camera.
So yes, there's clearly someone's come to blows, and was it indeed the Xiaomi? And while we're at it, we'll clean up a bit of the track as well. It's got one on the right, and we can't see the left. It's still moving though.
I believe it must be from an earlier.
Must have been, yeah. So it's back on its way again after a brief interlude. Yes, it must have been from an earlier car because it's still got quite clearly both wing mirrors attached. Again, making its way into the bright sunshine. This from Xiaomi again. Just really are getting an eclectic mix of cars from all over the world that want to come to Goodwood and display what they've got, because they know this is where the eyes are on them. This is where they can show what they've been working so hard on.
Yeah, absolutely, and also have their products side by side to some of the legacy performance brands as well. So really, for the general public, you can really compare like for like, which is pretty unique, it must be said.
Yeah, the Xiaomi SU7. So we think this is where the wing mirror has gone. Oh, was it the GR Yaris? It was. Touch of the barrier, touch of the hay.
Well,
off it goes.
Luckily, it was just a door mirror, because that car has got a huge amount of bespoke aero on it, which is an optional extra. But door mirrors, I mean, they're cheap, aren't they? That's an easy fix. It's a bit more than a door mirror.
There is a bit. That was a bit of a hit then. I thought he just had a brush, but there is. Will it buff out? That's the question. Trying to certainly get it. Little bit of damage that has taken there for the Toyota GR Yaris with the aero package on it. So not skimping any spare detail.
Well, it's just losing weight, isn't it? Which, of course, as we know, means a quicker lap time up the hill over the course of the weekend.
This is proper old school, isn't it? This car built with a driver-first approach to it. A manually adjustable rear wing. The side inlet and the wing mirrors aren't manually adjustable, though. They've they've had to do that. But looks like they've made it back at least, mostly in one piece, and hopefully they'll get that fixed for a run out a little later on. Just saw the glimpses of one of the Aston Martin DBXs. That was the the SUV performance car making its way, and ready to set off. The Audi e-tron GT Quattro silently escapes up the hill.
Yes, and I mean, this is Audi's flagship GT four-door. Comes in a range of different models. We've got the less potent version here, which only develops, Harry, 576 brake horsepower.
Is that all?
Yes, with launch control engaged. Various models.
Bother?
Yeah, exactly. Various models. The range-topping RS e-tron GT Performance pushes out 912 brake horsepower. This is just the entry-level model, unfortunately.
Well, certainly still packing a punch. The Porsche once again out in full force. We've got the Taycan Turbo GT out there and being followed up the hill actually by the Cayenne, but this the Turbo GT.
Very lightweight, this car. It's got no back seats whatsoever. It's just a strict two-seater, 75 kilograms lighter than the Turbo S. It's got the Lysac package on it as well, which has more bespoke performance features, including an enormous rear wing. In actual fact, that rear wing develops an extra 220 kilograms of downforce, so it really is not there for show, that's for sure.
Record braking times at the Nürburgring, 7 minutes and 7 seconds and 7 hours and 7 minutes and 7 seconds, I was going to say. Not quite record braking in that case. And Laguna Seca in less than a minute and a half. Bentley Bentayga Speed making its way up the hill. Now again, this the SUV model from Bentley.
All new for 2025, the 6-litre W12 engine has been ditched and it's been replaced by the Bentley's new 4-litre V8 twin turbo, 641 brake horsepower, 193 miles an hour, and this huge car can accelerate to 62 miles an hour in just 3.4 seconds.
Yeah, it really is a beauty, isn't it, for this one, the new Bentayga Speed. Most powerful, most dynamic, most exhilarating Bentley SUV yet, delivering that increased power, dynamic chassis setup offered on a Bentayga, the ability to generate on-throttle slip angles as well. Now, this is something we actually haven't seen up the hill in first glance yet. This is from Denza, and it is the Z9 GT that is currently making its way up the hill. Now, this is actually a brand that's come from BYD, is that correct?
Yes, so we've only just got used to BYD and where they sit in the marketplace, and now BYD have decided to add their more premium brand, which is Denza. So this will sit above the current BYD lineup. This is their kind of Porsche Taycan Sport Turismo rival, bit of an estate car, I suppose you could say. EV and plug-in hybrid powertrains, but it looks European, doesn't it? And it looks really, really good indeed.
Yeah, got that shooting brake style body, and fully electric and plug-in hybrid versions are available for that one. Now Lotus continuing to spoil us with the Emira 2.0 Turbo SE and the Emira Cup as well, and that to make its way on the start line as it embarks up the hill. The Emira Cup 3.5 litre V6, 400 horsepower, really is quick and made for the racetrack.
Yeah, and it shows what Lotus can do for customers who want to use their Emira on the track. This car is built on the same production line as the normal Emira, but they can take it off and they can add all kinds of extra features which customers may require. They can do that in the factory or in the dealership. But yeah, this is a bit of a bridging gap between the road cars and the GT cars, and it certainly looks the part.
Past the Flint wall, breezes through, 6-speed sequential gearbox, 0 to 62 in about 4 seconds, top speeds of about 280 miles per hour, and as you say, really offering customers of the Lotus Emira some brilliant options on the road and to experience the off-road track performance in full blow. Now this, the Lancia Beta Monte Carlo Martini edition. We've seen so many pay homage to roars past our convoy. So many pay homage to classics of old and rally of old. This really, again, bringing history back to life.
Yes, and no prizes for which car this is harking back to. Of course, the 037, that fabulous Group B monster from the late 1970s. And in that Martini racing livery, it really does do something quite funny to me, I have to say, Harry.
Fancy going that, James Hayden?
Yeah, definitely. It's supercharged and turbocharged like the original as well, isn't it? I mean, it's just fantastic. I mean, when you see that, I think it's exquisite. I love it.
It's just, even from the headlights, so bold as well. And we can talk about this for a throwback and a half. The Lamborghini Diablo about to take off from the start-finish line as it embarks on its way. And again, another new classic. I mean, I think I've actually got a model version of this at home in purple. I call that, I think that's a deep purple there. Yes. And it just, the words can't describe. This for me is, as it says Prime on the back, Prime Lamborghini.
Well, you really realise how old you are when cars like the Diablo from the 1990s are resto-modded, seen as classics.
But breezing past our commentary box
sounding wonderful. That V12 engine absolutely singing.
As it powers its way
Something
through.
really quite different now.
No, but this by Lunaz. Again, it's another reimagined. The Rolls-Royce Phantom. We're celebrating Rolls-Royce this weekend as well. And this, no different. Of course, Lunaz, one of the brands to reimagine these cars. And the Rolls-Royce Phantom making its way up the hill. One of the bigger seven-seaters that you can get. But this one updated with some USB chargers and a whole lot more as well.
Yes, the Phantom 5 was one of the longest production running Phantoms in Rolls-Royce's history. The choice of heads of state, the rich and the famous, and now you can have a slice of that, but with a pure electric powertrain. And let's face it, a Rolls-Royce with pure electric power, silent motoring go hand in hand.
I mean, we're celebrating 100 years of the Phantom as well. Pure elegance. You can see all of it in its full glory over on the Cartier lawn as well. Elegance since 1925. It has been the pinnacle of luxury. And Lunaz, who have brought this Rolls-Royce Phantom 5 straight back into the modern day. A perfect cruiser if you're sat in the back.
With the USB-C chargers as well.
Yes, I hope it's the USB-C and not the old type.
Not the USB-A.
No.
That would not do.
Not at all. But again, a car often you want to be driven in. And certainly I think you'd want to drive this one as well. Following the Lamborghini Diablo though. Two very stark contrasts here. But that's what we're all about here at Goodwood. And the first glance really showing how much is on offer from across the world, with all of the brands coming here to show off what they've got.
Well, yes, and we've gone from Lunaz, who are recreating some of the most fabulous Rolls-Royce models ever, right up to the present day with some exciting new Chinese cars. I mean, we really did see everything and everything there.
Well, we certainly did. First glance, and we kicked things off with the bikes.
Yeah, we did. So we saw the new BMW. Great to see that. Then we had some burnouts on the line. We had this wonderful specials from Royal Enfield. Looking at the Kingsman there. And we had the Samurai as well, from the owner of the builder, rather, all the way from Japan. And now we're on the M2.
M2 CS, BMW's new version of the M2. And completely contrasting that with some new Chinese electric cars as well. Real colourful pictures here.
Yeah, the Xpeng's out in full force. Range Rover, Jaguar Land Rover 2 displaying their latest SUVs, celebrating 100 years too of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. This, the Ghost, that made its way up the hill. It wasn't completely smooth running though for the GR Yaris, with the aero package having a little glance against the wall and a lost wing mirror. Beauty, colour, epitomised right here in the Lotus Emira. And again, Goodwood all about paying homage to the past and bringing it forward into the future with paying tribute to Lancias and the rally of old. And this from Lamborghini, the Diablo Prime Lamborghini from the 90s. This was the car that you would want to have in your driveway. Certainly highlighting just how much there is on offer at first glance here at the 2025 Goodwood Festival of Speed. And let's head over to David Green.
Well, we finally get the UK debut of the Type 00.
Yeah, it's a hugely exciting day for us, a day that's been many years in the making, but where better place to do the UK preview than at the Festival of Speed. Yeah, it's great to be here.
This car's been travelling all around the world and getting headlines everywhere, but I think it's really been anticipated in the UK, and as you said, great place to start off here with the Festival of Speed.
Well, home market is always going to be super important for us. We know, there are so many passionate fans of the Jaguar brand, so to give them the opportunity to see it physically, and that's really important, because actually seeing it on your phone, which is probably where most people here would have been able to experience it, it's quite different actually to getting a true sense of the proportions and the detail and the real craftsmanship that's in this. So yeah, seeing it here is a great moment for us.
And Your Grace, I believe you got a sneak peek of this car quite a while ago.
Yeah, I saw it. I was very spoiled. I saw it a while ago. Yeah, up in
Gaydon. Yeah.
Up in Gaydon, absolutely. And I was blown away by it then. Actually, I thought it just looked like the whole concept was absolutely stunning, and thrilled to see it today. I mean, it looks just as good as it did then.
I got a few tips, and I got to see it also in the studio of Gaydon. And when the covers came off, it really was a dramatic moment.
Yeah, no, it's just not what you think, is it? So I think the way they've managed the brand and the look and feel of it, and it's a super luxury Jaguar. It's got, it's not. That's not an easy. That's not an easy transition, and I think it's come off brilliantly well. And it's certainly, you can't miss it, can you? I mean, it's a proper looking thing.
And I think you have to see it in the flesh, because almost with that colour scheme, it's got an almost virtual reality theme to it, hasn't it?
Well, it's been probably one of the most common comments on social media as well. It's just AI, which again is why it has this sort of otherworldly look, and the satin paint absolutely does that. It really accentuates the clean lines, the minimalist approach, but also, as you say, hopefully we'll get around to look at some of the key angles of the car, just the real precision and craftsmanship in terms of where all the intersections meet. It's you have to see it physically. Yeah.
And of course, the future for Jaguar is all electric, but that's to nothing if it's not an amazing design that captures you. And I think this certainly captures you.
Yeah, well, I'll go back to your comment when we unveiled it. When you saw the car, we want people to have that reaction. A Jaguar should be a car that when you see it elicits that sort of visceral, emotional reaction. It shouldn't look like anything else out there. And whether we talk about the XJS, which is celebrating its birthday here, or the E-Type, 1961, all of those iconic vehicles from our past, I think had a similar sense of, there is just nothing else out there that looks like that. And I mean, that was the brief. That was the brief to the creative team. They said, be bold, be fearless, and copy nothing, which really is the absolute essence of Sir William Lyons in terms of his design philosophy. So, it needs to look like that.
And of course, it's not just the exterior. I think we should take a closer look at the interior as well, which is pretty dramatic.
Let's take a look at the inside, because I think when a car looks this futuristic and different from the outside, you can't give it a regular traditional interior. So we have incredible drama of the doors, and then what we get to start to see inside is the sense of real calm sanctuary. There's technology in there, but we don't want to overload the driver with technology or the passengers. It's there when you need it. The styling of the seats is very much taking a lot of cues from luxury furniture rather than automotive luxury. And I guess one of the most striking elements is there are three vertical lines, effectively. You see the one on the center spine, on the door, and on the inside of this door, which really accentuate the longitudinal nature of the car. And brass and travertine are two of the real inspirations.
Materials you wouldn't expect on the interior of a car, if you have to say.
No, travertine is a real extravagance, but it was, in terms of the ambience, and actually the type of environment we'll create in the production car, that's the inspiration. But brass, there will be real signatures through the production car as we do on this vehicle. So expect to see interesting brass features on the production car too.
And I think that's an important point because this is a concept car, isn't it? So I think we really have another big surprise coming along the road quite soon with the production car.
Yeah, so hopefully not too big a surprise. Because I think the whole point, and when we, for example, when we shared the car with you, that the point was this is a signpost. This is a clear illustration of where the future design language is headed for Jaguar and what the future cars will look like. So actually, for me, it's super important from an Integra perspective that when people see the four-door GT, they absolutely see this. And there are, its lineage is very clear when people see it, and I'm very confident we won't fall into the same trap that many concept cars do, that by the time you get into production, all the joy is gone. We've worked really hard from the engineers and the design team to maintain the purity of the design and ensure we can bring that into a production environment. That's really been the challenge of the last 3 years.
Well done. It's certainly captured your attention here. And your great final thoughts on this car?
Well, it's furniture, isn't it? As Rawdon said, I mean, it's like it has the feeling of a great piece of classic modern furniture, and it's a beautiful thing. I mean, it's an object, and that's what you're sort of buying into. It's a lifestyle. It's an object. It's a piece of art. It's not what you expect, but it's beautiful.
Absolutely. Well done, and then enjoy the rest of the festival.
Ever since the first drift cars ascended the hill in 2014, these incredible smoke machines have been a hugely popular element of the Festival of Speed. And here to tell us more about this unmissable class, I'm joined by another member of our team, Jared Deander. Now, Jared, we're about to see some fantastic purpose-built drift cars go up in this class, but which ones are you most looking forward to seeing?
You could barely talk over the rotary Volvo wagon, first and foremost. The 3-rotor Volvo wagon is loud. The 66 Stout, piloted by Ryan Turk, amazing. Chris Forsberg in what's called the Ultimaniac. And Ultima's kind of like a rental car, but it's got a GTR motor in it, and it's got 4 seats for more miles per 1 mile. Also, he's a 3-time Formula Joe champion. Next to him, you have a brand new 2025 Ford Mustang RTR Spec 5 FD, piloted by 3-time FD champion, Drift Master champion, James the Machine Dean. Then I talked about the Ultimaniac having a GTR motor. Well, the GTR has an All-American LS motor in it. That's piloted by Bagsy.
Wow.
And then, of course, ice cream, or the cherry on top, or the kiwi on top in this case, is Mad Mike Woodette. He's piloting his FD Japan championship-winning FD Mazda RX-7. So the variety, Goodwood, like I always say, it's flip-flops and tank tops with the homies to ascots and caviar. That's what I really love about Goodwood, and the diversity here of the cars is what I think makes it really exceptional. Would you agree?
I completely agree. The variety is incredible, but also the hill climb seems to suit the drift cars so well. So much precision is involved in them going up the hill, and then that turning circle outside the Goodwood house is just an amazing feat to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, the hill climb is getting faster up the hill, right? You go past the flint wall, you avoid the hay bales. I've been coming here, I think it's my 4th or 5th time. It's always so amazing. The fans, everybody, but seeing the drift cars, that's near and dear to my heart. Again, the singing of a rotary or a loud American LS turbo like Bagsy's vehicle. Overall, the diversity is key for me. So I think it's great. Smiles for miles, that's what it's all about. And of course, the hat, the saying, send it. That's what we're all about.
And we're talking about that variety as well. And behind us, we could see the guys tinkering with suspension and different things before they go up the hill. Yeah. What kind of elements are they playing around with on the car that's going to suit the Goodwood hill climb?
Ryan Turk back here in his 66 Stout. He's running a 3S GTE motor, about 600 horsepower. He literally just put this brand new suspension. He got it last night, so his guys are thrashing on it. It's just about the uniqueness. Like I said, the carbon Kevlar Volvo, the Ultimaniac. You look at this thing, the engine is pushed back. It throws flames out the side. It's got 4 seats, so we can throw you in this if you want to. No big deal. I know you're a 2-wheel gal, but I'll tell you what, putting 4 people in that hot rod is absolutely amazing. And you have such accomplished drivers. That's what's really cool about it. I think they deserve the credit and the respect that drifting is getting. It's not just a side dish, it's a main entree. Many moons ago, Mad Mike doing it in front of the Duke and Lord March at the time, like in front of the house. It's just iconic now. And now with the different sculpture, the different background, again, variety.
Yeah.
4 days, beautiful weather, sun's out, guns out. We make clouds of our own with these drift cars.
Yeah, that is mega. Yeah, and the crowds absolutely love the drift cars. So we can expect to see all of those vehicles, all of those names take to the hill climb very shortly. Me and Jared will definitely be watching, so we'll look out for it then.
Watching, you're riding. You got to go. Get in there. Go. Get in there. Go.
Sweet success, bitter failure. We've tasted it all. Honda will keep pushing limits to the extreme. This dream, now ours, will endure forever.
The power of dreams. How we move you.
You found it then?
Of course I did. Good boy.
With eBay Assured Fit, find the right parts for your car just by entering your reg. eBay, things people love.
Welcome back. We've got plenty more to put in front of you today, but looking out around the
hill and around the grounds of the house, there's been so much to look at, so much to see, so much to hear, so much to soak in, from period Formula One cars from the 1960s right up to the modern day, and some of the greats of the ages reunited with their cars, and sometimes their next generation getting a shot. But a chance to look at the cars and the bikes up close is what makes the Festival of Speed just such a phenomenal event. 75 years of the Formula One World Championship, something very much to celebrate. More than 100 cars, the world's largest collection, but plenty more to come, and we will be kicking off very soon with the world's superbikes coming up just in a moment. So my name's Bruce Jones, in the commentary box with James Hayden, who's about to effuse about all the bikes, and Jared Deander, who'll do the same and more when it comes to the drifters.
Yeah, indeed. So yeah, we got a really nice eclectic mix. We just had a look at the Paris-Dakar winning biker from 1985 there. We're now looking at Maria Costello, MBE. Obviously, she's on a sidecar outfit. You know, one of the she's the only lady ever to have competed the Isle of Man TT on 2 wheels and 3. Next to her is the legend John McGuinness, obviously a TT legend himself. He's here on one of his TT winning motorcycles. We just got some great machinery. As we look down, we see a CBR 1000RR there, and obviously we're celebrating World Superbikes here. We're starting to see some of the World Superbikes. You know, we've got Foggy coming down over the weekend, and we've got, if you like your superbikes, we've got so many great bikes. Ducatis, Carlos Checa's 1198 there. We just got so many different machines that are coming down. It really is a paradise for two-wheel people as well as four.
It is. The Festival of Speed has always been about the crossover. People who normally look at one set of wheels are very happy to look at another. In fact, there's not enough time in our lives to look at all of them. But again, it's crossing the periods of history as well. And I love it when you see a young rider put onto a bike that probably existed and went racing before they were even born.
Yeah, indeed. This is Ian Simpson's 1994 winning Norton, big rotary engine on it. He won 14 races that year, 31 podiums that team got. They finished first and third in the championship, pulling out of the year after.
Well, the stage is absolutely set, and helmets on you on a hot day like this, you put them on as late as you possibly can. I think that's safe to say.
Yeah, it does indeed. Just passing the Petronas there as we come down. So, yeah, this is number 41, as we say. This is the 1985 BMW R80 GS, and it's a 1043cc boxer twin 4-stroke air-cooled Gaston Raya. He won the 1990, the 84 one on the 870 version, and then the 1985 Paris-Dakar on this exact bike. And this bike, yeah, we've seen the modern sort of version. Oh, is it? Oh no, it did. I just thought it was missing a second there. Oh, I like it. Taking a bit off-road.
Oh, he's lost his bearings. Will he get them back?
Yeah, but yeah, it still sounds sharp, doesn't it? Angry, and you know, what a rally that is, the Paris-Dakar, and to compete that and to win that really took some doing. And with it, BMW invented this whole class. You know, this big traily, big off-road motorcycles, huge tanks, obviously, and you see him, he's just getting his leg down as he comes around here, and also in that classic marble colour.
Yeah, the standout day or night, and of course the Dakar, an exacting event. The physicality, quite extraordinary, James.
Yeah, whether it be on cars or bikes, as you say, just a serious event, and you know, the BMWs were so strong, coming from that mid-80s all the way through, and have been sort of ever since, giving us a really good display here.
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen anyone doing a wheelie as they approach the Flint Wall. Maybe they will reappraise their line, but anyhow, waving to the fans as he gets towards the top of the hill. That's the first of the bikes in this superbike class.
Yeah, we have, so we've got a couple of outfits here, both LCR 600s. So we got a Ben Birchall, and Ben Birchall speaks for himself. He's won four World Championships. We're looking right now, so 4 World Championships, 3 TT races. You know, he's been an incredible rider over the years, and good to see these guys up and about here. So then we got we're going back to our proper super bikes. We're now looking at the 2010 1198 Ducati. So this motorcycle, just one of the absolute belters. This Carlos Checa's machine. He didn't win the World Championship on it that year. He was third. He won it on the year after though, 2011. 190 brake horsepower, that traditional big Ducati V-twin. You can just hear thumping away. And Ducatis have just been synonymous with world superbikes. Well, all superbike racing. They've made their name on it. They built some of the most beautiful race bikes that we've ever seen.
Yeah, to my eye, that particular vintage with that great big fat, almost like a road car tyre at the back with the curved off edges, the rounded edges. You can no wonder they could lean them so low.
Yeah, and they just look so pure now compared to the modern aerodynamics now with all the big fins and tails, and they just look a kind of a pure sort of a thinner bike almost. So it's sort of nice to see. This is the 2014 Ducati 1199 Panigale. So this is the next sort of step on for Ducati. What a machine it is. Titanium rods, fully adjustable swinging arm pivot point. About 200 brake horsepower, about 100 pounds of torque. And this is a sort of you can see number 33 there. Davis, Marcus Melandri number, but it's it's called the Panigale off that little small manufacturing town in Italy, Borgo Panigale. So that's where the name comes from. Again, it's just that traditional Ducati V-twin before they moved to the V4. So that 90-degree V-twin, and a very, very successful successful machine as well.
The figure that stood out for me was when it crested the magical 200 horsepower mark. I mean, that would have been unimaginable for bike racers through the 70s.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the MotoGP bikes now pushing out 300. It's incredible. So, and talking about MotoGP bikes, we have got one there, Seti Chibernau, number 15 there. So, Seti Chibernau's MotoGP bike, that'll be knocking on 260 brake horsepower. So, we got a little problem there. Someone on Leon Haslam's Ducati. Looks like he might have just stalled it. You can see on wet tyres. You don't want to be on brand new slicks, even though it's a nice day. It's good to see that they're out. So I mean, look at that though. I mean, the sound of that really is something to behold. So great to see him out and just hear that go up. It revs around to about 18,000 revs. Full electronics packages at this period in time. They'll do 215 miles an hour, 0 to 60 in 1.9.
I always think on a day like this when we've got so much sunshine, it's quite difficult for the riders that don't know the hill. Could you suddenly go into the deep, deep shade? Your eyes have to adjust. There's a wall in front of you, then you're bursting out in the sun, then completing the course. Straw bales almost to your shoulders on either side at the top. It's really, really tricky.
Yeah, so now we're having a real nice little sort of retro look back here. This is the 1981 bike. Freddie Spencer took this bike, the American legend, double world champion in 95 on 250s and 500s. But back in the day, they took these bikes. They were heavily modified Honda CB750s, and they turned them into these competitive super bikes. They dry sumped them, gave them flat side carbs. They reinforced the chassis. It had about 90 brake horsepower, and as I say, Freddie Spencer finished second on that bike in 1981 in the AMA Superbike Championship. And then we're having a look. This is Ian Simpson's bike. So this is the Duckham's 94 bike. Teammates with Phil Borley, and what a successful outfit that was. Brian Crichton sort of running it, then Colin Seeley evolved it, and these big Nortons were really something.
They had sort of both the bike and the one before, they had the look of a road bike too, which I think is always a really attractive element. You can have your pure racers, but the ones that people can relate to.
Yeah, and again with these, I mean, they were quite, because there's two ways of measuring a rotary. Obviously, these were called 588s, but obviously they could be they could be a 1.7 as well if you depended on how you did it. But tremendous things. They got that unique sound, and as I say, they were just devastatingly effective. And in that 94 season, first and third in the British Championship, Ian Simpson winning it, and they took 14 wins, so it was a really 31 podiums. It was a very, very strong season for them.
Yes, I remember watching them in the early days, Trevor Nation riding them out in Macau.
Yeah.
There's no space for any error.
And Steve Spray in the black JPS Nortons, no, absolutely classic.
Yeah, bike riders coming in with scratches on the top of their helmet from leaning into the rock face at the top. Quite extraordinary.
Yeah, you definitely got to be careful. Looks like we're just looking at far blade there. So number 50. And that is the 2011 far blade. So this is quite a famous motorcycle. This is the motorcycle that John McGuinness did the double on in 2011 at the TT. He ran away with the Superbike TT that year, winning by over a minute. But then he had an epic battle with Guy Martin in the senior, and he sort of just grabbed that one. But it's a double TT winner on this. And John McGuinness, he's just a legend of TTs. He's won 12 TTs on Fireblades of various descriptions over the years.
And every single one of those will come with a flamboyant story told beautifully. And ever since John McGuinness has come here, and as he's said frequently, if only I discovered this sooner, he's very much part of the furniture here, but such good value. And the range of bikes he's ridden across the year, but every story is 5-star.
Yeah, it is indeed. So this is the 2007 Ducati 999. So a very, very effective race bike. It wasn't as popular for some after the beautiful, almost just everyone was blown away with the 916, 996, 998s. The 999 kind of went in a slightly different direction, had a much shorter career span because of that. It was only around for a couple of years, but whether you like the styling or not, and they're becoming very collectible now, it was a devastatingly effective race bike. Won world championships with Neil Hodgson in his first year. It really was a weapon. Now, one of the big things this weekend, we are celebrating Carl Fogarty, the British legend, 4-time world superbike champion, and we're seeing one of his bikes here. Carl Fogarty did so much for the sport, winning it 94, 95, 98, 99, and what we're looking at here is his 99 World Championship winning Ducati, owned by Harry Pearman, and Foggy will be riding this bike up the hill over this weekend. So this was the 996, it was an updated 916, the iconic bike. And when these came out, I'll never forget going into the NEC show and seeing it rotate on a stand. I'd never seen anything like it, and I was like, oh my God, that is gorgeous. And then they just went on to be this imperious, magnificent superbike that dominated, especially in the hands of the great Carl Fogarty.
And it doesn't matter 2 wheels or 4. Progress is never linear. It's when you witness those great next steps, and this definitely was one of those.
Yeah, it was. So now we're looking at the Castrol Honda. This was Colin Edwards, and this is the VTR 1000. Colin Edwards, I mean, this is he won the championship twice, and 2000, 2002. 2002 was the absolute classic. Yeah, it was an amazing season. This is actually the 2001 BTR 1000 RC51. So this replaced the RC45, which was a V4, and they joined them at their own game there with a 1000cc V-twin. Now we're looking back to the Foggy Petronas. So this was a bike I knew very well. I was the first, me and Troy Corso were the first riders for this team in 2002, 2003. This is the road-going version of it. So this is one of the few road bikes. You do not see them very often. It's an unusual layout. It's a reverse cylinder triple, and it's great to sort of see it being ridden up the hill here. This is being ridden by Gordon Russell, owned by Sally and Gordon Russell, and great to see great to see a Foggy Patronus out. It's not a bike you see very often.
Now, you're saying something that's the early 21st century. In car racing terms, we're already getting cars that competed then and now in historic racing series. Is that happening with motorbikes as well?
Not so much, no, not really. It's it's a shame. I'd probably dig out my old leathers, dust myself off. But no, not so much, not so much. So Sam Sunderland there. He's wow, what a rider he is as well. Paris-Dakar winner in the past. On a Tiger 1200. I don't know quite what's happening there. There seems to be something. So they're letting him go. I just wasn't sure whether there was a problem with the motorcycle, but
looks like he had to check where he's delivering those the hot food to in his great big panniers and his rear box. But explain why this Red Bull liveried bike has got so much storage.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's just when these are with these are selling a lot, obviously, this type of bike at the moment, because you can go anywhere on it. Heated grips, it's got a screen that comes up and down, so it doesn't matter what the weather's doing. You know, honestly, it protects you from so much. You can get most of your stuff in it, and after kind of things like the long way down, and you know, it just, people realise actually you can take off on a motorbike, and there's nothing quite like the freedom of a motorcycle or a road trip in a car. You know, they're quite unique personal experiences, and it's, yeah, they're just an amazing thing, and you know, it's sort of good to. It's good to see it. So this obviously isn't his race bike. You know, this is just him on a nicely sort of converted PR motorcycle that we're seeing him on.
Yeah, and if you've got a trip where you're not requiring to wear a dinner jacket, then you're absolutely fine, aren't you? You take a car maybe for that.
Yeah, quite right. I mean, you pick and choose, but certainly on a day like today, it's very, very hard to beat.
Certainly so. Well, one of the bikes being wheeled away there, that's been a phenomenal display, James. You know, great to see, well, the great and the good.
Oh, I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's such a wonderful collection of motorcycles we hear, you know, super bikes especially, whether it be the Ducatis, whether it be the Hondas, you know, and we've got some great names coming over the weekend. The likes of, obviously, Carl Fogarty, you know, Colin Edwards. So there's some really, really big names. This is one for you, Bruce.
Well, this is the most extraordinary machine you will see all weekend. Where is it, you ask? There's just a wheel with a rider in behind, but I've been told that this can touch 90 miles an hour. Would you? I would.
Wow. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how it goes around this corner on this tiny little tyre. So, and that's how it does it. But yeah, I mean, wow.
The strange thing is, I mean, it's strange enough in its own right, but we've got Jared Deander alongside. He's already working out how these can be drifted, I would feel.
With one tire, I don't know about this. That is a very skinny tire too. We need a higher tread wear, steel boots. I'm watching this, and 2 wheels and we're down to 1 wheel. Is that what kind of budget we're dealing with right now?
That exactly so, but I know it's good to know your creative juices are already flowing. You're already starting to work it out. But ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the most extraordinary things you'll see. And you know what? I admire people with these creative minds, but sometimes you think, really? Why not?
Yeah, amazing.
I've seen this on a South Park episode. I don't know if you're a fan of South Park, but I have seen this on a South Park episode.
There we are. It's good to be far-reaching, spread your gathering of knowledge all around. But this will just be pulling off now. And in fact, if he goes over a certain speed, it's remarkably hard to turn. Just think about that. I mentioned 90 miles an hour, but without the ability to turn. So you need a bit of a run-off there. Now, at the start of today, we saw something that we couldn't quite work out what it was. And because we weren't supposed to, it's the Toyota GT concept. It's here in road trim. And if you look maybe in the background, we'll see a second one that looks slightly different because that's got a massive rear wing. We know literally nothing about this. We don't know even what the format of the engine is, but when listening out, we'll listen out as it comes up the hill. But my feeling is there could just be 8 cylinders there. And we've got an array of the great and good of Toyota's driving roster. We had Kazuki Nakajima earlier today, and he was one of the drivers. This afternoon it's Hiroaki Ishiura in the front one. That's the road one. The race one, as you can see, a little less subtle in behind. Tatsuya Katayoko. So they're all from the Toyota roster, and a really good display, driving with about car lengths between them as they go through Mokon and up the hill. One feels this will be coming to go GT3 racing, which will be the secondary class in the World Endurance Championship, a standalone all around the world. It could be a GR, it could be a Toyota, it could be a Lexus. So it's shrouded in mystery, but maybe someone will spill the beans this weekend. I think they will.
Well, I hope they make it, because that sounds glorious, doesn't it? It's definitely got a nice V8 in it, isn't it?
You know what? In GT3 at the moment, I love the fact you can identify the make by the engine sound. Close your eyes, listen, and certainly the Mustang is very easy to pick out.
And of course, look at the GR rally car, but I'm going back to the concept cars because I had an opportunity to look at those, and I'll tell you what, I don't know if you know the car designer Kaiza. He was up there looking at it and analyzing it. Do you know who I'm talking about, Kaiza? And he was up there and he's taking photos of it, envisioning what he could do with that car. So I'll just leave it at that.
Look, this is a celebration of creative minds here and people who love and have, you know, octane in their veins. And again, this little Toyota Yaris has been popular from the day it was launched, but when you've got the very best rally drivers on board, it's so super dynamic. It could turn on a sixpence or a dime. When you look at these displays, you wonder what makes the Festival of Speed so popular, and the applause, and eventually the smoke clears and you can see the people on the grandstand opposite just choking but enjoying every second.
couple years ago, or I should say pre-COVID, David Green and myself and our other co-host had an opportunity to go opposite way, and David Green, of course, chose the GR Yaris. I got thrown in a Lotus. My head was sticking out of the sunroof. Fortunately, it was a convertible, but David chose the GR Yaris appropriately.
He's a bad man, that David Green. Right, down on the line, of course, we have, it's diversity. It's machinery of every single type. And, of course, you concentrate on road racing. I generally do road racing, but we race on deserts as well, don't we?
This came past me in the paddock, and it is outrageous. I don't know what lump it's got in it, but wow, Bruce, what has it got in it? It was just sounding incredible.
I mean, quick look, but it's just so powerful. But it's the intelligence of this vehicle is its suspension setup. I mean, it's got an awful lot of it because it's got so much movement up and down. With this DKR Hilux Evo, so they weren't happy with the first model. They had to just add more and more, or take away more and more to make less and less, but go faster, be more dynamic. And look at the way it can be tipped one way and another, and this big, tall vehicle can be rotated with such precision in front of the house. Please don't crash. No, I said that. And then eventually, when the driver's had enough of spinning and entertaining, it'll come powering up towards Malcolm. Such an entertainer. And we're just so fortunate that competition happens on all surfaces, because you get this diversity of machinery. I mean, you can also put a racing cart under that. It's sitting so high. There is a saying, to the limit and beyond. That was to the limit and that's just enough. But the suspension travel, we're all leaning out of the commentary box window to seeing that turn in, and everyone in the crowd sort of sharp intake of breath, but it works. And then the wall, a mere matter of the wall, but up it goes. The Toyota DKR Hilux, magnificent. Now we're moving very swiftly, I mean, from one thing to another. When Renault introduced turbocharging to Formula One in 1977, it didn't go anywhere fast. By 79, it took its first win. It was going fast, and then the car kept on evolving, and other people had to go, you know what, we might have to have turbo engines too. But this car, driven by Victor Jambouy, son of Jean-Pierre Jambouy, who took Renault's first win at Dijon-Prenoir in 1979, almost got forgotten because the battle for second place between René Arnoux and Gilles Villeneuve, it was fisticuffs at every corner. Absolutely brilliant, but a huge day for Renault. Now, we are big fans of NASCAR here. We didn't know we were until they started arriving a handful of years ago, Jared, but you can see why, to us Europeans, these are entertaining.
I mean, this thing starts up, Red Bull has their whole paddock area with Mad Mike's Rotary, then this all-American NASCAR fires up, Zillick behind the wheel, an amazing talent coming up the ranks, racing in Xfinity and then Cup car, and you talk about NASCAR, they just had a street race in Chicago that filled the streets and fortunately had beautiful weather. Previous years, rainy. This year, really fun. So it's really great to see, obviously, a little adaptation, a little more digestible for you road racers.
Yeah, sort of halfway house, and that was won by Shane Van Gisbergen, the flying Kiwi team.
I get it. It was an American coming in on American soil and doing it. We're here for it.
We're just playing in the commentary box, but it's true. The Kiwis are top talent. Now a lot of BMW machinery from across the years here. Could be celebrated as touring cars. I guess they are in many ways, but that huge rear wing just stood out. I stood lusting after that. It's just unloaded from the beautiful BMW Motorsport Transporter, but again, just a super stunning car. So successful, often in the long distance races. This one was one that competed in the Nürburgring 24 hours around the magnificent Nürburgring Nordschleife, 25 kilometres of 170 turns and more per lap. And some top names taking victory in that. Pedro Lamy, the two Mullers, Dirk and Jorg, and Hans-Joachim Stuck. So great diversity. We leap from touring cars of various stripes to Formula One, and this is when Jean-Pierre Lotus's colours were replaced by those of Essex Petroleum, silver, red and blue on board, and again a lot of celebration of Lotus machinery across this weekend, and the sheer constant evolution that came from that brilliant founder and designer Colin Chapman, always thinking something. Ironically, this Essex livery car is about the sort of most simple of all of his. It had a job to do, it did it, but it wasn't one of his revolutionary ones like the Lotus 78 that introduced ground effects to Formula One. Right, back in the world of touring cars, neat, small, tidy, and the name Cecotto on the window. Of course, that excites you, James, because he was a 250 and 350cc world champion. Then he came across to cars, had his legs slightly reshaped at Brands Hatch when he was racing as Senna's teammate at Tolman, came back, and then was super successful for BMW in Formula One. He's just a competitor.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he's an amazing rider, amazing driver. Lovely to see those old E30 M3s as well. Beautiful.
Aston Martin, slightly late to the party in the World Endurance Championship. This is the first season for their Valkyrie. Forget the hybrids. Let's just have a V12. It sings, and actually went remarkably well at Le Mans. And I think by next year, the Aston Martin fans will have a lot more to cheer. But like in period, it took them a long time to take their first win. Finally, it came good in 59. The noisiest car to have come past us so far. And again, I do feel Jared's looking at how that could go drifting as well, because that's got the noise. Now it needs the poise. Right, from down under, Holden's, of course, those fabulous battles at Bathurst up on the mountain in the middle of New South Wales, and great to have some different body shapes here, but again, V8 grunt, tip-top drivers. And of course, Holden was the Australian arm of General Motors over here. We had Vauxhall in Germany, they had Opel, but the Holden and Ford battles on the mountain, where the fans up on the top of the mountain became a little bit nasty with each other, and occasionally large rocks were lobbed in front of rival cars. So, as Dick Johnson discovered one year when his Ford was ended up taking to the walls at the top. You certainly didn't wander up to the top of the mountain and be ambivalent about who you were supporting. You had to nail your colours to the mast. 2 generations of Holden, and of course the V8 Supercar, seen as it was fiercely competitive over the years. This is a car run by Rick Wood, who likes anything that has a very large engine. Quite frequently we see his Nissan Skyline GTRs that need really no introduction whatsoever. Brilliant to get some onboard footage. This is an approach to just going under our commentary box, or alongside it, Moulcombe. Now you burst from the sunshine, and James, this is the point where I was talking about, where you suddenly have a lot of darkness up ahead.
Yeah, no, you do. It's, I mean, it's just the nature of the beast, isn't it?
It really is. I love, again, these low-down shots, looking up at the driver, the concentration, the constant working of the steering wheel. This is one of the narrowest part of the circuits. More speed, more power, more revs. Just keep on going. Now you're running between the straw bales, so into the darkness and precision required. Boom, across the finish line. And then the run out, up to the turnaround area at the top. The drivers hop out, they jump and look at other people's cars and bikes, and chock full of enthusiasm. Now, going back to the mid-1970s, this is when BMW introduced their junior team concept, and the 320 is a great car, but they thought turbocharging it would work even better. And so the likes of Ronnie Peterson all got a go in that, and it certainly helped their careers an enormous amount. But to me, it was the launch of the junior team, a concept they still have today, bringing on young drivers and teaching them the stuff that happens off the track as much as what goes on when they're out on the black stuff. And this was produced very, very hastily, because the BMW 3-litre CSL, suddenly BMW and Ford, they'd fought so hard, Ford Capri against the Cologne Capri against the CSL. BMWs, the budgets got too high, they slashed them, and then this suddenly had to be built so they could go competing in the subsequent seasons. But you know, it's spectacular. I've always been a fan of small saloons with large wings and extra bits of bodywork. You know, they're sort of boy racer's dream in so many ways. And in fact, there was someone at the time who referred to this as Formula £35,000, because that's what each of these cars cost. And again, it went well both sides of the Atlantic, but talking one side of the Atlantic, drifting is huge, and it's pretty big here as well. And Jared, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. The stage is Mad Mike's. Mad Mike Woodette, you know, the Duke has absolutely thrown his arm around Mad Mike and says, hey, drifting is, like I said, not just a side dish. Mad Mike Woodette, he brought this vehicle, he wiped it off. This thing took him to a Formula Drift Japan championship. That's why he loves drifting, putting on a show. Now, he's built multiple cars. They all have a bull thing. This bull theme, this vehicle in particular is called Humble, because it's built in Japan. It's built by TCP Magic, Total Car Produce. This car was built and prepared for rotor. This thing is a weapon. It's, you know, about 1,000 horsepower, all rotary, of course, the iconic FDRX7. And Mad Mike Woodette has now thrown his own events. He's got Mad Mike's Summer Bash that goes on December at Hampton Downs. We just threw our first ever Southern Bash at Highlands Park in Queenstown, just outside of Queenstown. Mad Mike Woodette is a consummate showman. Now his son, Lincoln Woodette, he's drifting. A lot of rotaries, not exclusively rotaries, because I don't know if you've seen it. Have you seen Mad Mac yet? The rotary McLaren?
Oh, yes.
You've seen the Drift Lamborghini? Well, he's obviously got some more projects in the works, but that's just a little taste of drifting. Of course, we go back to your touring car.
Back and forth. This is when the British Touring Car Championship in the mid-1990s. It was works manufacturer teams, 11 together. The salaries paid, someone said to me once, what I was paid was obscene, but the competition was outstanding. And the Vauxhall, you know, you look at these cars, the whole idea is they were bog standard cars, or looked like bog standard cars, but the caliber of the drivers in period, with finally, John Cleland getting the job done in 1995. It was brilliant. It was made for TV. It filled the circuits around the country with enormous crowds, tip-top names, and actually it's great for a lot of younger drivers to be given a shot in these cars just to realise how relatively standard they were. Back to you.
Steve Bagsy Baggioni. Now, it's a GTR. Yeah, it's an R35. But, you know what? Get rid of that VR engine. Let's throw in a big LS 1200 horsepower single turbo power plant under the hood. Bagsy always puts on a show. This gentleman, he competes in drift games, select drift games, and also drift masters. Bagsy has been a staple here at Goodwood. He puts on a great show. He's got a great attitude. We are placed over in what was formerly as the arena, the cathedral, whatever you want to call it, regardless of drift paddock outside of Mad Mike. He is poised over at Red Bull, but Bagsy has been competing. His game is elevated. You know, he's done Gymkhana grid events over the years, aside Ken Block, you know, rest in peace, KB forever. But, you know, been campaigning a variety of different vehicles, and Bagsy always puts on a show. He's a serious competitor, and he likes to put on, again, like a show. This isn't his comp car, this is his party car. A lot of these guys have party cars and put on a show. Not a party car, this is a comp car. Now, this is James the Machine Dean. He competes in both Formula Drift as well as Drift Master. So Formula Drift is an American series. We have 8 stops. He's currently competing in that. He's currently second in point, but he's a 3-time champion, 4-time champion, first ever 4-time champion, and now he competes. This car was built in 6 weeks. This car showed up in his garage in Ireland. They thrashed to build it, but James, unarguably, probably the best drifter in the world.
And also the most iconic. He gets out of the car having done the most amazing display, and it's as though he's just sort of got out of a chair and he's rubbing his eyes.
Yeah.
Extraordinary.
He sits in a race seat at all times. I mean, this gentleman is in a race seat. He's got a race, you know, he's got a steering wheel in his hands at all times. And he's a tall glass of water. He's about 6'7". He's taller than you, Bruce. But he is an absolute weapon behind the wheel, and just as kind and respectful of not only the sport, but as serious competitors as well. This vehicle, what do you think of this? Do you know this car?
Well, I knew it back in period as a boy. I had my little book of commercial vehicles was in that. The Toyota Stout, but this is Stout and then some.
It's stouter, right? So it's the Toyota Stout, and it's even more stout. This thing has seen the Fat Ice Race. This thing is purpose-built for drifting, has the 3S GT engine, about 600 horsepower. He kept it the same patina. This is original paint. Maybe a little shellac here and there, but he put the wide body on it, just threw on that Beltec suspension, so it's on brand with, you know, kind of the truck suspension. But overall, Ryan Turk, he's built other vehicles that have seen Goodwood action before, such as the GT4586. I don't know if you remember that car, the Ferrari 458 under the hood of the 86. He competes in a Supra BMW motor-powered Toyota Corolla hatchback, which is 1,000 horsepower. So Ryan Turk, no stranger to drifting. Now, talk about this gentleman. This gentleman building it, turbo axle turbo. This is 3-rotor Volvo wagon. Now, this gentleman, he said he bought this car for about 1,500 pounds. It was a project that went south. He threw the carbon Kevlar at it, about 700, 600 horsepower, could get tuned up. He's having a lot of fun. He's really excited about it, so check him out. Again, turbo axle Hildebrand. This Volvo 740, doesn't sound like rotary right now because it looks like he's crawling, but he just threw this thing together just to put on a show. And he does want to compete in this. Kind of as a wild card in Drift Masters, he does have also a Corvette. But why deal with an LS when he can throw a Wankel at it? He's got a few, he made his Corvette rotary as well. So not only does he rotary a Volvo, but an absolute Frankenstein of a vehicle. He threw a rotary at a Corvette, and we've seen that vehicle here at Goodwood as well.
Well, several decades ago, there was a Volvo estate competing in the British Touring Car Championship. They jokingly used to put a sort of stuffed dog in the back of the car. Not a real dog that was stuffed, but you know what I mean, a soft toy dog.
All right, what do you think of this? What is that car? Can you tell me?
It's the Nissan Altima.
All right, you cheated. You looked at the notes. That's a Nissan Altima. This car is called the Altimaniac. First ever purpose-built CAD design, tube chassis, aluminum frame, threw an Altima wide body on it, has a VR GTR engine under the hood, detuned to about 1,200 horsepower, has 4 bucket seats, more smiles, more miles. I talked about it. The duckbill kind of swan neck wing out back, purely aesthetic, destined for greatness. The X-Comp tires on the corners. And again, this is Chris the Force Forsberg, 3-time Formula Drift champion. He competes in an all-new Nissan Z with the VR engine. But this is, as I said earlier, break up the pinata because this is a party car. This is a vehicle that he wants to have a lot of fun with. showcase what he can build, what he can do. Chris the Force Forsberg in that Ultra Maniac.
Well, absolutely sensational to see that now. We're one of the many celebrations this Festival of Speed is the career of Colin McRae, the rallying superstar of the day. An array of cars that became more and more outrageous. But if you had to put him in one that people would identify, it would be the 555 liveried Subaru. So much success across the year, and he was the boldest of the bold. This is Martin Sparrow driving the Impreza WRC. So many people copied it, but nobody on the planet could copy Colin's driving style. I just pitied his co-driver.
Yeah, I mean, he was something special, wasn't he? What a talent. Sadly taken away. But I remember doing a track day once, and he raced me above in his helicopter. I was on a factory Suzuki, and literally he was like 40 metres above me, sideways, going around the track as well.
He was one of those people that the top competitors have that inherent sense of balance that he clearly didn't matter. 2 wheels, 4 helicopters, blades, rotors, whatever. But we've got an array of cars to celebrate his career. This actually, the 97 car, where he didn't get the world title, was just pipped by Tommy Mäkinen right at the end, but it went down to the final round. And Tommy Mäkinen, of course, was competing in Mitsubishis, and it really became a battle of, and it was the evolution of each model. Each year they went for this was the 6, but they kept on ramping it up, and people trying to get the corresponding road cars. It was boom time for most of these manufacturers, neither of whom had really sold a lot of cars in Europe or globally. They had fairly simple common and garden cars, but these were far from common and garden. And some of the top drivers were sensational, brilliant shots from whatever surface they were racing on around the world, whether it's on snow, on gravel, on tarmac. They had to be dynamic, and with Colin on board, by golly, they were. So still sticking with the Treble 5 sponsorship, that must have been a dream. All these cars entered by TroDrive, but suddenly this global brand, well, this brand went global, and it was the ultimate tool. And Legacies, this is a Group A. These were the sort of cars that he'd have been driving when he was sort of dipping his toe into the pond. And he went out actually to Malaysia and won the rally over there. But just before that, he dropped down to New Zealand, where Jared has just been recently. And he actually scored his first World Championship victory. This was a driver really on a roll. But you look at the simplicity of the Legacy. Obviously, when they got the Impreza, it all got ramped up, so nothing was standing still in rallying. And so many people might have just accidentally painted their road-going Subarus in a similar scheme.
Yeah, and those gold wheels.
Yeah, there goes the fortune.
I mean, even in the States, a lot of the influence came over from Europe, from Japan, from WRC. So much so, like Gran Turismo, the video game. And then even minus, it's kind of like the Marlboro livery when they dropped the Marlboro and the 555, right? You dropped it, but it was so iconic, you still saw it, even though it wasn't there, right? And I got to tell you, shout out to Colin McRae, obviously, and an icon that just glorified him was Ken Block. So here gone too soon, Colin, Ken, absolute legends. So it's great, you know, again, Colin forever, KB forever, and it's crazy to see just the inspiration that still exudes from the fans of Goodwood here going on this hill climb. This is really cool.
And it does, and it's just a reminder of the sort of passage through vehicles, how they came on. The championship was coming on at that point. It went from fairly simple to pretty outrageous. There's been periods of, you know, peaks and troughs in the World Rally Championship, but that was exciting times. Now, the diversity of machinery coming up the hill. Now, one of the great events, obviously, in the States is the Pikes Peak, and that's attracting challengers all over, but drift spec cars as well. Massive. I mean, there's not much Hyundai are not doing.
Yeah, Hyundai's doing such a good job with the N brand. You know, you see GR, you see M, you see all the different variations, and Hyundai is doing such a good job. And this is all electric, right? So I feel like it needs to have the download. We were talking about this before we went live. It's like they need to dial up because it's just buffering, right? And this is just really cool technology. You're seeing electric being introduced into drifting. How? You know, it's an on-off switch. So it's the adaptability. I mean, literally here at the arena multiple years ago, I rode an R32 that was EV, and now here we are seeing manufacturers embrace it. You're seeing electronic drift brakes in Ford Mustangs. That comes courtesy of Von Gittin Jr. There's a lot of technology that you can't discredit. You got to acknowledge a hat tip. You know, obviously there is no replacement for displacement at times, but sometimes, you know, you get a little technology sliding your way and you're like, all right, I'll take that.
But this was the one that I couldn't understand, electric drift cars. I stood at the top thinking, haha, now do a donut, see how, oh, okay. But I understand and I admire enormously that the talent of everybody with a great big engine or the rotary, that sort of analog, I can just about get there, but to drift an electric car, that's beyond my ken. Right, of course, Ford was where Nicky Grist, the co-driver, and Colin McRae went next. They had success. Took a while coming, but again, the Ford Focus had a lot of followers because it sold a lot of Ford Focuses, but that certainly attracted people to the ranks. But 205 is the number. We all have numbers allotted to each of the cars, but this is celebrating Colin McRae, the champion. And he did it, the beauty of Colin was he did it in everything he pretty much put his backside into and really made it work. But in terms of ultimate icon vehicles for Colin McRae, it has to be blue with the yellow flashes, it has to be a Subaru, but he would have been successful in any single rally car that he ever had the grace to drive. But of course he had a very, very good bloodline coming from Jimmy, who was such an amazing competitor on the British and then the world stage as well. He was taught well.
Yeah, he was taught well, and something Colin he was always attacked, wasn't he? Yeah, that was the thing. He was just heart on his sleeve. Let's have it, and incredible man.
Now, one of the things we're going to be celebrating today is Derek Bell's incredible career, and it's 50 years since our local hero from just down the road from Goodwood took his first Le Mans win, 1975 in a Mirage. But if people think of Derek at Le Mans, they think of Derek and Jackie Ickx, and they think Rothmans Porsches, the Works Porsches, such a crisp livery on those cars, but the success that kept on coming his way didn't come their way by accident. I think we can say that. And Derek, he's pulling on his gloves, but he's fitting the car like a glove. And I don't like to use the word iconic every day, but I will today because he is, and this site is. And again, it's lovely, Jared, to have a car where you're looking across at the driver. Onboard cameras have made the world of difference.
Yeah, you're just seeing inside the cockpit of, like you said, iconic. Going to the driver's area, these cars are positioned there, and you see them, and you just got to ask the owner, you got to ask the driver, any kid, you're just like, what is that? It's not a Hot Wheel. This is a 1 of 1, not 1/64 scaled down. Here it is, live and in the flesh, in the carbon, in the fiberglass, in the history. It smells of success. It smells of uniqueness. So you just got to ask the question, what is this thing? If you don't know about it, ask somebody.
Yeah, and don't forget, even though these were super developed cars, not long before, the predecessor, the Porsche 956, the start of Group C, was a fuel formula, and they had to pussyfoot around the early days, so he didn't use all his fuel allowance. Derek hated it. He was a racer, but they had to learn how to make it work, and by golly, they did. But the cars we have in the Le Mans 24 Hours now are absolutely rock solid. You can sprint them for 24 hours. Back when Derek was racing these in the late 1980s and the mid-1980s, you had to nurse them, get through the night, which is what they had in the Daytona 24 Hours and all these other global events, and see where you are in the morning. When the sun's got some heat in it, then you can start to go for it. But right now, Derek hasn't taken a wrong turn. He's pulling in front of Goodwood House, and there's going to be a special celebration from a driver who deserves every single accolade that he could ever have thrown his way. So we're looking forward very much to the first of our balcony moments for 2026. And I'll hand over to the next commentary crew.
The crowds are flocking here as Derek Bell has just turned up in his Porsche 962, which is looking glorious in this sunshine. You can see the amount of cameras, phones that are coming out to capture this moment as he climbs out of the car. The balcony moments are reserved for the most exceptional of sports people, and you can see the relief there as he gets out the car, a hug from the Duke. It's a special one, isn't it, David?
It truly is, and I think this may be one of the most special balcony moments. This is a man, let's remember, who grew up in earshot of the Goodwood track. He could hear the cars from his house, went on to be a marshal, won his first race at Goodwood. Never did he imagine as he was a small boy that he would be standing on the balcony of Goodwood House being welcomed by the Duke as one of the greatest British drivers of all time. It's absolutely fantastic.
Certainly, and I think that's why it has that endearment, that special feeling, because it is so close to home. It's almost like Goodwood's mate Derek is being celebrated, and like you say, I'm sure he didn't think that this moment would come when he was a small boy, but here he is with the crowds gathering to celebrate those 5 Le Mans wins. What an incredible achievement.
Yes, and seeing him turn up in that fantastic car, the livery there, the Rothmans livery on that Porsche 962, such an iconic car. Obviously, Derek won Le Mans twice in the 962 in the 80s. And look at all the people gathering here. I think, we can come and go and have a talk to some of these people here as well. They've just wondered, all the fans of Derek. I think we've got someone here who actually watched Derek win a race. Sir, I believe you saw Derek win a race back in the day.
Yeah, back in Goodwood. I can't remember the year, 64 maybe.
Fantastic. You come along to celebrate this occasion?
Absolutely, yeah. I've seen him so many times in Porsches and what have you. He's a lovely guy,
Yeah, well, he's just part of the crowd here, and I believe you're another fan of Mr. Bell.
I am, yes. I was there in Le Mans in the early 80s with that car. And Tom Christensen, Jackie Hicks. And also, I've seen Derek Bell over the years coming here, and he's been one of the people that has been so friendly and talking to people, and he's happy to talk to lots of people, which you don't always get. And I think it's been brilliant.
Yeah, Derek Bell's always known as one of the friendliest racing drivers, and I think that just comes across at moments like this.
Yeah, and he's fast as well.
He's definitely fast. 5 Le Mans wins. You don't get that by luck. I'll tell you that. He calls himself one of the luckiest men in the world, but that's certainly down to talent. I think Karun's getting ready up there, Grace. But he's making his way upstairs and through the house. And I'm just going to wander back in front of this fantastic machine here.
What lovely words there from those two spectators to have them witness that first win here at Goodwood and now to see the celebrations. It's a moment for the crowd just as much as it is for Derek Bell.
Absolutely. And, it's the first balcony moment of 2025, and it's a really, really iconic one.
Yeah, it is a special moment, and Karun Chantuk is now up there with Derek Bell himself, so let's head up.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to another lovely sunny day here at Goodwood. We've got a very, very special moment here on the balcony of Goodwood House. You've seen him drive in that wonderful Porsche 962. 5 Le Mans victories, 3 Daytona 24-hour victories, 2 World Sports Car Championships. The one and only Mr. Derek Bell. Lovely to see you here today, Derek. And well, first of all, your journey into motorsport, I don't think a lot of people will know this, began here at Goodwood as a marshal, I believe.
Yeah, just over there. Yeah, I used to marshal with Bognor Motor Club and Chichester Motor Club, and so I used to go up to anywhere I could get close to a race car. And I was marshalling the day when Sterling had his crash, so in '62, and that morning I'd helped him push a handicap lad around inside. Say, "Can you give me a hand, old boy?" And I was pushing this chap around, and that was my first meeting with Sterling, who was my hero.
Wow, that's quite something. You're a hero to so many people. We just heard David talking to some people who were at Le Mans, watching you race in the crowd here today. Let's talk about when you got racing. Your first race was also at Goodwood, I believe, in a Lotus 7.
Yeah, 1964. A great friend of mine, John Penfold from near Arundel, and he and I got together, and he said, "Come on, you want to go racing, I want to go racing." So we built a Lotus 7, and we finished it on the evening of March the 12th, and we raced it at Goodwood on the 13th in piddling rain, and somehow I won it. And I don't remember overtaking anybody, but I did win it, and Jackie Oliver wasn't there to screw that up, so it was absolutely phenomenal.
You moved through the categories, and you were in Formula 2, you're getting podiums. You were there on that day when sadly Jim Clark got killed at Hockenheim. But then you get a phone call from Enzo Ferrari in 1968. Tell us a little bit about that, because you must be one of very few people here at Goodwood today who has spent time with the great Mr. Enzo Ferrari and had that phone call. Tell us about it.
How long you got? No, sorry.
Well, they look okay. They look like they're prepared to listen.
It was an amazing experience, and obviously, a lad from Pagham working on a farm. I must say I didn't expect it, but it was just amazing. Anyway. It's weird because so much has happened over the years, and I think getting to know Enzo Ferrari was something special because everybody talks about him as this evil man. But actually, I had an amazing experience with him, if you know what I mean, in the nicest way. And he used to take me out to dinner, and he was just polite to me and respected me. I think he thought I was somebody for the future. And then in the middle of the second season, he just sort of said, that's it, we're stopping racing. So Jackie Hicks, myself, Chris Amon were just out of a drive. And that was it, he pulled away. And I sort of came home and, well, that's it, 1968, 69, that's my racing career over with. But I'd never have missed that for the world, because it was probably the greatest experience of my life to race for the greatest man in the world.
Now, your humility is shining through, because what you haven't mentioned is you made your Formula One debut in a Ferrari at Monza. Now, there's very few people on this planet who can even relate to that, being a Ferrari driver at Monza for your first ever race. How did you feel just lining up in amongst the Tifosi there and the expectations of the home Ferrari fans?
Well, I think it started when he said to me, because I'd done well in Formula 2, I won the second race in Holland, and he said, we want to put you in a Formula 1 car. So I went to the test track, and of course I remember Mauro Forghieri did up the seat belts, and he said, if you crash the car, the last time a red car. Maybe a green car, but you'll never drive a red car again. With that, he pulled up the seat belts. First time we'd ever used belts. And we also had wings on the car. First time we'd ever had aerodynamics like that. And so I go off to do my laps. And as I go around the first long, fast bend at Modena, there was Enzo sitting in his 2+2 watching me. And it was piddling with rain. And I thought, oh, no, I just don't need the old man watching me. Because so how fast do you go? Anyway, that was the beginning. The next thing is I'm in the old Gold Cup at Alton Park. And then, of course, we came to the Italian Grand Prix. And I qualified 8th. Chris Amon was on the front row with one Ferrari, Jackie Hicks on the second row, and I was on the third row next to Jackie Stewart. So I was quite impressed with my performance, although I didn't really think of it because I should have been on the front row.
And I think it's fair to say that your sports car career is what you're really known for to most fans along the world. I mean, I know as a kid growing up, Group C sports cars, one name came to mind, and that was yours. And you had an amazing time. We've talked about Ferrari. You were the only one who stayed with Porsche throughout their time in the Group C era.
Yeah.
Could you share some of the memories of your time at Porsche?
Well, of course, I mean, I was so lucky, and I started with the Porsche 917 and 246 miles an hour down Mulsanne, so full throttle and first in top gear for one whole minute. I mean, it was pretty frightening to start with, and then pretty amazing to follow up. And of course, I drove with the most wonderful drivers in the world and got to know Jackie Hicks very well during that period.
Can I just pause you there?
Yes.
Here's a sign of respect, ladies and gentlemen. Jackie Hicks is down in the crowd amongst you to witness this moment. That's a respect from one great Le Mans legend to another. And of course, up here, I'm going to pull them up, your former teammates, Jackie Oliver, David Brabham, and Tom Christensen, race winners at Le Mans, of course, Le Mans legends also here for this wonderful moment to celebrate.
Thanks, man. Okay.
Now,
I just got to say, without Hicks, I don't know what I'd have done, because he actually sort of showed me how to be good. And I really, my racing depended on him, and I learned from him how to handle race teams, how polite to be, and just the way we went about racing, you know, no heroics.
And I'm going to just turn to another teammate of yours who is hiding in the background. I want to ask you both about this. Ladies and gentlemen, quick round of applause for Justin Bell, Derek's son. Now, you both shared an amazing experience of racing in the 24 Hours at Le Mans in the McLaren in 1995. Justin, he must have been your hero. What was it like to be teammates with Dad?
Well, I was so used to him telling me off that I thought it might carry on. But he did get out of the car quicker in 95 than he did today. But no, to race with your dad, who's your hero, on a track where I saw him win 5 times before that, I mean, it was the crowning moment of my life. So, yeah, we're still here now, so it's amazing.
And I think what most people don't remember is actually you finished on the podium, finished third, but you guys could and should have won that race if not for some issues. 53 years old, and you were still right there on the pace at the night, weren't you?
We had a great race, and the car was phenomenal, but we just had bad luck. But to finish third's not bad. With your son on Father's Day, so it's pretty special.
Fantastic. Now, Derek, You come to Goodwood a lot. We see you at a whole host of events. How much do you enjoy coming to the Festival of Speed and the Revival?
Well, I come every time, so I guess I like it. It's just home to me. I mean, I live 5 miles away, so it's special. And, to have my wife, Misty, my daughter, Melanie, and my son, Sebastian, and my grandson, Oscar, the one with all the hair. It's just lovely to have them up here, and my friends, that I've got to know over the years, and of course, Lord March and his family that have given us such an amazing sport at Goodwood, which we haven't had for many years, to have this and the racing at the Revival, and just to really make this the sort of home of British motorsport, to be honest.
Right. Thank you very much for your time. I'm going to invite your family across so you get a nice family picture. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get one huge final round of applause for Mr. Derek Bell, please?
Oh, thanks.
Can you just stand there? We're on your own. One second. The emotion as well that we saw from Derek Bell there was absolutely wonderful, and especially hearing him talk about what it was like to talk to Enzo Ferrari, how emotional he was about that.
It was, and I mean, there were points in Derek's career where, he wasn't sure where it was going next, not down to his driving talent, that was always undoubted, but it was just the vagaries of the sport, but it came good for him. But once he hit sports cars, it was just fantastic. Those were difficult cars to get to the finish of races, even to the midway point, and his point about how he learnt from racing with Jackie Ickx and what a potent pairing they formed. But the fact that Derek still looks so he's only about 45 shows that racing keeps you young, and he really is the local hero.
Yeah, wonderful to see, Derek, and the celebration continues for a little bit longer.
I had to go back a couple of times because I just wanted to bring that.
Now we're looking back at the highlights of what you were talking about just a little while ago, Bruce, and it was a really lovely mixture actually of 2 wheels, 4 wheels, and a big mixture, and some wonderful images out there.
Oh, it really was. The diversity, and whenever I see the motorbike combos go out the hill with the passenger with their tail end hanging out and kissing the grass, just makes me wince a little bit. But from the great to the unusual, the most remarkable wheel within a wheel, or nuts within a wheel perhaps, but the rally cars super dynamic and showing that they can turn in next to no distance whatsoever. Super spectacular. That's why so many people love coming here to see the very best going through their craft, and vehicles more suited for charging across deserts, or perhaps the Verge on the way up past Goodwood House.
And then the drifters as well, as you say, because this was an opportunity for us to enjoy effectively professional drifters in these remarkable machines. And I still find it incredible seeing what they can do up this hill, the way they can slide them and control them. The amount of camber they have on the front wheels, it's just remarkable, these things.
It is, and every year they seem to come with something more wacky. This is the second time I think we've seen the Toyota Stout, a pickup, a simple, humble pickup from the early 1960s, but they've shaped them, they've crafted them, the vehicles have ever more power each year, and then really to bring it to a conclusion, Derek in his very happy place, the Porsche 962C, a hero for all around, but particularly for those who go to Mont and here at Goodwood.
This is an event like no other. Welcome to Goodwood.
That is it from Goodwood. It's been amazing, hasn't it?
Wonderful time.
Welcome back to the Goodwood Festival of Speed, where we are about to be treated to a whole host of supercars heading up the hill shortly. An absolute smorgasbord of delight that will have coming your way. This beauty, first up, seen this a couple of times on the hill already from Chimera, the Evo 38, that evolution, or it will be the final evolution of the Lancia 37 lineage that Chimera have brought. Harry Benjamin with you now in the commentary box, once again joined by Bruce Jones for the final supercar run of the day.
It is just a chance to see what is new, what is fast, what is being
I think we're struggling to hear you, Bruce, a little bit, but what you were saying, I can assure you, was an absolute delight.
Well, it's all about stepping up to the next level. The man who picked up the wrong microphone has to own up to that one. But yes, each year the supercars become more extreme, more crafted, and the rate of progress is quite extraordinary. The first car we're following up the hill is the McLaren Solus. This is a track-only car. It's a single seat in the middle, and it's all the performance you can imagine, and the massive aerodynamic wings. It's something very, very special. And that engine note as well, Harry.
Yeah, 5.2 litre naturally aspirated V10 with a carbon fibre monocoque. This was originally just a Gran Turismo digital design as it rockets through the finish line, brought to life. And of course now with McLaren and their plans to step into the hypercar category at the World Endurance Championship, really laying the foundations of what we can expect to see from McLaren going forward. We also have a huge collection of Ferraris on offer. The Ferrari Roma Coupe and this, the Ferrari Roma Spider, just getting ready to get going from the line. The new open-top version of the popular Roma GT. This does pack a punch. Top speeds over 320 kilometers an hour as the tyres screech as it peels its way from the start line.
It's a very tricky run down to the first corner. It might be straight, but you have to set your car up for that first of the right-hand turns. Just as it's balancing itself, you're doing it again in front of the house. You accelerate on up the hill, and the Roma Spider. The Roma was such a beautiful car. I really think Ferrari hit a very sweet spot a few years ago with the launch of the Roma, but the new models keep on coming. But for Spiders, always popular, the roof-off motoring. You can imagine yourself, Harry, driving around London, or perhaps to Cap d'Antibes in France.
I think I could imagine both very, very happily. If Ferrari would like to make that happen, I'm all ears. This 3.9 litre, the Roma Spider is 3.9 litre twin turbo V8 0 to 62 in 3.4 seconds. Elegant in its design, but with that real-world usability as well that we have come to see from the new Ferraris out on track. Now we've also got something brand new from Ferrari, unveiled in May 2024. The Ferrari 12 Cylindri to mark 70 years of Ferrari in North America. I mean, you talk about elegance again. This just absolute beauty with that slightly elongated bonnet, but it just has such the smooth lines that create another perfect Ferrari.
Well, it does, and it very much echoes the shape of the Ferrari Daytona. Back in the 60s, when the Ferraris would run with V12 engines, they would be under great big long bonnets, and I love that hint things past. Now, hinting competition, put a stripe on it, a rear wing, and that will make something look very quick indeed. And when you know it's a Ferrari as well, this 296 is a very special car indeed.
Yeah, this making its way up the hill, I think, is the Daytona SP3 from Ferrari with the World Endurance Championship livery adorned on it. Sorry, the Ferrari SF90XX Spider, I should say, making its way up the hill. Now breezing past the flint wall. Again, roof down on this one with the vertical bar on the rear headlights. But this really is the headline news for Ferrari that they have been launching this weekend, celebrating their 80th anniversary with the F80.
Complete this series, F40, F50, F60, F70. We're at 80. Every 10 years we get one, but this is something very, very special indeed. And again, this is a body shape that echoes their really successful races from Le Mans in the mid-1960s, but of course you had that fabulous battle with Ford, iconic on track and in movie. But I think this F80 is one of the most exquisite cars I've seen in many, many years. Mid-engine, of course, hybrid, 1200 horsepower, sort of figures that absolutely frighten, but when you know they handle as well as the F80 does, that's fine.
I was stood quite near it earlier in the Supercar paddock and felt like a kid in a candy shop just to be in the presence of such beauty and design and power, positioned as the successor to the LaFerrari, the F80 making its way through the hill. And now, well, a step into the future, a new step for Alpine. This is the Alpenglow. Next step into hydrogen-powered high performance. A concept car from Alpine, who are really coming out all guns blazing at the moment with so many new cars for road-going use, and this catching a lot of eyes.
Don't tell me no little aerodynamic thought has gone into this one. Look at all the body shape curving down to that tapered tail, the huge rear wing, but this is about going with hybrid power and making it work. And it looks like an Alpine, not because it looks like an Alpine, because it's running in metallic blue, but it shows they're spreading their wings. The arm that goes competing in the World Endurance Championship and Formula One, and you can see much more is coming. In the worlds of exquisite cars, Pagani has long been right at the top, and they really, from the directive of the founder, Horacio Pagani, it's about artistic beauty. And if you look at the tiniest elements of this car, even the wheel nuts are things of beauty.
Yeah, this the Pagani Huayra R Evo Roadster, unveiled digitally last year, but it's never actually been shown publicly, making its global dynamic debut here at the Festival of Speed. 6-litre naturally aspirated V12, that long tail body with active aero, the splitter, stabilising fin and rear wing at the back. This really is race grade kit. Suspension, brakes and tyres all built almost to LMP2 standard in terms of race class.
It is. If you can get up close to these cars, you'll see every single element has been thought through. Now, the Porsche 911 GT3, world famous and adored all round. But if you want that little bit more, you need to go to a tuning kit and a body kit. And Olaf Manthey, successful Porsche racer, then Manthey Sport, so successful over the years, all the big GT3 endurance races. And they've waved their magic on this car. This is the Manthey kit, so it's lighter, it's more extreme. And for Porsche aficionados who just enough isn't enough, they want more, this is the way to go.
Why mess with a 911? Well, this is why, because you really do get an absolute beast. Delivers over 1,000 kilograms of downforce, semi-active coilover suspension with 4-way adjustability with enhanced brake components as well to help with the cooling and the feel and the durability, making this a sought-after 911 GT3. Ares with the Manthey kit on it as he makes his way in that beautiful blood orange livery on this 911, constantly being celebrated here, and also with the 911 GT3 touring package following it, another variant. That one doesn't have the large fixed rear wing on the back. Instead, it's got a subtle automated pop-up one.
It does have little elements of the aerodynamic tweaking. If you look under the front and rear of the car, you can see the little splitters that just make that modicum of difference, so you can up your performance in the cornering and beyond.
Now this is something rather unique. This is a Karma that is making its way up the hill at the moment in all white, the Karma Cavea, which is something, well, a lot of people may not be too familiar with. An upcoming, and now in the flesh, electric hypercar from Karma Automotive, described as a super coupe. Features a 120 kilowatt-hour battery, over 1,000 horsepower in that too.
Yeah, just said that it's designed along the stealth jet line, so it wasn't in your face, it was subtle, but you can be sure that was fast subtle, not slow subtle.
Now, Singer had long been a friend of Goodwood, celebrating 10 years at the Festival of Speed, and a couple of cars coming up the field, the first of which the Porsche 911 reimagined by Singer, and then the Porsche 911 Carrera Coupe reimagined by Singer, again bringing and breathing fresh life into an absolute classic. This one is the 911 Carrera Coupe that we're watching at the moment, with that slightly based on that wide body Carrera of the 1980s.
And again, you can see the modern touches. Whenever you see modern headlights, you realise they can penetrate the darkness of some great distance. Back in period where the Carrera Coupe was running, it would have lights that were probably only about 40% 100% as effective, but it's the performance as well. And you can just imagine every element of this car Harrier has been tightened to just eat the performance out of it. No attention to detail has been ignored.
No, not at all. 4 litres, naturally aspirated, flat 6, restored by Singer with engineering from Cosworth as well. 4 valves per cylinder, and just sublime in that beautiful yellow with the retro look complete. And across, continuing up the hill and across the line for the Porsche 911. Bentley as well with some options coming your way. We've got the Bentley Batur convertible out there on track at the moment, making its way up towards the hill. This becomes the, a 2-door, 2-seat configuration, and again, straight away we flip to something in a similar vein though, but from Maserati. This, the Gran Cabrio from Maserati. Again, roof down, perfect day for it.
One of the things that's happening, it's not just about ultimate performance anymore. With the launch of the Grand Cabrio, this is about the grand touring as well. Let's be realistic. You're not always going to be on a track where you can take your supercar over 200 miles an hour. You're more than likely to be on the public road. Hopefully, clear public road, beautiful mountain scenery around you. But the Grand Cabrio very much being, I'd say, more realistic, really, in its aim. So I'm really, really pleased to see these slightly softer, less extreme supercars.
Yeah, this is combining that, high performance sports car with your everyday comfort driving that you can very much take out on the road and have a very nice drive-in indeed. The Maserati Gran Cabrio making its way up the hill, the sunlight reflecting off it nicely, going into a little bit of smoke actually from somebody ahead. The Continental GT Speed was lighting up its tyres, but across the line for the Maserati, and it's not the only Maserati we have in the field either from them. It is the GT2 Stradale, ready and waiting to be set free. This, the road legal version of the GT2, and straight away you can feel as it wishes past you the power, the performance.
Yeah, and this is a car that races very successful in the GT2 Euro Series. But you can see for the road-going version of the track car, effectively you've got the lightened panels, the carbon bonnet and rear wing. But, Maserati's bloodline in competition goes back to the 1920s. And it's great to see the trident on the grille. I love it when you look at the car and go, that is, insert name of manufacturer here. And so with Maserati, they hit the ground running about 25 years ago with the MC12 in GT1 racing. And now in GT2, they're doing very nicely indeed across European circuits.
Yeah, and the heart of this car really comes from that engine, the extraordinary V6 engine reaching 640 horsepower. It is the most powerful road-going Maserati with an internal combustion engine for amazing performance out there at the moment. A couple of Maseratis coming your way, and this from Rimac, the Navara R, is currently making its way up the hill, and for Rimac, this really record-breaking acceleration, so quickly watch it before it disappears. And the smoke coming from the start line, that is the Lotus Evija, which is making its way now in that beautiful shade of purple, groundbreaking all-electric British hypercar, 4 electric motors on board that, 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in just under 3 seconds.
It's interesting you mentioned the car is purple. When the sun hits it, it almost goes a golden
Yes,
glow.
I suddenly thought, is it two
changes.
different colours?
I thought it was 2 different cars for a second. No, 2 for the price of 1, so all good there. But the Lotus Evija has some truly extraordinary production figures, and being a Lotus, you also know the handling is going to be of tip-top importance when they develop it. And the whistle, the whoosh, but the speed. That's the thing that stands out.
Yeah, with a 93 kilowatt-hour lithium-ion battery on board as well. Lotus really packing a punch once more. Teased us with their offering last year and bringing us more of it. Now the Lamborghini Revuelto is out on the Goodwood hill climb at the moment from a couple of years ago. Lambo's first HP EV with that new V12 engine. And then we have this. Just listen to that, the Lamborghini Temeralo making its way through now
And for racing fans, this is the car, the Temerario, that will replace the current Super Trofeo racer in the Super Trofeos for 2026 onwards. Have this super sleek body shape. And maybe that too will trickle over into GT3 racing that is growing like Topsy at the moment. But look at this car, it couldn't be anything other than a Lamborghini. They've always had spectacular cars, usually in spectacular colours. And if you listen hard, interesting sounds as well.
From the V8 twin-turbo engine, all new engine capable of reaching 10,000 RPM, combined with 3 electric motors and a total power output of over 920 PS. It's a racer made for the road and making its global public dynamic debut here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Across the line for the Lamborghini Temerario.
Just working out, I think what they go through before they went from the bright sunshine into the darkness, I think it's dust from the rally stage that's blowing across. At first I thought it might be someone's barbecue going a little hot, but the drivers know it's there. But it is from light to dark here. Even from the start line, you accelerate into the sunshine, plunge into the darkness on the avenue of trees, and burst out into the sun all over again. And what comes out the other end? An Aston Martin. Again, they're introducing new models all the time.
Yeah, this one of them a DB12 Volante, and we also have the Valhalla waiting to make its way onto the Goodwood hill climb. Now that to me looks a little like someone we know. That to me looks like David Green in the driver's seat.
Oh, he's been down there putting his thumb out again, has he? But anyhow, yes, those are David eyes, and what a lucky man to get look at the cool, calm. I wanted to hit the camera on his eyes, see if he stays calm the whole way up, but he's got through the first tricky bit, the first couple of corners, flashing under the bridge in front of the house, and he's enjoying, no doubt, even at this speed. This is his eye view as he approaches Moulcombe, and you know what, tick that box, he's got through it, but the track just crests very slightly before you come into that corner. Going too deep, well, you know the rest.
Tightly gripping the steering wheel, David Green becoming the only other man to drive this car after Fernando Alonso drove it here last year. Aston Martin's first ever mid-engine PHEV supercar with hypercar performance, inspired by the Valkyrie and infused with a lot of F1 technology as well. Only 999 cars of these. It produces 600 kilograms of downforce, 2 electric motors on the front axle, 1 on the rear axle.
So much downforce you couldn't even hear his co-driver screaming.
Stop! They made it to the checkered flag. Well done, David Green and the Aston Martin Valhalla for that one. Looking forward to seeing a little bit more of what went on in the cockpit later on throughout the weekend. And now, Koenigsegg.
Yeah, Koenigsegg been hugely popular over the years, and this is going back effectively. It's a homage to the first Koenigsegg, the CC85. Comes with 5-litre twin-turbo V8. That's old school. The figure is 1,385 horsepower. More than you could possibly need, but why not have it?
Why not, indeed. A modern tribute to a legend as well for this CC850, paying homage to Koenigsegg's very first production car.
But it's aerodynamic. It looks so simple.
Yeah.
Front dam, and then you've got that narrow rear wing, but certainly in comparison to cars that have been introduced by all manufacturers since then, very simplistic. But that savage performance is really what drew so many people to the Swedish mark.
And that simplicity almost makes this quite a timeless design though as well. I think it really stands the test of time. And in looking at that, if you had no idea, you would not be able to pinpoint what year that would come from, I don't think.
No, I think it's a beauty, and some of the early sort of second iteration Bugattis have a similar appeal. They look sort of more rounded, slightly more friendly, but then you get on board and with all that power, nearly 1,400 horsepower, it's enough to keep the driver focused.
Certainly is. Keeping focus now is the McLaren GTS. This becomes McLaren's most accessible mid-engine 2-seater supercar with a 4-litre twin-turbo engine V8. Adaptive dampers, quite spacious actually inside the cabin as well, which for a supercar can always be rather limited, and dragging it past our commentary box through Moulcombe to the edge of the track.
Right, I was looking to see if I could find out who was driving that. That was right to the edge of the track. Went in on a much tighter line to Moulcombe, where you start to run out of space, maybe run out of friends, but superb. And almost all of these cars driven by top professional drivers. We wouldn't have it any other way. The hill is a very, very tricky a narrow course, and the cars with the top hands at the wheel, the top feet on the pedal, that's what makes them look super dynamic.
Yeah, joining it up on the hill is the 765 LT Spider and the 600 LT Spider, but leading the charge is this, the McLaren GTS in that beautiful papaya, comes across the line. Right, we've got another camo liveried back, and this is the Zenvo Aurora Tour making its global dynamic debut, a prototype expecting production from 2026 with a V12 quad turbo hand-built engine from Denmark, our Zenvo, as it just gets on the revs and eases its way onto the hill climb.
This is going to be back bigger and better next year. This is very, very early in its production cycle and its development cycle, but the figures that got me was quad turbo V12. Combine those and you'll get the most phenomenal output. So it's a chance to see this car for the very, very first time, due to be in production, as you said, in 2026. But every time a car like this goes out, they're getting development data that they can knit into the overall mix. Of course, it wouldn't be a car you'd build particularly to run up hills, but once this gets out onto the open road, they're going to need all the performance that they're seeking. And you can be sure it will be coming. The last 10 years, the number of manufacturers that have come out, they start not at the bottom, making the little hatchback. No, they're starting right at the top. What do you want? We will almost tailor-make the car to you. So you've got to be light on your toes and work out what it is you want and how much money you want to spend. But Zenvo, another new name at the top of the tree.
Yeah, expecting more to come, but it just highlights how important an event the Goodwood Festival of Speed is for new car brands like this. They want to get out on the hill. They want to get their prototypes shown in the flesh to make their dynamic debuts, so we can all see what is going on. And if you ever get a closer look in that Supercar paddock as well, if you haven't had a chance, it's well worth a little gander down towards the Supercar paddock over the bridge. There is so much on offer. It is a huge paddock and there is something for everyone, including this Zenvo Aurora Tour, of which only 50 are planned to be made, but we'll see, that could well change.
It could. You can be sure the car will slightly change by the time it comes back, I'm sure, next year for its dynamic, full, ready-to-go version. But another new name, another new face. And then Gordon Murray Automotive. 60 years of Gordon producing exquisite ideas, but really the whole essence of everything he's done, Harry, has been lighter is better. He doesn't want any weight sitting around. With his T50 supercars, they seem tiny in comparison to some of their rivals. They have prodigious power, but the lightness and the agility is really what makes them such a dynamic tool.
Yeah, the T50 PS4 making its way up the hill, also joining it, just setting off will be the T33 AP4 as well. The first one, a development prototype of the T50 with that big rear fan on the back and the active aero. And there are some Gordon Murray Automotive cars out on track, because suddenly everybody has to raise their voices slightly, and that is who we're also celebrating through the main feature in front of the Goodwood house as well. This is the T33 AP4 track optimized version of the T33 street legal one, 3.9 litre Cosworth V12, race grade suspension in this, active aero, 6-speed X-Track, H-pattern manual gearbox, giving that proper old school vibe, but brought in to modern racing.
But it's just the amazing roaring sound it made, the blip of the throttle before the flint wall, back out, light, nimble, and then the more extreme version of the T50. This is the Niki Lauda tribute, of course, 1978 Swedish Grand Prix with a fan under his Brabham, designed by Gordon Murray, and this car has a fan sucking it down onto the track as well. In the Brabham Formula 1 car, it raced just the once and sort of effectively took a gentleman's agreement to step down because it was redefining downforce, but with this T50S, the XP2, with the Niki Lauda tribute colours on it as well, this is special on top of special.
Yeah, that 40cm fan on the rear delivers intense ground effect and stability on the track. It's got that large delta wing at the back, active front splitter, adjustable diffuser as well. 3.9 litre naturally aspirated V12. The Niki Lauda tribute Gordon Murray car, and there paying homage to Gordon Murray, the Brabham, and well, the Formula 1 car to the road going car. and a wonderful celebration of all things Gordon Murray, and what a design man he was. What an absolute force he has been and continues to be.
And if you're the person who puts together, designs the tribute in front of the house, you're Jerry Judah, you knew some design eyes were watching you, and he's come up with an absolute belter for Gordon Murray to celebrate 60 years. People still moving around the site. It's been a long, hot day. We've seen some absolutely amazing cars going up the hill.
We certainly have. Let's take a look, though, at some of the supercar action from today at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Ferrari out in full force with their beautiful new offerings. And this, well, you have to say, one of the headlines, the F80, celebrating their 80th anniversary as they continue to set the benchmark for supercars.
Not long ago, you only had to say a few manufacturers producing supercars, but now Pagani in the mix, Porsche as ever getting close to the top of the tree. But you can tailor-make your car and decide what it is you want. So Chimera here with a tribute to the Lancia 037. Theirs is the 038. One step better, perhaps.
Bentley as well here with the roof down, setting their way off, and Maserati too, showing what they've got on offer for the track to the road, transitioning technology and putting it in a punchy supercar. Rimac showing their latest offerings too, and the Lotus Evija making waves. Is it purple? Is it orange? It's fast, that's for sure.
Certainly it doesn't matter what you want, you will get the colour that the sun hits its flanks. But Maserati's out there too, Lotuses in more extreme body shapes, more extreme performances. A Lamborghini here with cars aplenty. The new Temerario, something to really turn a few heads.
Yeah, certainly leading the charge for Lamborghini's latest output, and the Aston Martin Valhalla, inspired by the Valkyrie, with F1 design efforts as well, being driven up the hill ferociously. McLaren too, with a lot to celebrate this year and showcasing in Papaya their McLaren GTS, one of the most accessible supercars they have on offer for McLaren. But a wide variety of supercars and celebrating, of course, all things Gordon Murray.
Ben, every year something a little bit more interesting arrives. This looks awesome. What is it?
It is awesome. It's the Praga Bohema. Had this back out at the Top Gear track last month and nearly got the record. Missed it by 1/10 off the Valkyrie. So it's very fast. But it's gone back to sort of old school, if you like. It's lightweight, combustion engine.
You're a racing driver. I'm surprised you walked away at that speed with that gap to the Aston Martin.
Well, the day was over. It was interesting, and it was quite funny because the engineers, Jan at the end of it said, "Oh, actually, we've got the same size tyres. We could have used the bigger ones, which obviously would have been a bit faster." So there's more on the table. We could go back and have another crack, but I think it was great. And being a hybrid, obviously, I got a big launch. Top Gear format is a standing start, so we were effectively about half a second quicker on the lap. Just lost it on the start.
And so, what are these cars for? Are they track only, or can you drive on the roads? What's the story?
So it's a track-focused road car, and it's got carbon monocoque, twin turbocharged engine with 700 horsepower, but it weighs less than 1,000 kilos. So I would say there's not a single car at the top of this paddock that can equal that in weight. Everything's got heavier as time's gone on. So by going lightweight, they're kind of exposed really. There's a sort of technological gap. I think especially a lot of hybrids, they're normally around 1,600 kilos. So lightness is lovely.
Amazing. You have a terrible job. Thank you.
It's the best. Thanks.
Ed Foster at the top of the hill there, speaking to Ben Collins after driving that Praga up the hill. Right, so much going on here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, but of course we have the rally stage as well. If you head up the hill, there is a shuttle up there as well, and we think we can head over and join the rally team for the last few moments of the first shootout.
So the Audi Quattro A2 is what we're seeing now. So that was a 2:46.4, so that wasn't too far away, Zap, from the target time.
They will be getting quicker now. We can see David Wright, Jane Nicol just leaving the start line, car number 24. David, who owns an ex-Carlos Sainz Ford Focus World Rally car. As Tom Williams now slowly makes his way up to the start line, and we're getting down to the nitty-gritty of the times getting faster. Interested to hear Travis notice people catching the inside or outside of bends, running wide here and there.
And it helping in a way. So he said to touch the bank in one section, he believes is actually a little bit faster.
It's almost like Sweden and the snowbanks, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
So Steve Ward now down over Flying Finn, making its way up towards the Coopers. And then out through the Stratos, and will come out from under the trees and up to the finish line.
Let's see what this time is going to be. They've already gone over the target time here. 2:49.4 then, 3.4 seconds off the pace right at the front. 2:46 is what we're looking at the fastest time on the shootout so far.
That's Tom Williams off the start line.
Whoa, Tom, that is super exuberant off the start line. That's fantastic to see from Tom.
And I believe alongside him is Stephen Martin, who is Sean Martin's brother. Sean, who helps run the International Rally Drivers Club, which is very visible up alongside the Toyota Gazoo racing team here in the rally service area. Gary Cadeau out over Flying Finn now, making his way down towards the Coopers. We've seen a few cars struggle under braking here for that left-hander.
Yeah, it was interesting, wasn't it, to hear from Travis when I mentioned some drivers are saying there's good traction. Who is saying that?
I'm so glad you didn't grass me up.
Zav, your secret's safe with me.
I was waiting for the point, him. Me.
No, I would never throw you under the bus. I've got you back.
Great drone shots here, and so grateful to our production team and cameramen who are doing a great job today. We'll do it all again tomorrow, all over the weekend, but really nice to see something different. Sam Mason mixes away now in the Peugeot 208. Our 4 was last out on the curtailed Jim Clark, but British Rally Championship, the Pro Bike British Rally Championship, is very much part of his campaign in this car, with support from Race and Rally, the Riemann Moore owned company, who has done a lot to promote Citroën and Peugeot, as David Wright takes a huge lead over Flying Finn.
That's quite a tricky jump, though. You know, we've seen a lot of people getting it wrong, certainly with the line on the approach to that jump. Not a huge jump, but it's big enough.
And of course,
let's have a look at this target time. I think it could well be beaten. It is 2:39 by David Wright in the Ford Focus WRC. So 2:39, the new target time on the board.
Because we have an award for the longest jump over the course of 4 days presented on Sunday. I was speaking a while back to Chris Dakin, and as I said to you off air, Bex, he's saying to me that the heat in the cars, and he's got a Subaru, like semi-group end Subaru, so he says, I don't know what it's like for the WRC stars, the WR2 cars. He said, the heat. And I said, well, it's funny because Bex was saying how hot it was in the Acropolis.
Yeah, in
but,
Greece, yeah.
you know, for us here, it is stifling out there. When you add a layer, fireproof layer, overalls, inside, and if you've been sitting for 25 minutes, half an hour, it's like you're a semi-fried egg.
Exactly. When the cars get going on the stage, there is a little bit of airflow coming through the vents. But it's when you're when you're waiting on a start line, or immediately when you finish a stage, that the heat just penetrates in. And yeah, for some of our guys in Acropolis, it was unbearably hot inside the cars. But it was all part of the challenge, certainly, and they managed to tackle that. Some great shots here.
As we watch Tom Williams just running ever so wide, but Tom knows that part of the stage very well. But when we say about heat, I was watching the IndyCar last weekend, and all of the crews were wearing the liquid cool vests.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, which are now almost an essential piece of kit for any driver or co-driver.
Yeah.
The way it keeps the body cool.
Yeah, unfortunately, cannot be used during the WRC events, but afterwards, as soon as they come out of stages, they've got them on. But they're not regulation for us.
I can't say it. So there we go. I think that's a little lull now before we head back to entertain you for the rest of the afternoon. Sam Mason now bringing his 208 Peugeot 208 Rally up onto the finish line, across to the top of the stage.
It was Tom Williams with a 2:30.7, which was the fastest time on the board. Then David Wright, then Gary Cadeau, Sam Mason and Ben Mellors to complete the top 5. We will, of course, perform the shootout every single day of this event until we get to the final day and we find out who has won the Forest Rally stage for 2025.
Well, I'm here at a brand new arrival at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, the Bentley Pavilion. Wayne Bruce, Director of Communications. This is quite a fantastic thing you brought along.
Hello, David. Thank you. Yeah, we're really proud to be back at Goodwood Festival of Speed with our biggest presence ever. Lovely new pavilion located right on the hill climb. Great view of the track up and down. A public space. So we've got three cars here, Bentayga V8 Black Edition Flying Spur, the new Black Edition Flying Spur, and also the new GT Speed.
And what's nice is everybody seems to just be able to get in and walk around and try the cars out.
And they can't believe that we're just letting them come and sit in a Bentley. Well, why not?
Why not, indeed?
And then more than that, we've also got some colleagues who've come down from our factory and crew. You've got the lovely Ali and Paul. Say hello, Ali.
Hello.
Now, you're making a steering wheel, and I've been to the crew factory, and one of my favourite parts of this whole steering wheel making process is the fork. Tell us about the fork.
Well, this is what we used to use years ago. And what we used to do, if you look there, it fits perfect. And we used to leave the indentation in and then push the leather through with the bodger. So you'd make your own holes. And there's approximately 400 holes on each wheel. So we used to have to bodger all them through after we'd trimmed it and then sew through them all as well. So if you didn't quite get through there, you struggled to sew it. So that was the original way of doing them.
Well, it looks fantastic. It's like a work of art, that stitching. And it's great to be able to bring all of those artisan practices down from crew to show everybody here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Loving it as well. And you can see Paul over there doing the wood marquetry. Yeah, really going well.
Absolutely gorgeous. Well, and I do like a public experience, but let's be honest, we all like a bit of VIP. And I hear you're the man to take us into the inner sanctum.
Don't tell anyone, but here's an inner space of tranquility, peace, and also coolness.
Will you let us in?
Can we go in? All right, come on.
Ah, that's better already. Now look at this. It's cool, it's calm. And what do we have in here?
So here we have two new models making their debut at this year's festival. This is the new Continental GTC Azure, V8 plug-in hybrid, 51 miles of electric range, and get this combined power of 680 PS, which is now relatively the least powerful Bentley Continental you can
So it's 680, it's the least powerful Bentley.
And I know you like a quick car, David, so you can go even faster with the one outside, which is a Speed with 780 PS.
And neatly talking about speed, we have something rather special here.
So this is the brand new Bentayga Speed, also making its debut fittingly at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. This car is pure ice, and I don't just mean the colour. So now 650 horsepower from a V8 twin turbo. And if you look out for the news later on tomorrow, we might have set an unofficial speed record in the Bentayga Speed at the Festival of Speed a few days ago.
And might it be on this hill that we're looking at now?
It might be, David. Funny that. And just one thing to show you as well. Come around the back. Obviously, we can't turn on the engine here, but look out for the film, because you've got a Krapovich exhaust with
which always sound good.
I know there's lots of space here. I know there's lots of great sounding cars, but I guarantee you, I think this will be one of the best and the loudest.
Well, we always like the sound and we always like the speed. And thank you for showing us around this wonderful Bentley Pavilion.
We'll see you later.
Thank you.
Hey guys, is she ready?
All ready to go. This is quite a thing. Wow, exciting to see it here.
It is.
Are
you ready to take it for a spin?
Yeah, it's going to be amazing seeing it in action at Festival of Speed. I can't wait. But hey, let's see what it does. Let's see what it does now.
Let's do it.
Brake for hairpin left. yeah, it was pretty good. But hey, why don't we have another go?
Right on.
So now we're getting into the final stage of this first day of 4 of the Festival of Speed. And heading up the hill straight away, the Renault 5 Turbo 3E. We saw it briefly earlier on today as well. This is the all-electric machine, heavily modified as well. And they're building a certain number of them, but they won't be around just yet. But with the carbon fiber bodywork and massive amounts of power, this is a lovely example of the Renault 5, and we saw some of the earlier versions earlier on today.
We did, and you think John Ragnotti, so famous for his maxi turbo antics, but this is a modern iteration. The giant rear wing just sort of reveals its craft, but the sheer amount of grunt you get from an electric vehicle, with the wheelbase as long as it is wide, this is going to be such a dynamic car, and already, to me, one of my favourites of the weekend.
Yeah, definitely one of the entertaining ones. Of course, Alpine are a very big part of everything that's been going on here this weekend as well. We've been seeing a full delivery of them, right from the older cars right through to the newer versions as well.
Every time you clap eyes on an A110, there seems to be a more extreme version, lighter panels, knitting its way there through the temporary chicane for the Thursday experiential runs, but for the lucky passengers, it's such a ride. The hill climb doesn't take long to go from bottom to top, but it's super, super dynamic. And a car that is as agile as this Alpine, it's very, very special indeed.
Absolutely, yes. And we have seen, say, quite a few of the different models. We've got the A390 here as well this weekend, the electric sport fastback as well. So that was coming out in our little delivery that we had, that little display that we had earlier on. But obviously with great competition background from Alpine, it's always fun to see the different latest modern cars out here and heading up the hill. So that's all part and parcel of it. Well, this is the fourth and final manufacturers showing really of the day. This is what's called the Thursday Experiential, and it's part of seeing some very different vehicles to what we'll see for the rest of the weekend.
It really is. We've had the supercar runs, but it's an occasion for the manufacturers to put some of their customers, their favoured customers, on board and give them the real treat. Not so long ago, 30 years ago, it was all about attending a motor show, walking around a great big, probably fairly airless hall, picking up brochures and looking at cars. But once they started being displayed on the hill here, we haven't looked back. And really, it's fantastic, not just to hear, to see, to feel, to smell. It's just getting all of those together, and you really get a far bigger picture of what a car might possibly do.
Absolutely, and we're looking at the third generation of the Hyundai i30N here, which that's been around for a couple of years in this version. 2-litre turbo, and it is a 6-speed gearbox, front-wheel drive, and a very entertaining machine to drive. So for people who want something that's just enthusiastic but not too huge, it will be well for them.
I think it's a fantastic market because, you know, Ben and you and I grew up at a time where hot hatches suddenly arrived. You had these small cars with great performance, think the Golf GTI, the Ford XR3i, etc., etc. And I'm pleased we're going back to that. I don't think you need 1,000 horsepower to have fun.
Now Ford, of course, are doing some new machinery as well, and we're seeing one of them here coming up the hill. So a very different style, but so much of the electric work that's going into these at this stage. And we didn't see this one earlier, I don't think, did we?
I think I spotted it once. Maybe it was at a standstill, but the Ford Puma, you know, something that will be a very, very popular model. It's sort of effectively replaced what was the Fiesta sort of crossover almost up to Ford Focus size. But all the models over the years, Ben, you'll have observed this, and some of the histories we get, each model seems to become larger through the decades, and then, you know, you sort of redefine. But certainly the Puma brand is going very well indeed for Ford.
It is. It's proving to be one of their most successful brands, and Ford, of course, getting involved in all sorts of aspects of both road car and competition cars as well. So more heading up, and this time in McLaren, the 750.
Well, the rear wing tells the story, the accelerator of the chicane tells the rest of the picture. Power and plenty, but this is one that really has got a lot of aerodynamic downforce here. Adaptable rear wing, the front splitters, and all these elements that may not look as though they add up to much, but once you get them up to full load, they really can provide so much downforce. Some of the cars having up to 600 kg across from the various manufacturers, and some here even a ton of downforce. It's almost beyond imagination.
It is, and that is the latest version of what was originally the 720S Coupe, but still very much in the same style with its 4-litre V12 twin turbo, some 700 horsepower, and very impressive watching it up with that blue-coloured carbon fibre tub. So all part and parcel of it.
Yeah, the Artura was a sort of all-electric car for McLaren, and it really has been a big hit. It's also an absolutely brilliant racing car, competing in the GT4 championships around Europe and gradually spreading further around the world. But one element about McLaren's, ever since they started building road cars again, I say again because of course the M6 back in the 1960s when Bruce was alive was the first, but it's all about dynamic development, and the model ranges keep on increasing, but I suppose effectively you're splitting them into smaller market segments, and more people having a car that's completely attuned to what they're looking for in terms of performance.
Absolutely, in terms of the specifics of what you want. There is so much choice out there, as we're seeing throughout the day here at Goodwood, with some remarkable supercars heading up the hill, and but McLaren, of course, a key part of all of this Goodwood support, and we are enjoying their history so much this weekend as well, whether it's in cars for the road, for the celebration, for example, of Gordon Murray, but also very much for their F1 history. That's all a big part and parcel of it. Now we're looking at one of the Ferraris heading up the hill, the Roma.
Yeah, the Roma Spider, and of course so many open-topped Ferraris, particularly in the 50s and 60s. It sort of died away a little after that. So it's going back to these elegant road cars of the day, wafting around in the south of France was, of course, the image they wanted, rather than driving around an industrial town in the middle of Britain, for example. But on warm days, and today is certainly a warm day here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, the ideal place to be. Sitting on board, a little bit of luxury with plenty of performance.
Yes, indeed, and it's a rather lovely place to be sitting on board, especially even if you're the passenger, getting a lovely ride up the hill, as so many people have had that experience here today, and just to enjoy it and see how it feels to be whizzed up this hill climb. Of course, this hill climb, we will be seeing some real competition on it later on in the year, later on the weekend when we get into the hill climb shootout, and we will see a real mixture of machinery. We get different class winners as well on the Saturday for the shootout. And of course, eventually we will get the outright winner, depending on who does the fastest speed up here. Remember, last year, 43.98 seconds was the fastest. Not the absolute record, but getting into the low 40s is always a big deal here.
Yeah, and for all the people being given a ride up the hill, they find out just how narrow it is, how it goes from bright sunshine into deep shade, and very, very seldom in a straight line for very long at all. Now, Mini, of course, have chopped and changed over the years, more and more models coming through their production range, and it's great to see the very latest here, so many iterations of the popular brand. Yeah, but also for Lotus too, because we've seen so many changes coming through with the Lotus cars, and with the Emea, has the updated rear motor, and this is the Amoeba just heading up the hill now, and yes, the Emea with, as I say, that extra power. They do about 0 to 60 in just under 3 seconds. Very impressive, and yet another of the modern Lotus machinery, electric powered, but incredibly rapid. And really unusual in the history of Lotus to have something that can seat 4 people. Because of course they've always been a brand where really 2-seaters were what we wanted. You could get a 2+2, throw someone very small into the back behind the front 2 seats, but this can seat them in comfort. And the performance figures are just simply staggering. You're talking of 0 to 60 or 0 to 62 miles an hour in 3 seconds. The fastest production car when I was a lad was doing that. It's almost 10 a penny now. I know, it is astonishing seeing how many of these machines that we're enjoying here at Goodwood are capable of that sort of speed in a straight line off the line. And of course going off the line here with electric power, when you have absolute maximum torque, as soon as you hit the throttle, you just get this incredible surge away from the line. And that's why in recent times, of course, it's been electric vehicles that have taken the shootout quite often. Well, it is effectively warp speed, isn't it? Yeah. That run down to the first corner, the 2 right-handers coming out from darkness into light. Porsche have always been a bit of the show here as well, and great to see them bringing a whole array of newcomers this year. More power, more balance, and again, you can see the tail wasn't wagging the dog was wagging the tail out of the chicane. Absolutely, and Porsche have got such a crossover of different machinery here this weekend, which is fascinating, of course. We've got a lot of race machine too, so we will be enjoying seeing what they can do over the course of this weekend. And definitely when we get into the shootout itself, it will be some of the GT sports Porsches that will be competitive and could be fighting for some of those top spots. Well, it should absolutely be so, because they're tailor-made racing cars, but Ferrari, they have always spanned the bridge between full competition car to hard charging coupes and cabriolets at the softer end of the range. But you know, decades ago, if you took the roof off a car, you lost all torsional rigidity, the car lost its handling, but not now. And so you can be absolutely sure if you get a Spider, it will handle just as well as one with a roof. So for those that like the wind in their hair, they don't have to lose the performance. Absolutely, and the joy of being out in a Ferrari on a venue like this as well. And with such history to Ferrari, whether it's in motorsport or their incredible supercars that Enzo Ferrari was always a part of, the man who put it all together himself. That was really interesting hearing from Derek Bell earlier, wasn't it, about how talking to him was such a major deal. The Ferrari F80, the limited production mid-engine hybrid sports car being built to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the company. That's one of the things that we've got here at Goodwood this weekend. So lots to look forward to as well. This is actually an earlier one. This is the 296, so this is more of the regular Ferrari spec. If there is such thing as a regular Ferrari, but I know what you mean there, Ben. An incredible number of cars. We used to be treated to maybe one new model about every 4 years, or maybe even longer. Now we have many Ferraris. You can pick and choose. Other brands also available, of course. Indeed, yes, a bit of everything, and that's certainly what we see. We see so many brands here at Goodwood, and it is up to the manufacturers, of course, to decide what they want to put on show. So here we are with another of the Lotus, the Emira, heading up the hill now as well, and this one is the 2-litre turbo. This is one of the darker colours, of course. Last of the Lotuses with full combustion engine, and it's a 2-litre turbo, as I say. So plenty of fun, and you've commentated on lots of GT4 versions of these doing their races, haven't you? Yeah, quite manic. Fields of about 60 cars going about, but definitely the Lotus and McLaren models have worked their way towards the front. And it's a training ground, and those that do really well often step up to GT3, and now that really is global championships. We had 75 cars turning out to compete in the Spa 24 Hours just a few weeks ago. It is a phenomenal growth, but GT4 very much the underpinning of that. Yeah, absolutely. But it's a lovely opportunity for people who want to go racing to compete at a level that is quite accessible in many ways. It is. Many people actually think the GT4 is harder to drive than the GT3. The GT3's got bigger wings and presses the car down. But it's about Pro and Am racing together. One thing that's just really, really appealed to me has been the sort of reiteration, if you will, of the Renault 5. Such a fun car when we were growing up, Ben, but other shapes too. And Renault have reintroduced the 4 model and the 5, and Alpine do special versions as well, just to keep everyone on the toes. But I do very much like a nod to the past.
Absolutely, yeah. The Renault 4, the original Renault 4 was a very key machine to me, and so it's rather lovely to see that Renault 4 shed. And it's interesting how, we saw the big Renault 5 gathering earlier, which included some of the older ones, but the fact they've done this with the Renault 4 now is great.
Yeah, it was much more of a utilitarian vehicle, but I do love some of the styling cues. You look at it and go, oh, there's that sculpting you used to have back in the 1960s and 70s. By the time the Renault 4 was discontinued, it was pretty archaic, wasn't it? But the sheer number of them around France and other countries, a vehicle you could drive across the field just as happily as taking along the road to get to the boulangerie.
Funnily enough, Renault 4 was the first car I ever drove across the field as a kid, in the days that I had learned to drive on a tractor first of all, and it had to go back. It was on the field, so I was allowed to drive it back, and that was wonderful. So yeah, that's a newer Renault 4 that we just saw. Certainly won't have a gear change point sticking out of the dashboard, but that's with electric cars that's a very different story. Now MG, of course, they are also doing a huge amount of work with the development of their both electric and hybrid machinery, and that's what we're seeing here. One of the hybrids coming out, the HS hybrid, out onto the track. Second generation of this launched actually at Festival of Speed last year. And so super hybrid with a turbo petrol engine as well, and this is yet another of those, as I say, various MGs that are coming through the systems right now.
I mean, what is quite astonishing is you get something launched one year, you think, wow, that should see them for a few years. By the following year, there are 1 or 2 further advanced models. The pace of development, the pace of introduction is really, truly extraordinary. And if you're a key fan of a marque, you can go, but I thought I'd bought your ultimate car, now you've got one even better the following year. Clever marketing.
Absolutely, and they are just about available now for sale, having only just been shown last year here, but people are actually able to get hold of them now, which is lovely to see. So that's another of the development of MG as they continue with that famous name under very different ownership now, of course, but they are developing using some of the background of the company. They're going into the very modern world of what people really want, and of course SUVs are proving to be extremely popular on the roads these days. They're so practical in many ways.
No, exactly so. People have now become almost wholly accustomed to sitting that little bit higher, not being looked down upon by those in taller vehicles at all. So very different driving environment, but the sheer performance they're packing into every single model that you're seeing here today is a huge step up from where we were, just 10 years ago? Absolutely.
This is another one, and this is the IM6 100 Performance, electric luxury SUV, 5-door, dual motor with 4-wheel drive with its electric motors, and again, doing another fine job. This one it's been updated a little bit in recent time, and it was originally launched back in 2023. Now, we were talking about MGs at a time when Jaguar and MG were a bit of a competitor in some ways, but although Jaguar was always a slightly higher level probably than MG. But here we are with Jaguar now, XJS. This was a very, very famous car in the 1970s. Initially, actually, I was reading through a little bit again. Those early versions, and this is one of the early versions of the V12s, of course it was a time when fuel economy suddenly became a bit of a big issue because the cost of fuel had suddenly risen. And it actually did hurt, I think, initially, the Jaguar. They developed it though, they got better with it, but it was a problem initially, wasn't it?
Oh, it absolutely was. And on top of that, bear in mind the car that it was replacing was the iconic Jaguar E-Type that had sort of reached the end of its development, and not everyone was quite so sure. The styling wasn't as smart, and I do remember, sorry XJS fans, someone once described it, a journalist, as a car designed by 3 designers who weren't talking to each other at the time. Very, very cruel indeed, but it became refined some more, and it was an absolutely brilliant Grand Tourer. You could waft for many, many miles in a car, just complete luxury, and it couldn't have been from a country other than Britain. When you sat in the leather interior, it really was something very, very special.
Absolutely, and that, as you say, that style of it was really quite different. And there was the designer Malcolm Sayer who sort of put the original shape together, but he passed away sadly before they actually made them, and it was then further developed by Doug Thorpe for the early 70s. And then this is one of the later ones. They actually changed the rear window a little bit, so you had a bit more space in the rear window.
Yeah, there was. They really kept on refining the shape. It became far, far more stylish, but not with enormous leaps, just a tweak here, a tweak there, just gradually sort of taking off the edges and making it more rounded. But whenever you drove one that was in good form, fantastic car to drive.
And then when you've got the top down as well, and as you say, you've got that little bit of space behind to squeeze perhaps your kids in the back as well, and we're on a beautiful sunny day like today, what an opportunity to take out one of the XJS convertibles. And of course, we've also seen, at the time, we saw various XJS cars go very well in motor racing. Under Tom Walkinshaw, he decided to take on the Jaguar XJS, didn't he?
Yeah, it wasn't seen as the obvious car to have, because there used to be the XJ12 that they competed in, not Tom Walkinshaw, it was run by Andy Rouse used to compete in them, Broadspeed ran them, but around Europe and the European Touring Car Championship in the mid-1980s, they were absolute dynamite, and on some pretty savage circuits, including the Brno Road circuit in Czechoslovakia, where they basically were diving through villages, and just quite extraordinary.
Yeah, it was remarkable what they were able to achieve. They went off, things were changing a little bit in terms of the rules and plans, so it wasn't competitive for a hugely long time, but they did well at the Mount Panorama race, I gather, back in 1985 as well.
Yeah, they did, but the thing about it, always when you looked at them, you thought, hold on, it says Touring Car Championship, and was that a touring car? You think touring cars come from saloon cars, but over the decades, many coupes have managed to work their way in. I'm thinking also of the BMW 635 CSI that was such a strong charger in the 1980s as well, but great to see those XJSs from Jaguar.
So this is another of the MGs just heading up the hill. This is the MGS 5 EV, so another electric crossover SUV, and this one from 2024, the very end of last year actually, this was actually launched, so very few people will have seen this as yet, this version, and it's a 50-50 front-rear weight distribution, I gather, which is good to hear when you want a nice balance in a machine.
Certainly so, and that was always one of the elements that people were concerned about when more and more vehicles went to become SUVs. They thought you're sitting up high. You think back to the early Range Rovers, until they got their suspension sorted, they really did move around a lot, but as soon as some of the tuners and whoever had a look at them and sorted it out, it was like a different vehicle.
Absolutely, and that modification nowadays of so many of the electric vehicles to balance them out just that little bit more is significant, and making them better and better all the time as we go. So fun to... Oh, that was an odd way to go through, not the chicane. Didn't go through the middle of the chicane, went round the edge of it with the Lotus, which was slightly bizarre.
When I said left, I meant right. Never mind, carry on. No damage done. Round the straw bales they go and into Moulcombe, and then with the heart rate coming down just a little bit to somewhere that will raise it all over again, the Flint Wall in the shade.
So the Electra is just heading up the hill, but thankfully no damage was done. It didn't actually make any contact, so that is good news indeed. Now I think we're looking at the Praga. Yes, the Praga Bohema now heading up, created back in 2023 until the present day. This one running a 3.8cc twin-turbo V6. It's a Nissan engine, actually, that they use with the Praga, and it's a very stunning-looking two-door coupe made in Slovakia. Great track performance as well, I gather.
Yeah, really. I mean, you know, they sort of went racing first and built supercars second, and they are super dynamic. We heard from one of their development drivers, Ben Collins, earlier. He was up being interviewed, and his analysis is light is good, and it's something we fully understand.
Absolutely, light is definitely good. Being as light as possible is one of the major issues of any vehicles, and it makes them so much more responsive, more fun to drive. And it's one of the aspects of Formula 1 these days. Even the top drivers do feel that the cars get a little heavier than they used to be, but it is part and parcel of safety, as we were talking about earlier, so you have to go that route to a certain extent.
Yeah, you can only race what's put underneath you, but certainly when the cars were smaller, they looked more dynamic, could really turn more sharply. But Praga, if you don't know the make, you could have been around in 1907 and seen it being founded. It's been around that long, from the Czechoslovakia. Still built there today, and I love to see the two Pragas here have both got Czech road plates on the back.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like we're getting towards the end of this session with our manufacturer's run, and it's been fun to see a real difference of machinery. They have got this little chicane they have to run when they're doing this, but ultimately that won't be a problem. This is one of the Renaults just heading up the hill now, and bringing it towards a conclusion. I think we may be just towards the end of this session, but of course so much more to look forward when we get into it all tomorrow as well. The early part of the day, for example, we're going to be seeing the winning formula of the series getting underway. We've got a Hyundai just about to head up the hill as well now. So as the sun is still glinting down, as you can see, some lovely shots actually of the sun coming down on that start point, and the Hyundai Ioniq 9. We will see a few of the Hyundais, I think, actually, because we've got a little bit of a collection of them, and we may well see a few more as they head out. This is the battery electric mid-size crossover SUV, 3 rows of seats, so yeah, you can certainly carry your friends and family around in this one, and it's in good colour scheme as well as they headed up the hill.
I don't think there's a manufacturer who's come here with as wide a range of cars and competition vehicles as Hyundai has this year. Hyundai just really embracing it all, whether it's their small hot hatches in the sort of motorsport pale blue of Hyundai, or these cars going up the hill, the much larger ones, but also some of the drift cars they have here, they're electric drift cars. That's still something I struggle to get my head around, but the range of cars from Hyundai is absolutely huge, and
of
everyone
course
is
the rally cars too.
then yes.
Yeah, and that was great to see them out earlier on as well. So there is such a crossover of the different Hyundais, and a big part and parcel, of course, of the modern world of manufacturing. And I noticed actually working occasionally with MSV, with the track situations based from Brands Hatch Neston, they're using Hyundais a bit more now themselves as part of their track vehicles. So yeah, all part and parcel of it.
Yeah, making a really big push, and I think if you're really trying to expand your range, getting the young, sporting, interested motorist on board is no bad thing at all. Hyundai doing a great job.
So there we are. We are at the end of that final run of the manufacturers, and we saw some fun particularly with the electric Renault 5 heading off up the hill. This is something we haven't really seen before, the E-Tech, and this is the Turbo 3E actually. This is the new one that was announced in March earlier this year, and everybody behaved getting through that chicane, which is only for this Thursday running. You won't see that chicane tomorrow. It will be straight through that area, and of course we will be getting into some more timed sessions as things start to build up for the shootout. But I'm glad that although we had one little incident, most people managed to make it through the chicane okay.
They certainly did, and just great to see such dynamic cars, that 750S McLaren Artura following it up the hill. But what a fantastic day to launch the Festival of Speed for 2025. The array of cars has been phenomenal, the weather outstanding, maybe a little bit on the hot side for people who are out all day. But to end with these supercars and cars of the now and cars of the future, it's been a really good way to spend a Thursday.
It has been wonderful. We celebrated Derek Bell earlier on. We've got lots more stars to celebrate as we go through the course of the weekend, and the most amazing collections of vehicles as well that will be heading up the hill with some superstar drivers. There's no doubt about it. Some of them F1 drivers, but from other areas of motorsport too. So I'm glad you've been with us. I hope you enjoy tonight and are ready for more tomorrow.
Laurent, I loved the original Renault 5, and I love this as well, but this, you can't go out and buy this.
No, exactly. It is a concept car for the moment. We start working on the new one for the production. So I think maybe we need to wait maybe one year to have the new car. Yes.
Now, as a motoring journalist, I've seen so many concept cars look amazing, and then the production car isn't as cool as the concept car. Is the production car going to be as cool as this?
Yes, exactly. The production car is present on the stand Renault. And it is not exactly the same car, but you can find all the curve of this one. Yes, it's large like that. All the proportion is exactly the same. Yes.
And all electric, so you have instant power.
Yes, exactly. All electric for the moment. Yes.
Is it fun to drive?
No. It's rear-wheel drive.
Yeah, no, but as in, is it fun? Is it good fun?
Yeah, it's fun. Sorry, excuse me. Yes, it's very fun. Yes, you can drift at the start. You can drift if you want. If you keep pushing in the middle of the curve, the car slide. So there's a lot of power on this concept car. So yes, it's very fun, and here on the hill it's fantastic, amazing.
Brilliant.
Very. It will be a very good memory for me. Yes.
Brilliant, Laurent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars.
You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year. Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
For 70 years, we've had a single philosophy. Lightness is a force.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
Renault 5 is back. Renault 5, 3 times Car of the Year winner.
Well, what a fantastic first day it's been at the 2025 Goodwood Festival of Speed. From that first Gordon Murray Automotive T50 driven by Dario Franchitti that kick-started our day on the hill with the Duke of Richmond as his passenger, to the final shootout cars that took to the rally stage and everything in between. It has been a day of delights, which I'm sure David Green and Alice Powell, you can't argue with that, can you?
No, we're here at the Festival of Speed and it's nice and sunny. I've not put my sun cream on though, so that's not good, is it? With my my freckles are starting to appear.
Well, definitely one for tomorrow, but we've all been in different directions across the festival today. So tell me what you've been up to and what sights have you seen, Alice? Because you've been in the commentary box most of the time, so I'm surprised you say about a suntan.
I know, I have ventured out. I had a nice ice cream, a nice wander around. I mean,
brilliant.
I'm glad I'm here all 4 days because there's so much to see, so much to do, and I have to say the highlight for me really has been the Formula One, and we're going to see them more over the weekend. But for me, as a massive Formula One fan, to see those pre-war cars, they're from the 1930s, 1940s, to then see the modern day. And there's only one place you get that, and that's here at Goodwood, and how they've developed, how they've changed throughout the years, and just shows you what fantastic engineering is done to get these type of cars from back then to now. And I just think it's incredible, and you don't get this anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, that is the beauty of the Festival of Speed, that we see such range of machinery, but also that you can walk and weave amongst it all, which is absolutely brilliant. So what about you, David? You've been walking and weaving across the sites as well.
It's been a fantastic, great first day, and it's gone really quickly, almost too quickly. The sun's shining. I have to say, I enjoyed this fantastic sculpture we see behind us here by Jerry Judah, celebrating the great Gordon Murray. I think it's a really nice centerpiece for this year's event, but I have to say, the highlight for me was driving that Aston Martin Valhalla up the hill. I mean,
Of course, we knew he was going to say that.
It had to be. Very predictable.
Tell us about it. Tell us about it.
But, you know, I couldn't believe Aston Martin trusted me driving this car. It's the dynamic debut of this car in the UK. The only other person was Fernando Alonso driving it around the Monaco track. And they let me drive this £850,000 car up the hill today, and it was absolutely epic. I mean, only 999 of these cars. It'll do 217 mile an hour. I can't say I got close to that today because I was under strict instructions not to bend it, which I can safely say
We could tell by your driving that you
I was waiting for that power. I was waiting for that power.
But what a memory to see that go up the hill. But for you to drive it as well, that's incredible.
I really, really enjoyed it, and it was such a privilege. And I haven't really seen too much of you today, Grace. What have you been up to?
No, so I've been wandering around, and actually, amongst all of the motorsport hype and galore, there is a gem right at the centre of the Festival of Speed known as the Future Lab. And that is a place where you can go and walk through a door that gives you sights into the future. So you can see here some of the things that I got to witness and explore in the Future Lab. There's exhibitors that have been specially curated for this Future Lab for the 2025 Festival of Speed, and they've been hand-picked to display the technologies and robotics equipment that we're bound to see in the near future. So if you guys haven't been there, it's definitely worth a wander.
I shall go. I 100% should go.
Yeah.
Especially to see the robot dogs.
Exactly, and they're wandering around after you.
Oh,
so
brilliant. I'll take them all home with me.
Make sure you allow a bit of time for that. So that is definitely something on the schedule for tomorrow. But let's take a look at what we're bound to see on the hill as well. This is Friday's schedule coming up that kickstarts at 8:30 in the morning with that winning Formula batch. We'll then see the World Superbikes, Colin McRae drift cars go up the hill at 9:15. The next warm-up show from the Goodwood Action Sports Arena will be at 10:30. And we'll also have another Gordon Murray Automotive central feature moment at 12:10. You don't want to miss that, as that was spectacular today.
Yes, absolutely. Going into the afternoon, we've got a bang with the Red Arrows coming up at 1 o'clock, followed by the gas show at 1:30, and then that big moment on Friday, the foggy moment at 1:55. Supercar run after that at 2:15, followed by another gas show at 3:30 and a time practice at 4 o'clock. The end of the day looks like first glance new class and road bikes at 4:50, and then finishing off the day with a batch 1 and batch 2 demo at 5:35.
And that is just the action that's going up the hill. Like we say, there's plenty of other things to see and do across the site. So we'll be here bringing you all the action from the second day of the 2025 Festival of Speed. Thank you for joining us today, and make sure you're up bright and early to catch all the action tomorrow, and we'll see you then. Wow, just wow.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
It's a fun fair, but with cars.